What up?
When it was Kemet, Black Egypt, it was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt, it wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war when it just said Jeshurun got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. Masa Kim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick you till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down and out through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic Pharaoh way and Marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt, Black Egypt, Black Egypt. You gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt, and how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Jesus was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first nome of Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt, 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 Black Egypt. Yo, peace, what's up? Man, I heard that show yesterday, hold on. God damn. I heard that show yesterday, my mic was hella loud. Y'all be having to let me know. But let me know if it's too low, or if it's right, or if it's cool. We're gonna have a wonderful show today. Y'all gotta remember I do this by habit. You know what I mean? Shout out to y'all. Let me share this stream one time. Yeah, we're gonna get it in. Have another good show. Dang, why every time I do this, they changing me to, oh, okay. Oh, while we doing that, I can let y'all hear this. I'm the rock squad up, Magi archers in the building, please believe. Oh, shit. If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice spenders. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, quote the nice lyrics like Mama move mean overnight, golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. You feel me, James? I'm built for it, bro. Ain't nobody even gonna be watching that shit in 10 minutes. You don't fuck with a nigga like me. Make sure all my archers get the fuck up out of there. See what that weed did? Yes, man, agreeing on everything we said. I smother the mic like it's the love of my life. That's like I start selling dope in the morning, nigga, and I come out in the morning and you outside, nigga.
I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary.
There's always people I grew up with from my motherfucking city in the chat. Shout out Kool-Aid Vega. Niggas knew me my whole motherfucking life.
Independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance.
Yeah, 8200 in the building. That's what it is. 7700. Shout out Pooh.
I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out. The God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer. That's who it is. The God killer, the God killer.
Middle East Oakland. That's what it is. We're gonna have some fun today. I'm just doing my thing, waking up, getting it in, though. But you know, I woke up on actually a real good vibe. Let me open up this chat. Actually, I ain't gonna rush.
Introducing USPS Ground Advantage. Reliable and affordable.
No need to rush. We'll do like we do, get it in with another good show. I said UFOs, I told y'all, excuse me. We're going to talk about that a little bit. I actually want to go over some of this Souls of Mischief documentary because I woke up to that. And it was just crazy. But look, this is what I told y'all. I said stay off them YouTube streets last night. James, you noticed that? James! I said, don't be on them YouTube streets last night. It was so silent on the YouTube streets. I couldn't find nothing to watch. I said, damn. But yeah, before we rush into that, honestly, we want to chill. So I'm going to play that crazy, bruh. Then we're going to watch some of the stuff and have a good build. I got some time today. Shout out to y'all. Let's get it going.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but his homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble.
They wanna know.
Polite rip me off.
What's that, baby? My money, though.
That mean he 100. And
hey.
I work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but his homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. With the Jews.
Put a comment in the chat, like the video. Come on, let's go. Let's get it popping.
I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all.
Thank you. You know the Magi Archers had the streets on lock last night.
You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gonna have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Hawker Bay.
And we gonna keep doing that shit. Shout out to my real black ones. No frauds in this motherfucker.
We brought them gators to Italy. You loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scope in the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but his homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
I guess I'm gonna do the shit niggas can't do.
Showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the Just get that microphone ready.
Numbers going down. Make sure the archers know we over here.
Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and is killing.
Numbers is going down.
Black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy. They telling me just chillin', be cool.
I'm a madjai archer. You a sad guy talking.
And I'm a work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro.
Woo! Let's run these numbers up. Have a good stream today. Shout out to Asar MK last night, boy. That boy brought that book out and just closed the case. It was curtains. It was curtains. Uh-oh. No.
I'm a work 'cause I ain't going out
lazy, bruh.
Thought he was conscious,
but that homie just played me, bruh. But you don't trip, though. So this the vibe I woke up on good. YouTube just hit me off on this, so we're going to chill and react to this for a minute. Hope you can enjoy it. It'll give you a little bit about my background and my upbringing. Opio, this is my man right here. But he'll tell you all about it. This is the Souls of Mischief 93 Teal documentary. It's about an hour or something. I definitely ain't going to run it off like that. But I guarantee you enjoy every second of this. Learning a little bit about my background in hip-hop and what I was doing with the Souls of Mischief. Like this street you see right here, that's where I was born and raised. All right? Born and raised right here. So let's let this play for a minute while we settle in and chill. Thank y'all. Like, and subscribe. Put your bowls up in the chat. Make sure you put a comment, like the video so we could get another good video going. And let's make sure we got that good morning energy. Way too early to be yelling. It's 7 o'clock. I'm on the West Coast. So we still chill at these times. You feel me? So let's have a good one. But check this out. I'm pretty sure y'all gonna like this. Then I'm gonna beat y'all up about them damn UFOs. And y'all need to question, well, I need to know something. Cause I told y'all at the risk of my own everything years ago, I seen that shit. And Cass was like, trying not to address what I was saying, but I ain't tripping. I didn't push line. But I had a wonderful experience. Now that the government coming out saying that this is 100, I want to hear what y'all got to say. Particularly, I do want to know what science got to say too. But let's go. This is a wonderful documentary shot by Shamari Spiff. I was watching Ice Cube on Tucker Carlson, and then this came on. I was like, damn, that's hella crazy. Put this right on YouTube. It makes me think about all the things my parents did for me to help me get this far. And we talking about a lot of that right here. But we just gonna watch 3 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes of it.
Souls of Mischief is a group with 4 different MCs. It was distinct between group and crew. Like, we were a group. We're the Souls of Mischief crew or whatever, but that's part of Hieroglyphics crew.
I mean, Souls of Mischief is Tajay.
A+.
Opio.
Festo D.
Our foot was from the Bay Area, Oakland to be specific. That was like our genre of hip hop that's coming from Oakland. This is what we were doing.
you don't necessarily have people from the Bay looking at New York City and saying, gee, we want to be just like that.
If you go back and you listen to Bay Area hip hop, up to 1990, maybe 91, depending on some of the release, some of the 12 inches, it still had kind of that older 80s sound to it.
I consider that the golden era of hip hop in the Bay. Late 80s and early 90s.
It doesn't matter what style it is. If it's from the Bay, it works. Like baggy pants, noses, rhymes, pimp shit, Too Short, Drew, heists, loonies, clowns, Humpty. Again, I did me twice because I'm mean, you know. But yeah, man, at that time, the Bay couldn't go wrong. Richie Rich, Bart, 3 Times Crazy, Who Riders, Saphir, Hobo Junction, it was everywhere. Gold Money, Tupac.
We had militant artists like The Coup on one end, we had hustlers like E40 on the other.
Even on the extreme, you had Hammer and Rapper Forte.
The Bay that's the big melting pot. It's just got that diversity.
You know, it was just a lot of different sounds coming out of the Bay Area, and the Souls of Mischief were in the elite sector of that Bay Area sound.
What they do is they firmly kick open the door and let us know that we're on all sides of the track.
At that time, when we first came out, I think the West Coast was probably looked at, to be quite frank, as inferior beings lyrically. You know what I'm saying? So we were just like, you know, we wanted to show people that that wasn't true.
Give you some of this Bay game real quick.
I've known Tajay and Cash since first grade.
I think it was Miss Fransman's class. And I think Casual was in Miss Fransman's class too.
Casual lived half a block from me one way, and Tajay lived half a block from me the other way.
It was me and A+ and Casual, homies. We all lived on the top 82nd on Astor.
I knew Dell from school. He was 2 grades up from me.
We both happened to have computers at the house, so that's how we got really closer, you know what I mean?
Me and Tajay were like best friends, and Dell was my other best friend, so we'd all hang out.
85, 84, you know?
When I decided to rap, it's when I heard the message, and that was 82. That was 3 years after I had heard my first rap song, and that that did it for me. I was like, oh, I want to do this.
Broken glass everywhere, people pissing on the stage, you know they just don't care. I can't take the smell, can't take the noise, got no money to move out, I guess I got no choice.
You know, the message, Run DMC came, I was rapping by then.
Planet Rock, you know what I'm saying? All these different records, you know what I mean? Like old school records. So when I heard Sucker MCs, that's when I was like, okay, I gotta do this.
But we were already friends, so we like, just be a rap group. And then we made the song Perpetrators, the ones we hate.
It's like me and A+ made our first recorded song on a boombox in 6th grade. And we were beatboxing and one dude to rap. I think the song was like, perpetrators are the ones we hate. They come out and bite from state to state. You know what I'm saying? I was like, now as I look back, it was kind of a Run DMC style kind of, it reminded me of, because it was 2 of us. And then at that same time, Cash lives down the street too. He lives on Astor. He used to go to school with us, but he started going to Grass Valley.
I used to break dance and stuff, and I would see Plus and Tajay, and they was on their hip hop before me.
We would meet at this pole, and we'd just kick it, you know, do little kid stuff. That's the pole, so I lived at the top of the hill. A+, his pops lived over there before, and then his pops moved over here. So he'd meet there, and Oak lived down the hill. Cash lived right there, so we used to meet at the hill. And so Cash was rapping too. So now we like, oh, I got a partner named Dell, and we be rapping.
I remember one of our early encounters was like a little battle we had.
It wasn't really cool to rap back then. Like, it was like some nerd shit. Like, you was kind of on some like weirdo shit if you was a rapper back then. So everybody who did rap was like, fuck it, I'm the best, and I'm the best.
I had a friend named Bill, who was my peer in the battle when it was A+ and Tajay. This is like I said, 5th grade. We hadn't thought about Hyra yet. And since Bill didn't rap, he wouldn't beatbox for A+ and Tajay.
Bill up the hill, he had hella G.I. Joes, and he had this one, the vibrating football. So he was, he was a boss on the block. We got the vibrating football game, you know, kids is coming over.
It was like, nah, I'm on his side. So we start battling right there, right? And it was cool, but this was like their first time actually hearing me rhyme, you know what I'm saying? And they was kind of, I guess they was impressed because what happened was they was like, I want you to battle my partner.
I was like, man, wait till Dale come down here, he'll eat everybody.
And they wanted me to battle Dale after I had just battled them.
I was telling him, I was like, man, you know John think he can rap down here now, you know what I'm saying? I can't even remember, I think his name was like Jammin' J or something like that. And I ain't gonna say my name, because we all had fucked up names.
There I go, bro. I told you I've been like that. I came outside the house like, y'all rap. Y'all is not ready. Told you I was hella fat.
Back then.
Now, I had met Dale prior to that in like 2nd, 3rd grade, you know what I'm saying, trading Atari games. The next time I seen him after that was when he was coming down the hill with a Dalmatian on the chain with a big old Queen Latifah Nefertiti hat on, and I was heckin' intimidated. I seen him walking there, it was like, here he come.
I was actually walking my neighbor's dogs. That was like my job.
Think how little we were. We walking dogs as their job.
So imagine Dale coming around the corner, you know, we about to, my partner gonna come, he raw.
So he walks the Dalmatian down, and we orchestrate this little battle with Dale and Cat, you know.
Now we got 2 of the Souls of Mischief, myself and Dale, before we ever thought of being a crew. And he came down and it's like, this is his exact word. Yeah, I was jamming Jay. Who wants to battle the master?
I don't remember saying that, it was so long ago. But yeah, I probably did say some crazy shit like that back then as a kid.
I was like, I'll battle you, but I asked him, could I wait till tomorrow? I was like, because I wrote a good one last night, but let's battle tomorrow. He was like, I'll give you another day, all right?
I don't really think no real battle happened.
So we got together the next day. Just like this, I wasn't even scared no more. I had my bars in my head. And then Dale came and he was like, bust. I bust my rap. Yeah, we're gonna hear from Ice Cube in a minute. He didn't even bust. He was like, that was dope. And instantly right there, he was like, let's go write some raps at A+ Grandma House, rest in peace. You know what I'm saying? And we went around the corner, sat at the table, and that's when we first came up with a name of a crew, right at that moment. We started thinking like, we should call ourselves a crew. Dale came up with the Mad Circle. See, that's the history y'all don't know. That's what WC and the Mad Circle really got that name from us. It was our original name. And you know Dale was in the lynch mob.
It wasn't like people wasn't cool then, but that's kind of how the crews kind of linked together. Because Cash was doing his thing and we was doing our thing, but it was not many people doing their thing, so it was like, it was something to have in common as opposed to be separate about at that point.
Shout out to y'all, like the video. That swag and stuff up. The first official demo, I remember him from that was like 7th grade. But you also gotta keep in mind that Dale was a little bit older than us by a couple grades. And so he was going down to LA doing demos with Ice Cube and Jinx.
Hello.
I want to hear from some other people.
We out here.
This is tight. Look. Big on Cube now right here.
We out here, it's town business. Souls of Mischief about to go on right now. Like I said, this town business. 20 years. It's been 20. Do that shit, y'all. Keep getting that money too. Yo, what's up? Congratulations, Souls of Mischief. 20 years, 93 till. It's going down, baby. I'm still with you. I'm waiting.
With Dale being Ice Cube's cousin, and you know, I remember Ice Cube from before NWA when he was in
Man, y'all didn't know Dale was in the lynch mob? Come on, man. This is how we came out in the hip hop. This is how y'all know us. We would have never came out if it wasn't for Ice Cube. There's a lot of us up under O'Shea wing, and people really don't know that though.
And even back then, Dale was like, yo, my cousin in LA, he's putting shit out. And he says when he gets on, I'm gonna get on too. So when I get on, y'all getting on, talking to me and Tajay. So he's all like, word, okay, that sounds good. But when CIA actually came out with some vinyl, we was like, wow, his cousin really came out. Maybe we gonna get on.
So I brought A+ and Tajay out there, and he amazed by them. He like, they younger than you, and they as hard as you?
They was coming up with demos when I was like telling my mom, like, this is what I need to be doing. Listen, they got it on cassette.
We ended up being in this crew with Sir Jinx, Busy Boy Productions, and then it turned into the Mad Circle.
You know why? Because the girl says so. And when it comes to me, they just can't say no. Cause yo, I'm so slick that with the flick of the tongue, I run.
At that time, we was going to LA making demos with Jinx and shit, like driving down on weekends and summers and shit, like me, Tajay, and Dell.
So we in LA fucking with Jinx and, you know, gangsters, like niggas would have guns out. You know, not guns hidden. You know, not. I mean, Jinx is a musician, but the zones that we going to is recording studios in the back of the record store in the hood. We made 3 or 4 songs. We made The Mellow. We made High Powered. I did some song with Dell.
You know, it's like meditation, thinking. I skate around the ring and get a feel of the chord, so bring attention to my torso and let the energies flow.
Ah, you didn't know this, James? Come on, man.
And let my sentiments show towards the seconds. I'm going to make them say, yo, step on like a KO. I'm heading to the halos. Do you see me glow? No. Because you might say that I'm humble. When I do not crumble, trip, stumble, or stumble, because I'm only 13. I'm dope by design and untouchable, unmatchable. When it comes to rhyming, the lyrics that I'm in effect.
I think we made one more. And this was
he was spitting.
If I was 13, 88.
So we had been trying to do our thing, and Cash was had his thing going in other studios, and look, I think Oak was doing.
That was my 8th grade crew with my lawyer in the 8th grade, bro. Look. Do y'all know that's my lawyer and was my lawyer for my whole career? But this is the 8th grade. I knew we was going to do this shit. I'm like, no, forget that. My mama, so this Opio in the middle and DJ Teray. 8th grade, first studio session.
When I was like in the 5th, 6th grade, and you know, it's kind of like, you know, all the neighborhood kids, they all know each other. So even though I didn't know Casual and Tajay and A+, but everybody, all my homies knew who they were.
Let me tell you the story how I put the songs together. Nah, I'm joking. But for real though, this is how it went down. See, they did not know Opio. Because Opio went to Montero. I went to Montero too. They went to different schools, but Opio still lived down the hill. So at the time that I heard them expressing that they wanted to expand their group, you know what I'm saying? I was like, I want y'all to meet my homie, you know what I'm saying? His name Opio.
I had heard all the music before I even really met them. So they was kind of legendary to me already, you know what I mean?
Oak was down with Cash, but he was kind of just like, he wasn't in Cash group, and he was kind of like, he was dope, but he wasn't trying to put himself out there, so I suggested that he join us.
Okay, Plee calls me up like, yo, there's this dude that goes to studio with Casual. You know what I'm saying? He's raw, da-da-da-da-da. And, you know, we all link up on the phone. This is the era of, I mean, 3-way was new. So we like, yeah, we'll call him and we gonna have us a conference call. 3-way. You know, it was real, you know, reminiscing is funny. But like, so Ope is cool.
I mean, song structure, real songs with a chorus and everything, you know what I mean? Like, these dudes was doing that already. So I stepped into a whole regiment when I started fucking with them.
I was tired. I'm just skipping through because they up to the history parts. There's a lot of good people talking, but they talking about the songs.
I'm not gonna say the real one. It's too ancient.
What?
It's too.
Hold on, what are you talking about? They only got me talking about history.
When that 12-inch came out, and I remember the little sticker that came with the 800 number and all that shit. I remember all that shit.
Me, Scarab, Eli, I brought them all to my local record store so that we could all buy individual copies of That's When You're Lost, cassette, single.
Lost in the maze of the rhythm, and we used that scratch. That's When You're Lost. Even though we brought it back again for the later That's When You're Lost. I actually called the song That's When You're Lost.
This is one of the songs that busted a lot of people's heads open. That's When You Lost.
Who remember this in the 90s?
I always tripped on how unique the song sounded. And the main thing I remember about that song was doing the video for it.
Cruising up, use 2s and 3s. Who's the G's that
The scenery for That's When You're Lost is just amazing. Like, no one was shooting rap videos in nature.
Hip hop hadn't even seen sequoia trees. Because that's California, you see what I'm saying? So we brought them to redwoods, you know what I'm saying, straight up.
Wow, that's like where we live, kinda, if we drive about half an hour away. You know what I mean? That's like, wow, where did they shoot that? Was that like, was that Tilden?
Tactics, I smack tricks, throw axes at your whack bitch. I crack bricks over dicks who can't come. I leave them.
Here we are, it was the first video, the first single, all of that. So the first Souls of Mischief song that a lot of people heard all over the country, all over the world was That's When You Lost.
A+, Fest, Tajai, Opio, my brothers. 20 years, man, love you dudes.
All right, this was the first video spot, which was Dale's mom's house. We would meet over there and we'd bounce on his bed and spit our bars and develop our styles, you know what I'm saying?
Dale always had all the game systems. You could spend the night at his house, his mom would cook, you know, she'd hook the grits up and all that, you know, in the morning. So we used to be over there, rug-ratted out.
Because remember on Dale's first album, he had a song called Sleeping on My Couch? Well, see, he really was talking to the homies, like, y'all at my house so much that my mom is mad, everybody mad.
People coming to my house all the time, crashing, not knowing when to leave, you know what I'm saying? Mom's getting mad because we making hella noise. They bothering my little brother, you know what I'm saying? All this shit, you feel me? So it was a true story, you know what I'm saying?
We all knew, and it was all a fun joke amongst the crew, but we within the crew be like, who's who? Like we would try to listen to the song like, did you grab the chips out the So, you know, it was certain homes in the High Road family that we used as places to develop our skills, you know what I'm saying?
It'd be like 15 dudes in this bedroom, like, and we be in there all hours, listening to music, playing video games.
Fest started coming through, but I guess Tajai started inviting Fest, and I'd seen this as kind of like an outsider, like I'm start peeping and rapping together, and I'm like, oh, and I probably had to ask myself, like, you know, Fest and the Souls?
Fest is sort of like, we kick it, link, freestyle, he'd get on certain tracks, you know what I'm saying, though, but we hadn't been like consolidated as Souls of Mischief, you know, but we're the crew, you know?
I think A+ was the one who was like, hey man, you should be in the group.
I used to be like rap, and he rapped, and he was dope. And I was like, why ain't you rapping? He's like, I was like, man, fuck it, you join us, man. I'm gonna talk to the fellas.
Next thing you know, I was a Soul of Mischief, but we weren't Souls of Mischief. We were another name that I just can't seem to recall it for some reason right now.
It was, you ain't gonna get that from me.
Started off maybe TDK plus 30. I think that's what it used to be. Dale was called TDK plus 30. That was when it was just me, Dale, and Plea. And I guess we're the plus 30.
Hey, whatever they said the name was, it's probably a fake name.
I remember we were called the Syndicate first, before Ice-T had Rhyme Syndicate. Like, you know, we had a dance called the Hitman and everything. Like, I'm talking about little children, kids.
Man, they're not gonna say the real one. It's too ancient. It's too bootsy. Can't nobody know that.
It's never been Tajai and A+. It's always been Rhythm and Excellence, or Rhythm. It was Rhythm, or the Syndicate, then Rhythm.
The Rhythm. A+, your polka dot pants used to be hot.
Rhythm and Excellence at Oak. You know what I'm saying? So now we're a group. At Fest, now we're still a group.
Dante Ross, he was the one that was like, you guys gotta change your name. You know, like that's not gonna cut it. And we were like,
after Dale got signed and we were really putting demos together, we were like, Rhythm and Excellence, that sounds so old school. But I mean, we were kids then too, like, so we're 17 now, 16, like Rhythm.
I can't stop watching, it's too good. So it's called the Souls of Mischief documentary. Y'all can go check that out. I just had to get the good vibes back in the air, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, so last night, I don't know. I woke up and I seen Brother Uncle streaming his reply to the UNESCO, but it was at the time when I be streaming, so I didn't get the chance to watch it. Then I went up in there and said to my brother, you all in my slot, what is you doing, bruh? It's like we on the block and y'all ain't never came outside at this time to get y'all paper. Then I come outside and you outside, make me feel some type of way. But it's just love, it's nothing. But y'all know how that shit go for real. I don't like thinking shit in my head.
and thinking about little shit, I just say it. No. But that's a cool doc. It's hella good. It's a whole another hour to that. Then I was tripping off a while ago. I just it was a late night show I was doing. And I started telling people about an encounter I had in Hawaii in about, 1998. And it was a once in a lifetime experience. The type of thing that people don't get to witness in a lifetime. I have various mentions of this. I even wrote a rap about it so that I could not forget it. And so I can't remember the whole rap now, but I had recorded it so I would never forget the experience. And it's, again, the type of experience you won't forget, but I wanted to remember the details of the experience. So I wrote it into a rap a long time ago, but I can't remember it. I only remember the direction part of the rap. I said we took Highway 1 down to 93, freestyling, rode straight to the end of the island. Something about an old dirt road. Seen some government shit. We freaked out, straight loving the shit. So I just wanted to write the rap so I could remember how to get there at this future age that I'm at right now. And I didn't have to remember the rest as long as I still remember that part about the directions. We took Highway 1 in Hawaii to 93. And so if you probably put up a Google map, you could literally see that you could go to Hawaii and take Highway 1 and then hop on 93. And we was freestyling and we rode straight to the end of the island. So, but this was at nighttime. And we was chilling. There's 3 of us. First time in Hawaii. Like, yeah, let's just go kick it late night. On the beach, get loaded, whatever. Man, what happened on that night on that beach was something that I will hold forever as a beautiful experience with something that appeared to be from another world. From another world. Yep, and cats, I did it on purpose. At a time, I wanted somebody to challenge me. So I just put the story out there at a time when people would be like, oh, why is he saying that? They're going to discredit him. But ain't no real discredit to me about it because as you notice, on all the videos you ever seen of me, you probably never heard me. Like, it never did nothing to affect me in a way to turn me into a pseudo or nothing. I just realized with all my logic and all the logic you see me try to employ, I could not figure out what that was. And I was able to interact with it, and it was intelligent. It was a light that would turn into, it was 3 lights. So all over my whole history, like for a long time ago when the internet came out, that was one of my first searches. Because it happened in 1998. We was on the internet, but it happened in 1998. So this is when they still use the terminology UFOs. Now, see, this is what happened a lot of the times, and this is what I reconcile too. A lot of the times people identify UFOs with what we call aliens. But in my experience, I understand that got to be 2 different things. Now they call them what UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. And if you ask me, that is a better description because I got to witness it. It was not an unidentified flying object, even though that would fit as a vague description. But it could do more than fly. It could submerge itself under the oceans. And I got to see it with my own very eyes. The same ones I look at you with and do everything else with. And it could go interstellar or out of this, whatever. It could get up out of here. And it could interact with you like a human. So that is crazy. So when I told that story first, I did it before Congress was finally coming out about all this shit. And if y'all don't know, just yesterday, there was a meeting in Congress where they went in on this.
Have this conversation, which really to the heart of it is about national security.
Now, so when they going in, all of this stuff we done heard over the past,
Morning
we like,
and
that's a
welcome.
conspiracy, that's a conspiracy. Now a lot of this shit been declassified, and here we are in the same seats. These the type of rooms that you go to jail in. That's the way we know them rooms. You see a room like that, you must got some court or something. But they sitting there talking about unidentified. Let's just listen to some of this, because this is going somewhere.
Curiosity and speculation.
And then I know it's bigger than I seen my man's Set Imhotep's comment earlier, and I appreciated the comment about something to fluff the military industrial complex or what have you. But, you know, I have personal life experience to say, nah, that ain't that.
Speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of a transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book, in any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here.
All I gotta say is, I know y'all know, but keep in mind consciously, when you hear UAPs, they talking about UFOs. They simply change the terminology so it won't be as harsh to you when you hear it. But don't hear UAPs so you won't be desensitized to what they're saying. Hear UFOs every time they say UAPs. But we'll explain why UAPs work better from the experience I've had.
In 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO. So this has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs.
That's what I'm saying. So that weather balloon would be more classified, not a phenomenon. That's why they changed it. That would be more like a UFO. It's an object. And it stays like one object. What I seen was a phenomenon. It was 3 objects that turned into one object, interacted with me, and then turned back to 3 objects. But it did more than that. I had like a 45-minute interaction with this thing. And so at the moment in my life, I felt, still to this day, I feel, happy that I could see that. Because this is at a point where they going to start revealing this shit. And hey, everybody, some people is going to be on the fence. I ain't on no fence. I've seen some shit. And so I'll talk about that after we see how seriously they're taking this.
Identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked. And that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years.
I'm smoking what I'm smoking right now, bro. Shit don't affect nobody like that unless you brand new to that shit. I'm smoking exactly what I just exhaled.
Years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs is multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies, or we'll seek clarity as to what can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today, we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about ways we can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony.
Man, if you think that, Mr. Metro, that I would not be able to discern a balloon if something that I said I interacted with, not looked at, but interacted with, I'll get into that. But balloon is not a possibility for what I told people I've seen. So we'll get into it. But let's see again how they take this seriously.
Now I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions. My buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gaetz. If it hadn't been for Matt Gaetz, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Oakland Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents, Advanced Space Propulsion Based on Vacuum, Space-Time Metric Engineering, some light reading for some of our
Advanced Space Propulsion Based on Vacuum, Light, Time, Reading. Let's hear what he said for real.
Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gaetz. If it hadn't been for Matt Gaetz, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Oakland Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements. These 3 brave witnesses here. I met a fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark to be here for this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude.
Clap it up. We're clapping it up for the three brave gentlemen.
Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time.
All right, I got a question after this, and you can answer it normally. How does the average Black American show their patriotism?
Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this, and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. And I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there, and now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I said, you know, the Baptist Church
Carter to Barack Obama.
got intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country.
I'm rushing.
We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them. And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman, or is that?
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe.
Mysterious Aardvark. I'm not even tripping. I know I'm not tripping off other people's accounts. Some of them could be fake. I'm just happy that the government is investigating this because in 1998, I got to see some stuff myself.
To National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative Burchett just referenced on the FAA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being...
Hey, I should go to my video for the person who said I got a drone. That I seen a drone. Just go to my video of me putting a drone together on my page, fixing the gimbal on a drone. I'm very familiar with drones. I got a Phantom 4 Pro, a Mavic Pro DJI. So suppose in 1998 I did see a drone. Don't you think I would have thought about that and reconciled it once I got into drone flight? I was one of the first people with drone footage and rap videos. I just on the underground, but I can show you that too.
An active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution, and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise.
Now, the things, my brain don't work like no kitty brain. I know how to analyze things logically like a computer. And I'm going to give you something real quick before we talk all the way about it. The weirdest property, even though the phenomenon was way more extensive than this weird property I'm about to leave on your lap. But the light could go at weird speeds. You probably wouldn't even believe the speeds it can move at, but it would not streak. I repeat, the light left no streaks. So imagine grabbing a sparkler on 4th of July and you a 4-year-old kid, so you can't do nothing but wave the sparkler left and right. And you start to see the streaks from the light, and then you could draw stuff with the streaks. The drone, the supposed drone that I seen at like 2 in the morning on the coast of Hawaii, miles out, then it just zoomed in and chilled with me for a minute, the light did not streak. It started as 3 lights, and once it observed me, it turned into 1. But we'll talk about it.
Otherwise, they have also.
Dude, I was. You want to know how it was so funny? I was actually talking about this last night with my wife. So imagine laying in the bed and looking at the light on your ceiling. When I first witnessed it, it was miles away. And by the time I got to interact with it, it was as close to me as the light that's over your bed when you laying in the bed.
Did nothing to.
I was not alone. 2 other people got to witness this.
Concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press.
I was on the Wahoo. Now look, I don't even remember, my brother who don't believe it, but I said I wrote a rap about it. So confirm this rap. I said I rode high. You said you in Hawaii right now? So this is the only truth I could give you that the shit happened. Because in order to remember it, I wrote a rap. And I said I rode Highway 1 down to 93. Freestyling, rode straight to the end of the island. Came to an old dirt road, seen some government shit. We freaked out, straight loving this shit. Now, if you can confirm that today, if you in Oahu, take Highway 1 and it should end at 93 because I wrote it in the rap. And then you're going to see some government sign to the right before you pull up on the beach. And I thought about all that too, how I was close to a government facility and everything. He just said I was right. And he said he in Hawaii right now. And I only pulled that out of a rap that I wrote back in the day so that I could remember the directions when I got older. Because I know I would never remember the directions if I wrote them down. But let's keep listening to her. I'll talk about it in a minute.
Knows and the people know. We were even denied access to a classified briefing in a skiff prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means, not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well.
So,
to Mr. Graves, particularly.
I could have been on this seat, and I would have, as one of these witnesses.
Grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue.
Now, the homie who just said my cousin showed me a video 3 years ago of 3 light bulbs turning into 1. I'm telling y'all, I witnessed and interacted with that shit. And since the internet came out, if you could, all the people who see my searches, that was one of my biggest searches in the beginning, trying to find people who had seen that shit. But it had to be 3 lights that turned into one. But we're gonna talk. I know more about what those lights could do because I got to witness it for hella long, dude. So we'll talk about it.
Particularly to Congressman Burchett, I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Fravor's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9th, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress, and I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated that they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. This hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield the 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz,
I mean,
for an opening statement. He
anybody
also
can watch
has been
this. I just
very
want to
much
see the
engaged in
parts
this
that
issue,
we're
and I
going
want
to
to thank
talk
him
about.
for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena.
Technologies of unknown origin, yo. Like if you think it come from Earth, then it's a Wakanda on Earth somewhere. So we gotta reconcile this with logic. If we have found technologies of unknown origin, it's only either a Wakanda somewhere, somebody who got the super technology and ain't letting the rest of the world know, or it's from out of this earth. But he put that in as another option too. And since this video is so long, it's hard to pull back. Let me see. I just want to pull back a few seconds.
The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account, though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist, but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development. Satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal.
UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience known as the TikTok event.
So
I look forward to hearing from all three.
I know y'all gonna take these three people's experience as more credible than mine because you've been socialized in that way. But just know you should probably take my experience as more credible than theirs. But I think, honestly, on the even playing field, I think theirs is just as credible as mine's because of what I've seen. So I want to hear what they say.
3 of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thanks, Logic.
Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I am a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings.
So hold up. A 5 to 15 feet cube split 2 F-16s or whatever he said that was on a flight mission. Let's hear what they say about it.
Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Grush?
So that was that first testimony where he said that the F-16 got split by a 5 to 15 foot cube. Not the weirdest, but it is a testimony. He said he had plenty others.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography.
We got to remember, we're not talking about aliens. We're talking about unidentified flying objects or unidentified aerial phenomenon. That ain't got nothing to do with green people walking around and stuff.
Photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP task force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center.
I never in my life said I saw an alien, bro. Never in my life. You know why? Because I've never seen one. So I never would say that. I said I seen some lights, remember? Golly, lights can't be aliens. Well, let's talk about these unexplained lights later.
On the director's briefing staff, which included the coordination of the presidential daily brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision.
So whether I don't think it's cap, Elder Yara, but he said he got denied to a program where they would try to re-engineer alien. Well, I don't want to say foreign tech, but alien technology is different than saying alien because it's foreign technology that they was trying to redo. You feel me?
Decision based on the data I collected to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressmen, Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that has been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were
like unidentified, not like green people.
Told that the training was going to be suspended.
I meant unidentified. You know, however, but I mean, some of these people honestly said unearthly blood. They really did say that earlier, but they never said nothing about no alien stuff.
And we're going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All 4 of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a small, saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control.
So, I mean, this is so true because, so basically, I'm just from my own, I'm saying, it's something in the oceans. I don't know what it is, but it must be some type of mineral or something that they need, because these activities over the oceans I got to witness. So let's see. And so that's how what I seen started. But again, I just want to let them talk, and then we'll look it up.
At approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All 4 of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a small, saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute."
Damn.
You can calculate the speed.
Wow.
We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested.
So the object outran them and then swooped back around on them and jammed the radar.
What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken. And after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an unofficial official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keene, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure.
What did he say about not from this world? Hold on.
From the technology they possess, how do they operate? It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So hold up though. Now, how many of y'all just like, nah, that I heard people saying that it's fake. Elder Yara say it's cap. I don't understand. So if they don't say this, then people speculate that it's something up. And then if they do say it, people speculate that it's something up. But I don't know. Let's hear what he says, and then I'm gonna get up out of this video.
I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Calling myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There is a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's kind of to play the devil's advocate?
Misreact, the more you speak, the less sense you make. He said, don't even begin to try to learn about UFOs on YouTube. So now you're going to point us to the source on UFOs. Where is the source in the world that you go to learn about UFOs? What school teaches on UFOs? YouTube, people don't understand. YouTube is equivalent to like a VCR or something. You watch different recordings on YouTube. Recordings of natural events that transpired. Therefore, a recording can be of anything. And it can be placed in any medium. So, any recording can be on YouTube. Right now, we're looking at a congressional hearing. But until you cite the place where people can go to get credible information on UFOs, then YouTube is fine.
A reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be?
Well, let's think about it in our own minds. Forget what they're talking about. So let's look at it from an earthly perspective. If another government has technology that we don't know what it is, then one of these nations on the world is like a Wakanda, so to speak. They don't have a natural mineral, but they do have a technology that we don't know what it is. This hearing happened yesterday again, I think, 2 days ago, but maybe now. And so let's just only look at it like this is earthly stuff. Then I'm going to pull up an old pseudo book that I read that got some real information in it. Who remember that book, Behold the Pale Horse? Y'all remember that book? Let me see, I'm about to download it right now. Anybody read that old book? It was the precursor to a lot of the New World Order books back in the day. It was a pseudo book, but there was some stuff in it that was true though. Y'all remember that? So yeah, he used to, I thought I already downloaded it. Did I download? Oh dang, they're not gonna give me the real. Also, the PDF is a sham, huh? Oh, the PDF ain't really the book. Let me see. Do they got it someplace on where I could click and read it real quick? Here we go. Oh, man, they got to have it in format. Man. There we go. Y'all don't remember this from the 90s? Nah, Cooper was actually right on more than the Fed. He was wrong about hella. I mean, I don't know. It's a lot of that David Icke stuff. If y'all don't know, some of that New World Order perspective, the secret society stuff. Look at all this. They come out of this old book. But I remember reading it in high school, and I think this book came out in 1991. Now I think I'm gonna look at page 398 but some of the stuff that he said about UFOs in this book, I had confirmed in my own real life. And so at the moment when it was 1998, at the moment when I told you I seen those lights in Hawaii, one of the first things that flashed back in my head was some stuff that I read in this pseudo book that I thought was hella fake when I read it. And now, so he's showing that he was in Army intelligence. He got all these documents, whatever, in this book. I don't know if it was true or none of this stuff. But he supposedly wound up getting killed. I think he got killed in the Oakland Hills or maybe Arizona. They tried to kill him in Oakland Hills. No, so let me type Oakland. See, is that word in here? Because I might be talking about something else. But it was on page, let's see what he say on page, what they say, 3. Yeah, here we go. I was forced off the cliff by a black limo in the hills of Oakland. So that was crazy to me that he said that, but obviously he wasn't killed then. But he was all in Oakland. In 1976, the Oakland Tribune carried the most compelling explanation as to what happened. But he basically said they tried to put a hit on him in Oakland Hills, which is the heck of weird. But at one point, I have not even read again what he said since way back then, but I do remember in this book, he explained how when he used to be in the Navy, he would see things go into the water. UFOs go into the water for some strange reason and come out of the water. Here he is talking about the type of stuff. This is nothing like, nothing I've seen because I told you the light didn't streak. But he got all of these old reports and stuff that he somehow got and placed into this book. Now here he is talking about UFOs and all kind of spacecraft. Now I was beginning to be like, this pseudo, you know how you just be like, whatever. I mean, this was way before pseudo, but I just started thinking he was telling hella fanciful information. So the part he gets to, and I will drop the link. I'm going to tell this story and drop the link. The part, and I want to know from y'all about giving a 1 or 2 in the chat. If you think the things that the government have witnessed are technologies of this world, then somehow you subscribe to the Wakanda theory and you're going to put a 1 in the chat. It means that you think one of these governments has a secret technology that's so far advanced than everybody else's. And even if it's the government, American government, you must think it's a secret unit in the government that the other part of the government don't know about. Or any of those theories. If you think that, put a 1 in the chat. If you think some of these unidentified phenomenon are of another world or extra worldly, put a 2 in the chat. I just threw that Wakanda out there for the funniness because that's what you're saying. You saying they got something that, so people think it's of this world with the 1, at least Corey. Let's see who think it ain't. I'm a 2. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Well, I saying had to be a 2. But let's see if we getting mostly ones from the start. We got a 3. What the 3 mean, Mr. Metro? 2, some people think they are of another world. The sheriff said they ain't witnessed nothing. He don't believe. Kyle think they're of another world. Number 3 is pseudo. So if you think it's all pseudo, put a 3. 1 is of this world. 2 is another world. 3 is pseudo. I'm on 2. But I ain't trying to influence what you do. Please don't let me. Don't be impressionable. Don't be a 2 because I'm a 2. Yeah, thank you. The real 2, 1s and 2s. So it's a lot of people who actually think they are of another world. We about to have a new conversation in the community. Because if it's that many people like me, I'm a 2 too. I definitely think, and I can speak for the 2s, and I'm about to right now, that they are of another world. So let me just try to recall this incident and try to get in the vibe. Damn. All right, really it was like, so I told y'all it was 3 lights, but I didn't say I was sitting on the beach and we took a angle with the car to be facing out. For instance, if you take Highway 1 to 93, it's going to be just all straight driving. But at the end of 93, you're going to come to this dirt road. And at the beginning of the dirt road, and keep this in mind for anyone who want to discredit what I'm going to see, there was a government sign right before you start onto the dirt road. Then you're probably going to take the dirt road for about a mile or 2, and you're going to get to areas of the beach where you just got the beach. Like, this is the type of stuff that you imagine being at if you go to Hawaii. And so, like that. So now we're just looking out at the ocean, the stars, everything chilling, right? And before everything happened, one of the first things, well, really to tell the honest truth, one of the real first things that happened is, imagine looking out, being in the van 3 deep, and looking out over the ocean, right? But you in like a foresty beach area, not really foresty, but there's some trees over there behind y'all, over your right shoulder and behind y'all. Well, the first thing that happened is we seen some red lights that appeared to be walking through some type of trees on the late night. Might have been like 1 in the morning. And so if we look back over our shoulder, it appeared to be like, this is how my brain reconciled it. It was red. People had red flashlights. The light wasn't white like a flashlight, but it was flickering like light going through trees. You know how if somebody was, imagine a person in the forest holding a red flashlight, 2 of them, and they walking through the forest thick tree area, you're going to keep seeing flickers of these lights. Yeah, but we wasn't smoking nothing different, bro. Like, I'm not going to say, no, we wasn't even smoking. That's why we went to the beach to go get loaded. But this happened before we could even get well into that process, because you couldn't smoke while driving in Hawaii. You get caught. This is 1998. You blow up the rent-a-car. You feel me? So this all happened while we was rolling up and doing all the getting ready to get loaded. You know what I'm saying? And so, anyway, no one can explain that with just no weed. That's nonsense. But let's keep going. So these lights going through the trees behind us was the first weird thing we seen. And again, that was the best logical description I could give you to make sure that your brain is seeing what it might have occurred over our shoulders to the right. We like, what's them lights? So we thought, damn, we drove way far down to this beach and there's some more people over there just out there walking safely with some red flashlights through the trees. They hella brave. But that didn't do nothing. It didn't even turn to nothing. We wasn't even tripping. So we just talking, chilling, talking about hip hop, freestyling, doing all the stuff. And right while we was just having one of them talks, one of the homies was like, blood, I just seen like a shooting star or whatever go into the water. He was like, damn, I seen a shooting star, but he was like, it looked like it went into the water though. And we like, what? You know, didn't even pay it too much of mind, but we just remembered in the chill that he was like, damn, that shit was hella crazy. You must have went over the horizon or whatever. Because, you know, at the end of Hawaii, you ain't seeing nothing but ocean when you look out. So that was the second thing. Now we chilling there thinking, and then the stuff starts happening. So just imagine the front windshield is dark night, and it ain't no light pollution. It's just because this is what we was looking for. This the type of spot you look for. No light pollution, and you looking out at the ocean, chilling, about to fire up. But you see 3 lights, and in my best I could say it, you know, just from what I could deduce, that might have been 2 miles out on the ocean. They look at on the same horizontal plane as you are. They're not in the sky out on the ocean. They look to be like damn right touching on the water. Right? 3 lights, but and they're moving independently of each other, and they are doing their own thing for a cool little time. Like they don't look connected, they don't move in unison, they can do what they want. But one thing I did notice is, at least from the distance I got to witness them, they were not changing height or nothing. They just was doing what appeared to be like going in circles. So we noticed it because they all out the front window. Everybody like, look, what the hell is that? About 3, about 2 miles out. So we all in our brain, the first thing you do is you start this guessing game. It didn't appear like no threat. It was hella far away. And imagine what you and your friends gonna do while y'all chilling. Y'all gonna start trying to guess what it is. And as y'all start to fail to come up with answers, that is when when y'all start to shift modes of discussion. Like it'll go from joking, that's some this, that's some that. And everything y'all say start to not make no sense. Y'all start to try to use a higher logic to reconcile, to figure out what it is. And so while we doing that, I thought I had came up with the best answer. And so to give you an imagination of what we were seeing that the 3 lights was doing, my logical answer to make us all kind of like be like, that ain't nothing. I was like, that's 3, mind you, it's 2 a.m. I was like, that's 3 professional jet skiers. This is before I jet skied and stuff, and I thought jet skis had headlights. I was like, that's 3 professional jet skiers with headlights on their jet skis, and they hitting donuts at 2 a.m. Can you imagine that? Like, you know how a donut look on a jet ski, right? It happened way more quicker than a car. So the light would swing around hella fast in a circle like that. You feel me? But again, the light ain't a spotlight. So it's not having no light streaks going off as it spins. You just see circular light without no streaks, bro. The craziest shit you ever seen, going in circles out on the water. Now, mind you, this is when we was filming the video. This is how I could put a stamp on it. We was filming this video. Let me see. YouTube. Hieroglyphics. And you're going to see we all got on 1998 shirts. This video. So now you can see that this was, if you can see the t-shirts we have at one of the point in this video, they all gonna say like 1998. Let me see. Where's my water, man? I had brought, here we go. But this was You Never Knew video. That's what I said, Kyle. But we had to reconcile it with logic and nothing else, even though that's so illogical. It's dangerous, but it actually could happen if they were super professional. And why wouldn't they wait till the daytime? But that right there, this was the trip we was on when we did that. And that right there was, so it was 3 of us and the rest of the homies was back at the room, right? And so when we seen it, they again, the best, in order you imagine it, if jet skis had headlights and 3 dudes out there competing, doing donuts at 2 in the morning, 2 miles out, you wouldn't see the skis. All you would see is lights going in circular motions. And that's what we seen. So we got to witness it for about 10 minutes doing that till we got to the end of our wits. And one of the homies said, it was maybe longer than 10 minutes. Honestly. Like, we got to the end of our wits and one of the homies was like, I'm going to take a picture because ain't nobody going to believe this. He was like, if we come back telling fools we seen this, ain't nobody going to believe it. And I swear to God, at that moment, I wasn't really sharp like that. This is 1998. But at that moment, something in my head said, we looking at some lights, do some weird ass stuff, and he's about to shine a light at the lights. And in my brain, I don't know where I was from. I must have been sharp. I knew that was not wise to do. I'm like, bro, we looking at some weird ass lights, but we didn't have this discussion. And my partner was on his own juice and I couldn't stop him. It happened in like a split second. So he was like, man, they ain't gonna believe us. He was sitting in the back. I was in shotgun. He was like, they ain't gonna believe us. So he started looking for his camera. He grabbed his camera, turned on the flash. Oh my gosh. And this one, it went ham. And he lifted up just like this was the old cameras when you used to have to grab a Fiji. Remember you used to buy them Fijis at the store and you get 24 pictures and then you go develop them, the old disposable cameras. I ain't gonna never forget. And so I started to try to stop him from taking the picture. Because in my head, I was thinking, you about to shine some light at these weird ass lights. I didn't think that was smart. And I was right, yo. I don't know how I was right. But what happened was he lifted up the camera and snapped the flash. Man, the flash seemed like it lit up the whole beach like lightning. Bruh, what happened after that is the entire craziest shit that ever happened in my life. Bruh. So I don't even know how I had the intuition to try to stop him from taking the picture. But I couldn't stop him and he flashed the flash. And so now we in real time. He flashed the flash and the light stopped circling in like a millisecond after that. And they instantly went from 3 lights and the 2 lights on the outside zoomed into the middle and it became 1 light. So look, check this out. Before we could say to ourselves, bruh, you see that? It's only one of them now. That mug starts zooming up our direction. Now, one of the things, before I get to talk about this, one of the things that I said that was the most thing that was eluding my senses was that the light would go from the exterior, the ones that was on the outside, because it was 3 of them, they would move great distances over the water at a rapid ass pace without streaking. And that's just extra worldly to me. My brain still can't whenever I think about it, I don't think about no silly shit. I don't think about no aliens. I don't care. I don't think about no light code transmissions. I had a minute where I was that pseudo, but I was like, no. But what I do think about is that I got to see light that does not streak. And I don't know how many people got to see that. Like if you just go hella fast and it ain't streaking. So anyway, he flashed the flash out the front window to some objects that appeared to be like 2 miles away. The objects stopped doing their circular motions, came together as one light. And remember, this is still like a Kevlar light color, the natural color that you know of light. Came together as one, and before we can correspond with each other, it starts zooming in towards us. All right. Now, this how fast it zoomed in. Remember, I was sitting in shotgun, and the homie in the backseat just flashed the picture. Now the lights turn from 3 lights to 1 light, and they start zooming into us hella fast. This how fast they got to us. We noticed they turned from 3 lights to 1, and it's like, you see that? And then we just let out like a blood. Somebody was like a blood. And then I seen the partner who was in the driver's seat started trying to reach towards the keys. This is just how fast. Imagine your armrest on the seat, your hand on the armrest, and the light like 2 miles away. And you reach up towards the keys, and before you grab the keys, I grabbed his hand off the keys because now the light was directly above the hood of the car, bruh. Directly. And here's another thing that was hella weird. It didn't change in size. I couldn't trip. I mean, that just still keep boggling my brain. I'm like, how can some shit be hella far away, and then when it get up on us, it's the same size? So that's how long it took to change from 3 lights to 1 and to zoom up on us and hover over the car. So now when he took his arm off the armrest, this is all going in slow motion to me right now. He took his arm off the armrest and he started trying to turn the key to start the car like we gonna zoom away. Nah, nothing like a laser pointing. I'm no place close to finish with the story. Told you this was like a 45-minute observation. So he reached to try to turn to start the car, and before he could start the car, I grabbed my left hand to take his hand off the keys, because by the time if he would have started the car, to me, that would have been another aggressive action, as flashing the light to me was, I didn't know what type of communication that was to this light thing, but it responded in a way that frightened me. And so I'm at that point, he pulled his hand away, and obviously, and now we just back in the normal position. And then so I could basically, in my memory, it didn't stay above us for a long time. But basically, mentally, I surrendered, and because I couldn't figure it out. I wasn't about to make no actions. I was just like a deer in the headlights, something. But I'm sitting in shotgun, and in my memory, it only like bounced. Really, I want to say 1.5 times. Like it's just like it went from, let's say, 7 feet in the air to like 6 feet in the air, then back to 7 feet in the air, then about to 6.5 feet in the air, and then it just zoomed off, bruh. I'm talking about it. That shit zoomed off back to where it was coming from. Now, like I said, I deal with drones. I can show you a video right now on my page, me putting one of my last drones back together. I'm not just so average. So let's go to videos and see if I could search drone or something. And so we could just look at that so you can see. But that was more than drone technology. And so then what happened after this, I was like, okay, that thing responded to light. It came up and did whatever it needed to do to appraise us. It looked at us and deemed that we was no threat. And then it went, this is just my logic. You can say whatever you say when I open up the chat. I'm totally fine with that. But it seemed that it assessed that we was no threat, right? And then it went back out to the water and turned back into 3 lights. So now this, you thought that was weird. This is when it get crazy. This is when it get crazy. Because you got to remember at the beginning, the part that me and my homie ignored is when he said he seen a shooting star. He said he seen a shooting star go into the, I thought I was fixing my drone on here. He said he seen a shooting star go into the ocean. So, okay, so now they shoot back out from the car and they turn to these other 3 lights, right? Which is just weird. And we like, what the hell is going on? But we chilling like, okay, it didn't do nothing. So now all the weed we had just rolled up, this is when we start firing up, bruh. So anyone who want to discredit the story, I told you all this happening while we trying to roll shit up. We might have got into, you know what I'm saying, the first blunt or something. But I don't want y'all acting like blunts make people see shit like this, dog. Y'all gonna be tripping. And so, where I'm at. And so, now, let me just calm down so I can record this and get off this computer and leave a different image on the screen, maybe. And so, now, went back. This is when it starts. Even though to us that was the weirdest stuff because it came from like 2.5 miles out, at least in my assessment, and under maybe I'll say 2 seconds, it was above our car hovering. It bounced, and zoomed back out there, right? And so we was like, what the was that? And since we didn't decide to zoom off when the homie had grabbed the keys, we start feeling safe. Like, well, it rolled up on us, it looked at us, and now it's just doing what it's do. So let's watch what it do. Now this start getting hella crazy. Because it wasn't no government weed either. And we wasn't even loaded like that. Like, we from Cali, bro. Come on now. Hawaii didn't have nothing on Cali with the weed back then. But I mean, they did have the Maui Wowie though. But so we sitting in the car, and then we had about 15 minutes into it, 20 minutes. It zoomed back out there, right? And it turns from 1 light again back into 3 lights. Now, to me, it started doing more than we ever observed it doing before it interacted with us. So when people say it might have been some government stuff, that's one of the things that make me kind of think it might have been, because the attitude that it exuded or showed after interacting with us was kind of arrogant. On the real, it was like, oh, now you flossing. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm like, a real alien, if it was doing some job mission, it wouldn't have interacted with us and then went out to the water and now start increasing its activity to look more flossy to us. Well, that was my impression of what was going on. So I was like, is somebody controlling this shit, having a joke? Only by that, not by the properties and the things that it could do that nothing could do, particularly move that fast without, and it was light and it wasn't streaking. It didn't have no form. Like, you know, just even like when you glare by the light, what color do you see? I mean, what form do you see? Kind of like a circle, but it wasn't like just a circle like that. And so, this is true. Now, and I'm gonna open up the chat, and then we got other shit to talk about too. I'm just chilling. Now, it went back out there, and it started doing these circles over the water, so we talking. Now we in a groove because the fright went away. The fright, we got the witnesses so long that the fright went away. It wasn't over the hood of the car no more. It was out on the ocean, way far out, doing this shit again, and we in the car like, God damn, ain't nobody about to believe this. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, about minute 20, maybe, I don't know the accurate minutes, but I'm just recalling it. it seemed to have start, I think it was collecting some stuff about the ocean. But it must have been getting towards the end of its task. But it was still one color, the same color that it was the whole time. We got to watch it for so goddamn long, circling, doing all this shit over the water, and I'm just gonna bring it to a close because I can't just stretch out for how long we seen it doing these activities, zooming, zoom, doing all this crazy shit for a real life duration. The experience from start to finish might have been like 30 minutes if I could truncate it down just to make it more realistic. You feel me? And so, but here now we at the end of it, just because I've been talking about it for hella long. And you just can imagine looking out the same window after all this shit happened. Now you back comfortable looking at the shit smoking. And this is the craziest shit I ever seen. So at the end of whatever it did, and I put all y'all on this. You feel me? At the end of whatever it was doing, the three lights came. This is about to sound so Z York, bruh. The three lights came together, turned into one light, and guess what they did? Somebody guess what they did in the chat, bruh. At the end, the three lights came together, turned back into one light, and bro, you ain't even gonna believe that I have to say this shit. I only gotta say it because I witnessed it. I would hate that. Why you gonna pick me to have to see this shit? You know what I'm saying? Because now I gotta tell y'all. You feel me? Bruh, can somebody please tell me what they think the three lights did when they came back together and turned to one light after about 30 minutes of doing weird ass physics defying circles over the water? Somebody said change to blue. That's a very good one. Oh, Rasan, and Metro. They blasted off into the sky, dude. Oof. And guess what happened, dog? This is really the weirdest part about it all. It blasted off from the water, up to the sky to now you can't even, so now me and the front driver gotta lean down in order to look up because it went so high up. And then guess what it did? Dude, it blasted. Supernova is how the only way I can explain it. A supernova explosion in the sky that contained every color in the universe, and it's no way on this earth that we was the only three people who seen that shit. It's no way. That shit lit up the whole sky, the whole entire Hawaii, bruh. The whole sky. Imagine something going boom like a firework, but the fireworks stay in a region, and they only be having the one color when it busts, and it ain't full. You can see through fireworks. This you couldn't see through. It contained every color in the light spectrum, and that shit exploded so big in the sky, we thought it was going to be on the news. And so we, at that point, our brain switched over. Like we thought we was about to get some paper, not like no paper, but we thought that it was going to be all over the news and they was going to be looking for the people who actually got to witness it. So we was like, oh, hell yeah. Because we know for a fact the whole island seen it. And I'm going to tell you the weirdest shit in my life that happened. So 2 weird things happened after this to end the story. And the weirdest shit in the world happened. Now, remember I told you I was in shotgun. And the homie was in the driver's seat. The other homie in the back seat. That shit turned from 3 lights to 1 light. They still like a Kevlar, the Kelvin light color or whatever, right? Tungsten, right? And then they turned to 1 light, and I mean, without streaking too, by the way, the thing went, zoom. Now I can't front. I don't remember whether it streaked or not when it shot up into the sky. But all of the fast activities that it performed over the water, we were tripping off. Why is it moving so fast without streaking? But I don't want to exaggerate. I don't remember. It might have had. It was just so fast and phenomenal that it streaked back up into the sky. And when it got high enough, it didn't make a noise. We didn't hear a noise explosion. We seen a light explosion. And it was like, boom, and then it was gone. And so this is what happened right after it gone, some of the scariest shit on earth. That part we had got out of the fear, remember? Because you're not going to be scared of nothing for 30 minutes. Like even if it's a bear in your face. By the time the bear in your face for 15 minutes, you're going to realize the bear probably ain't trying to kill you. So we had got to the point of comfort. It blasts supernova in the sky, right? Then what happened? We sitting there like, holy shit, it's gone. The experience is over. Now, remember how far I told you we drove down that goddamn beach? Well, the weirdest thing happened right after that, and this what made us think the government had something to do with it too. We start seeing headlights. 4 headlights coming down. Now, this wasn't instantly. Let's give it like, I'm sorry that the time periods are so hard to recant, but I would say maybe 5 minutes to 3 to 5 minutes after this phenomenon, some lights start coming down the beach, dude. This private beach, we done drove, we like, what the heck? So this is what happened at this point. I swear to God, all 3 of us thought the same thing. We thought it was over for us. We thought our life was over. We was thinking like, oh, here come them government boys that we witnessed some shit we ain't supposed to witness, and they about to get us now. So you can ask, I ain't revealing the identity of my 2 homies, but just partners from my crew. But they don't talk about this shit. I'm just the one who will talk about it. So now the driver, I've been a driver. You can ask people in the chat who from Oakland. That's what I've done. You know, I've been like in the high performance cars. I ain't into it no more at this age. I felt like I got good at that. And so I used to be like a street racing at certain times and stuff. And so about that time, everybody knew I had handlebars. And when we seen these lights coming in, we had switched drivers. Because I was like, come on, I got this. I'm about to blow their doors off in this rental. They was in 2 identical. And this is why I don't understand how this type of shit could happen. They were in 2 identical, like 1988 mini trucks, bruh. They were brown, 2 identical model brown mini trucks. I don't know what the hell was the craziest shit in my life. And we was like, okay, I got them. Because I'm like, them little 4-cylinders, we in this brand new rental van. This van gonna blow the doors off them, and then we can wreck in the streets as long as we don't get kidnapped and killed. I'd rather start a car accident out of this whole shit. Then we can fight them off or whatever. But they actually didn't interact with us. So they pulled over there in the 2 identical mini trucks and just turned off the lights. Now remember, I said this light blasted in the sky. Supernova covered the whole island to where we just knew it would be on a news report the next morning. And we also knew when we got back to the room, we had this little apartment flat, whatever. When we got back there, that people was going to be like, y'all heard about what, blah, 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 blah. Man, we drove back the opposite way down the dirt road. We got back to 93. And we got to a portion that started to be populated, even though it's like 2 a.m. And when we was looking around at the people, even though they probably was just on drugs, but bruh, everybody was looking like straight zombies. It was just like no one was looking like something happened in the sky. So he was like, damn, everybody just looking like ain't shit happened. Man, we got back to the room and told everybody the stories, and they started with the same shit y'all was just doing in the chat. Like, oh, what y'all was smoking. And we was like this, huh? And no one was believing that shit. And then so some of the homies just stopped talking about it forever. And I don't even talk about that shit. As a matter of fact, in maybe my whole 10, 12 years you heard me on YouTube, I think I mentioned it one time before ever. And this is my second time. And this is only my second time mentioning it because that is a true account that I seen with my eyes. You know what I'm saying? And then when we got back to the room, no one had seen nothing. No one in Hawaii seen nothing. It wasn't on the news. And it was just nothing to nobody. So it was just some shit that I seen happen with some lights. I never said nothing about no goddamn UFOs, no aliens, you notice that? But what you gonna come to find out is something that you can't explain. Sometimes that's almost damn near worse than some aliens. At least you're gonna be able to explain them. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it's sat with me over the years as it didn't. I guess I just got a certain type of personality or resilience that it didn't do much to my fibers. Like it didn't turn me into one of them alien investigating people. I didn't even care about that pseudo shit after a long time, because I was still trying to have a rap career. That shit didn't matter. But the fact is, I definitely know now that they on TV, U.S. government, and they talking about people coming forward with these claims, I'm not going to discredit everyone. It's still going to be some pseudos making some fake stuff up. But I'm not in a position to discredit everyone because I've been privileged to see other stuff. You feel me? And I don't want nobody to have to try to take that and be like, that was just some weird ass lights, bro. Nothing else. Can't explain it, but they had features that a drone can't have. What's up with Apostle? Thanks for tapping in. Think your mic's still connecting. What's up with you?
Hey, man, what's up, brother? How you doing?
All is well. Can't complain. Just wanted to share that story on the eve of the government having this conference about the unidentified flying aerial phenomenon.
Yeah. Now, I'm about to give you a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Know how you going to feel about it, but I'm going to give you a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think more happened than what you remember. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps maybe you need to look up a hypnosis.
I will do that. I'll do it live.
Yeah. I would hook up with a legit psychologist that practice a psychiatrist that practice hypnosis. A legit person. Because I think more happened than what you remember.
I mean, I know it was something that I can't explain, and I would be willing to entertain that possibility open and wholeheartedly, like, you feel me?
Right. They got a way if you all were abducted, they could take you at one point and bring you back. As far as time is concerned, it has no relativity to it.
Yeah, because us time remained consistent, like no time lapsed. It seemed like just one consistent experience. All I gotta say is when it was hovering over the car, all I had was a feeling in my body of surrender. And that's all I was trying to project, like we ain't no threat. And I felt like it read that because it zoomed up on us for a reason. and it bounced 3 times, and I guess it was like, oh, this ain't no threat, and it zoomed back out to the water. You know what I'm saying? And so I never ever, like, you know, I'm willing to fight to the death. Like, even the bear, if you're gonna eat me, at least I'm gonna try to poke you while you bite me. You feel me? But at that point in my life, I had complete, like a complete feeling of surrender. You know, if you ever can know what that means. Like, I don't think you probably can, because it's something you probably never felt. You know what I'm saying? As a man, we never want to feel no damn complete feeling of surrender. But with this light bouncing in my face, it wasn't shit I could do.
Right. You know about sleep paralysis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, I used to go through hell with sleep paralysis.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when I was about 16, I decided to go with it, to allow it to feel the full effect, because I used to always fight it.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother always told me, plead the blood, plead the blood. I don't know if it's because I believed it, that pleading the blood would make a difference, but that would bring me out.
What is that?
When I plead nothing else, I couldn't say nothing.
What is plead the blood?
Just say the blood of Christ.
Hey, you want to know what's the weirdest, funniest shit that I'm about to say to corroborate that, bro? And it's so weird because I never believed in no power in that Christianity shit. But guess what brought me out of my sleep paralysis when I was a little ass kid? Saying some shit like you just said, saying something like something about Jesus or something. And I would be able to snap out of it. Now at this older age, I felt like that was the thing that I would be able to put enough power into just to snap out of it. If I had anything that I felt that strongly about, I probably could have placed it in that. But at that younger age, yeah, you know about sleep paralysis. You telling me, and my story corroborates yours. So I'm gonna let you continue.
Right. Now, I've got more insight because both of my sons, my daughter did not experience it. Both of my sons, one of my sons is 42, my other son is 25. And I witnessed both of them going through that. As a matter of fact, the one that's 25 still struggles with it. His wife tells me all the time that he wakes up. He listened to me, and so what I did was one time I decided not to plead, but to allow it to happen. And I went through the whole thing. As you know, you feel paralyzed. You feel like there's a presence in the room. The presence that's there comes closer. I saw light in the shape of a being, and it glittered. And if I was to say what it looked like to me,
what color was it? The light.
It was a bright light. That's the only way I can't describe the color.
Mm-hmm. Just the regular color of light.
Yeah, but it was bright.
Mm-hmm.
Like it lit up the whole room. But the object itself still I could see the shape of the object without seeing eyes, nose, and mouth. But I could distinct head, neck, shoulders, arms. And it was glittering, gleaming, sparkling light. And if I was to liken it to something, it would be like the little alien beings with the big head, except it was 7 foot. They were tall.
All right, so you said you seen alien beings with the big head.
What I'm saying is, if I was to describe what I saw, that's what it would look like. The shape of it would look like, except it wasn't 3 feet tall. These things were tall.
Okay.
These things were like 7 foot, 8 foot tall. And this thing literally, I could feel it, the breath of this thing on my face. That's what it was like. I could actually feel the breath on my face to the point that I just yelled out, the blood, the blood, the blood. And I came out of it. But I never allowed myself to do that again. Now, I don't know when in my life, but it's been years since something like that happened. I think maybe sometime in my 40s or 50s, it stopped. And it just stopped all of a sudden.
Well, you know what? Mine stopped at a very, very young age with the sleep paralysis. But I got a whole thing about sleep. It's like I got another life when I go to sleep because I have reoccurring dreams, but then they started happening in succession. Like they started happening and be a continuation. And I'm be like, damn, how is this? How my brain keep continuing this one scenario for my whole life? Like it's hella crazy. But with the sleep paralysis, people, people don't want to, black people especially ain't open with talking about this matter because of one, they don't, not just sleep paralysis, but all of these other things that we are, and I'm glad you're willing to chime in with this discussion today. It's because we got these things about how we will be perceived, our character, but I ain't found a big enough challenge yet. So I want to see somebody try to discredit me on an account that I really fucking had, I beat the brakes off them just like everything else. And even if they can't believe that account, and I don't think it would require that, that's why I never went there. But I'm saying that holds certain people back from having these type of discussions because they think people gonna be like, here go the pseudo and blah, blah, blah. I was willing to sacrifice myself in that regard in order for people to hear what is real. You know what I'm saying? And so,
Yo, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. What's up, G. Lacan?
Yeah, I had a similar story in 2005, and I also had one in October 20th, right, of 2011 in Houston, Texas. I can remember that day because that was the day they killed Gaddafi that morning. That afternoon, around 9 o'clock p.m., I went over my then girlfriend because I got kicked out of my apartment. It was a long story. The cops came, pulled me out like 3 weeks later and claimed that I did something what I didn't do. They later found out I didn't, but they took me to the precinct, booked me. I was locked up for like 2 weeks. Long story, but it's neither there nor there. So I was going to my girlfriend's apartment, who was right in front of me. You know what I'm saying? Like few apartments ahead of me. Few units ahead of me. And I swear to you, around 9 o'clock smash. I don't think it was UFO. I think it was some government shit in Houston was going on. Cause at that time, I believe what was that? The government have that space network, space
Space Force,
NASA. I thought it was NASA doing some crazy shit in the sky, some shit. But look, so what happened was, I'm looking straight ahead and into the sky, and mind you, it's dark. I'm seeing a triangle, and I'm thinking it's birds flocking because I could see several. It looked like several birds in a triangle flopping. And I was like, now I saw those birds, but I'm like, how do birds be glowing like that in the dark? It was like, then the shit. Then
how many birds?
Huh?
How many birds did it look like?
Man, it looked like on both sides, it looked like about 15, like 30. 15 apiece. Right? From a distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I keep looking at it. bro, that shit transformed. Whatever I was looking at transformed into a fucking spaceship.
Huh?
I said whatever I was gazing on, it transformed into now a spaceship. Those what's that shit called? Those planes that look like spaceship.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna let you say it.
B2?
Yeah. You said B2?
B2 stealth?
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
But look, so it formed, and I don't drink or smoke, so y'all forget that shit. That shit formed, and it came towards me, right? I swear to God, I don't believe in. Well, I swear to my ancestor, whatever. I swear on my mama. That shit formed and came towards me. Then it reared to the right and went down a street called Andros in Houston, Texas. So I'm like,
so how high in the sky is it?
Was it?
Yeah, how high in the sky is it when it's coming towards you?
Nigga, that was like damn near less than 100 feet above me.
Did it make?
Well, it was 1,000 feet when I seen the bird shape. Then it came down as over about 100 feet over me. Yeah. Not over me. It came towards me. Then it huh?
Did you hear an engine?
I heard an engine, and it made a noise. And then what was funky? Nobody seemed to hear that noise.
Hey, what the engine sound like?
Was outside. People was outside. But look.
Wait, real quick. I want more details if you don't mind. What the engine sound like?
It sounded to me like gush of water like a gush of water, like force.
Yeah.
Like that.
So the engine made you think of water?
Yeah, for some odd reason, I don't know what. Like a blast of water. I don't know why. But look, so when it made that turn to the right of me, really to the left of me, because it made a right turn, and it's still about 100 feet. So I'm shocked that people outside. I'm shocked it was that low. No one's seen that. But look, so I went in my girl apartment, and I know the object's already gone. But I was like, "Yo, babe, come outside for some odd reason." I'm like, "Come outside, I gotta show you something." Even though I knew the image is gone, she said, "Boy, you crazy? I ain't going outside for you." Because I explained to her how that situation was. Then 30 minutes later, I swear to God, I went back to my apartment because I still had my apartment. I was moving my stuff out and stuff like that to move into her apartment. So I went in my apartment's in the back of her apartment. So I had to walk back. Something told me engage up in the sky again. Nigga, that shit, the image that I seen next, it was shaped like Independence Day UFO, that big ass shape. I mean,
in the what day? Oh, Independence Day. Okay.
Remember that big circular shape? If you watched Independence Day,
Mothership.
Yeah. But look, I was trying to see. It was dark over top of me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to see the edge of it. So in the back of my girl apartment is where the parking lot is. So we outside. So I'm trying to see the edge. And mind you, there's Mexican on the right of me who was outside drinking. They were outside having fun. They ain't seeing the shit I'm seeing. I'm looking up. I'm trying to find the edge of it. And I'm looking at them, even though I never asked them if they're seeing. But goddamn, the shit is big as fuck. How the hell you ain't gonna see shit?
How big is it? And when you look at it this time in the backyard, is it the same height or is it in the how high is it? How big is it?
My dude, it is now. Most buildings are how tall? Like most apartment buildings. That's about what?
I mean, let's say let's give it 15 feet a story just to be generous.
You said 15? Okay.
Let's say 12 feet a story. 12-foot ceilings ain't that bad. So let's just say, for better, just to do the math, say 10-foot stories, just to be fair.
Nah, it was higher than that.
All right, well, 15 feet a story, like each floor. How high you think it is?
I would say just give a gauge. Just say 20, right?
Or a story per story.
Well, you probably, yeah. Well, It's like
All right,
two.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a 2-story building.
Yeah, okay.
So you would say about 15? About 15?
So you're saying the whole building is probably like 30 to 40 feet in the air?
The one my girl. Nah, you right. Yeah, about that. Yeah, the one my girl was in. So anyway, it was about 50 then, about 50 feet.
You trying to tell me it was just at the top of an apartment building height?
I swear to you, it covered the whole. It lowered down. The second image now, it lowered down and
if it was so close that you couldn't see the parameters of it, that's jack close.
So that means you can see detail, right?
I couldn't see the edge of it.
But you can see the details of the underworkings of it then, correct?
Yep, on the underwear, but it was so dark underneath it, like it was a shadow over top of me. So look, when I was trying to see the edge, right? So I started moving closer to where the Mexican was, to my right, and that image made a loud. It's to me, it seemed like it was wondering what the hell I was doing. That image flew over the top of my head, and it made a rocket sound. This sound like a when you go space shuttle, that noise went boom. So it made that noise, and it flew over top of me. And when I look and see where it was going, it went speed of light. I couldn't see the distance where it was traveling. It's like, to me, I really think it was a projector, my nigga. And once you steady, when you look engaged into that sky, whatever. That's my theory. I think the government put a high class, whatever it was, projector in the sky, and whatever you gaze on it, that's what they will program your mind to think program your brain to see what they want you to see. Look, I could be wrong.
Look,
but hold on.
Our government has backward engineered so many spacecrafts.
But look, here's the thing. So I called my best friend was on the bus going home, and I called him up when I seen that spaceship, right? I mean, that big ass UFO. And I'm explaining, because he's a Christian like you, he's a Hebrew Israelite, and he was believing it. I'm like, dude, I was telling him I think it's a government shit. He said, nah, man, when you seeing some UFO? I said, yo, man. So I'm on the phone with him. Then after that rocket thing, I call him after it vanished from my sight. Nigga, I'm on the phone with him explaining what just happened. And I'm looking at the Mexican, they're having a good time partying. They didn't see shit. So I'm not even gonna ask them. For some reason, I don't know why they asked them, because I don't know. But I'm on the phone. Nigga, I seen small UFO shit, right?
What do you mean UFO? It's in the air?
It's in the air, like 4 or 5 of them from the far left of me, right? And it's speeding like some Star Trek shit. I'm like, what the fuck? I say, I'm on the phone. I'm explaining this shit to him. The nigga said, yo, man, you seeing some high tech shit. I said, bro, yo, this shit is unreal. I said, it's like I'm in a dream. So look, my apartment's on the second floor. Like, I mean, you ever seen those apartments where you have to climb the steps outside to get to your apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I had to climb the steps outside to get to my apartment. And when I got on that second, I'm like 15, 20 feet in the air. And I'm looking at these craft that came towards me. And I got a better view.
So you got multiple craft. I'm just trying to get the details. How many you said? 5 or 6 this time? Or did you say a number?
No. I apologize. Few. I see few now. I see 3 of them.
Okay.
They're passed over top of my building, and I'm up and I'm seeing a better look. Smash. Now this I know is a government thing. These 3 craft, there's bushes around behind my apartment. These 3 craft went in towards the bushes and made a big boom sound. That's a big explosion, but I can't see I can't see the explosion in the woods. It didn't make no fire enough. It just disappeared. So that's why I'm thinking it was a government operated shit, because it crashed and didn't make no damn fire or nothing.
So
Or
when
anything.
but you say it crashed because you heard an explosion, or because when it was going
It
was descending like a crash? All three of them?
It was descending like a crash, and I see a big explosion.
All three of them, though?
There was a crash, huh?
You said it was three of them.
Yeah.
They all three descended?
Descended, yup.
And they all three crashed?
And I heard it. Nigga, I heard it. That's the crazy shit. I heard them crashing, and I seen them crashing a big fire. But then after that, everything disappeared. Like it was nothing in the damn woods.
Yeah, man. See, now that's further. That's way further than what I seen. All I seen was some light. You seen some actual. They actually was craft. So keep going. I want to hear more from you.
Now that was my story in 2011. I don't believe that was a actual UFO, unexplained shit from the planet, from different planet, whatever. But look, in 2005, my nigga, this shit had to been real. My nigga.
Hey, we need more black people with stories, or whoever color you are. If you in hip hop and you got stories like this, hit the link. We don't talk about this type of stuff, but go right ahead.
2005, I'm driving in my white Chevy Chrysler that I bought. It was a family car. My grandma gave it to one of my cousins, and my cousin gave it to me. I'm driving, so it's in the family. So I'm driving my Chrysler, and down the block, down the street, heading to my grandmother's house. It's about in the afternoon, about 2:00 in the afternoon. So there's playing the sunshine light, my dude. Why isn't I seeing something hovering over the driver's side? The passenger side, like a ball, like a ball of light, and size, I'll say about 3 feet in diameter, like 3 feet, or maybe a little bit even smaller than that. Hold on. Yeah, maybe a little bit smaller than that, right? And it's hovering. It's not making no noise or nothing. It's like a peaceful type of event that was going on. Like it was hovering there. Then when it see me looking, it would rise back up a little. So there was a house. There was a house that was off the road. So I got into the parking lot of that house, got out of my vehicle so I could see what the hell I'm looking at. So I got out my vehicle, and the image start noticing that I'm looking at it, and it start traveling farther and farther away, as if it was scared, or as if it was knowing that I am looking at this image. I called 911, and I explained I swear to God, I called 911, and I explained what was going on. I said, are y'all having something? Because I always tell them, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I always use that. I don't know why I do that. And I say, I'm seeing this image, and it's traveling eastward. I'm on the east side of Columbus, Ohio, and it's traveling more east, going, traveling east, near Livingston and Bryce. Do you guys see this image on your radar? I don't know if they do or not. I don't know. I was just bringing up. They said, "Well, sir, we they didn't go." The lady went. I don't know. She put me on pause, and she came back. Like 5 minutes later, said, "No, we don't see that in the sky, nothing like that." Now that shit there, that looked real. I don't know what the hell that was, and I don't believe in that. I won't say I won't believe.
So you was driving. You was driving?
I was driving at first.
How many miles per hour?
Huh?
About how many miles per hour?
Bro, I was going, because that was 25 or under. Or what I'm saying?
And it was staying right outside your driver's window?
No, my passenger, and it was hovering over my passengers. I'm looking, I'm like, because it came to my front windshield wipe, right? And I said, what the fuck is that? Then when I look, it traveled more to the passenger side, and I'm looking outside and I'm seeing this ball of light, but it's not making a noise or anything like a beach ball, like. But it was like about 3 feet, you know what I'm saying? And I'm about 3 or 5 feet, I would say. I don't know. No, it wasn't that big. It was about 3 feet. You know what I'm saying? And when I got out, because I park into the nearest house that had a driveway. Once I got into the driveway, I seen the image a lot better. But this time it noticed to me, maybe it noticed to me, it noticed to me, it noticed I was looking at it, and it started traveling away from me. And mind you, this is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm wide awake. It's not like it's in the nighttime. But to me, I didn't feel like it was going to get me or it going to harm me. I just feel a peaceful type of thing about it. And it traveled. Now, when I call, all right, listen. Remember I told you about what I seen in Houston, Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to tell you that when I called 911, guess what it connect me to?
What?
To a UFO operator.
For real? They got that?
I swear I didn't even know one existed. I didn't get the treatment in Columbus, Ohio. But when I was in, it's like when I was in Houston, when I made that call to 911, they direct me to a UFO.
So they see them motherfuckers a lot, huh?
But look, when I talked to the guy, I explained my story, and I asked him, did anybody witness anything similar to what I witnessed? And he replied by saying, sir, all we do is just take information. We don't tell the public if anybody see this or anybody see that. But I was like, damn, I would like to know if I'm crazy or not. And he started busting out laughing. I said, because I don't drink. My old saying, I don't drink, I don't smoke. He's like, well, sir, all we do is just collect information from you, from the public, and no, we don't tell the public, lack of a better word, we don't tell the public, oh yeah, yeah, we seen somebody else had the same experience or something like that. So yeah, so that's my story to it. So
Man, I was off the
hook. Yeah, but that one in Columbus, Ohio, that was real. That was something that was more. It was unexplained. I was trying. The thing I seen those several occasions in Houston, I think that was a government kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the government had something to do with what I was doing too, but I couldn't figure out what. And when I seen it blast into the sky and go supernova and then seem to not be there no more, I thought it went to outer space. And so
what year was that?
1998.
Well, you know the same thing happened at O'Hare.
What?
Airport.
What happened?
And that was just a couple of years ago. It was a UFO sighting at the Chicago O'Hare airport. Everybody saw it. Even they dispatched jets. It was over a hangar 15. And it went straight up from over hangar 15 without sound in seconds. And when it went out, it like left a shape, a round dish shape in the sky, as if like it burst through something. And everybody seen it. They dispatched, I want to say 2 F-17s, 18s, whatever those.
Hey, Smash, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Whatever those Air Force jets are. And everybody at the airport saw it. They couldn't deny what it was. Now, America, ever since 1945, 37, 38, Roswell, they've been backward engineering these crafts that they recovered throughout the years. So they got to test flight these things. If they are recreating these things.
Yeah, they said that in the U.S. Congress hearing yesterday. They said
Right.
they had a whole division on that. Yep, yep.
Right. So it's really hard to tell the difference from when it's stuff that we backward engineer or if it's actually alien stuff.
So let's talk about that. Now, when we say alien, we still talking about technology that is not of this earth, but we not really trying to identify no particular beings or whatever. But I'll be willing to have that discussion too. If there's a person who said they seen some type of other type of being, I want to hear about it because it ain't no show where black people talk about that shit.
I can speculate what I think it is, and it goes back to benevolent and malevolent entities that exist. Whether we call them angels or aliens. They are things that are not of this world or dimension that exist beyond our imaginations. I believe the story of the resurrection of Christ is true. And I know he just didn't go up out of space. Whatever he ascended to, I believe there was a craft that was there waiting on him as he went up. Just like in Beam Me Up, Scotty. I believe that.
You got some new teachings.
That was a craft in Kings. They came in the chapter of Kings. I think it's 2 Kings, chapter 17, that picked up Elijah and took Elijah up out of here. I believe the same thing happened to Enoch, and I believe the same thing happened to Moses. I believe in the Mount of Transfiguration that Moses and Elijah were beamed down to the earth as Christ went up on that mountain, and the disciples watched. Those three, the same disciples, watched and saw. And they said what they saw, and it was accurate. When Christ transfigured, and he became like a light being. And there appeared Moses and Elijah with him. I believe that. I believe that there's a good force out there that exists as well as a bad force. And the bad force can copy everything that the good force can do.
Let me ask you a question. You think the realm of good and evil as as brought to us by theology is universal? You mean like good and evil is on Mars?
Been on Mars. There's evidence on Mars that some type of nuclear war, some type of war took place. And there was a civilization on Mars that's no longer, that either was almost obliterated, if not completely obliterated.
All right, let me ask in a different way to get a different answer. I'm saying, do you think there's good and evil in the animal kingdom? Like when a snake needs to eat a rat, which one is evil and which one is good?
Oh, no, I don't think in the animal kingdom that exists. I just think the laws of that competition of life exists. I don't think nothing kills except for survival.
So then think about it. If some aliens was coming to this earth to take our resources, are they evil?
Yeah, I don't believe they're coming to take our resources.
But suppose they were to come into like, because they ran out of water and they need something that's in the water, and they taking the water off Earth. Are they evil?
Anything right that's coming right that would be against us eventually. If it comes to the point that they would have to annihilate us in order for their survival, they would have to be that in that case, they would have to be evil.
So yeah, the concept of evil got a point of view of something trying to hurt the person. I mean, whatever it is, anything trying to hurt you is evil. Right?
Right. Well,
but evil don't exist without mankind. Then,
yeah, if it comes down to like their survival of the fittest, I don't think that's necessarily evil.
But survival of the fittest isn't a universal concept. That's something that came out of Darwinism and stuff. It may be true in evidence, but survival of the fittest is more evil than everything. Because why would you make some beings that can't survive and then they die off because they can't survive?
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. I think whenever, like, if you're trying to kill me and I kill you instead, I don't think that's evil. Even though I wind up killing you, I wouldn't be doing it if you wouldn't be trying to kill me. Now, if you're trying to kill me in order for you to survive, I think that's evil. If there's another means that you can survive without killing me, but you just taking advantage of the opportunity, getting rid of me as a species so that your species can live.
But still, so you saying they evil, then I would say we have to reconcile those. We have to reconcile whatever alien differences we find with another species as not in the realm of theology, because it's already going out of everything theology gave us. Theology and gave us no answers for that. Like, so we got to assess it to where they're not probably evil and they're not probably good. They might got some other demands in their realm that's just going to render us just, the byproduct of what they trying to do. Like, we might get hurt by them trying to get more things, or we might get help by them trying to get more things. But I'm just saying, I'm trying to just think about it.
Yeah. This is the way I think of it. Now, I'm not saying I'm absolutely right, but this is the way I think of it. I believe there's an intelligence out there that exists that want to see us strive and become the best we can become. And I believe there's an element out there that is opposed to us. For whatever reason, they are opposed. And our end is their survival. Our absolute destruction is their reward. I believe that.
Well, it's like that on the food chain. You know what I'm saying? Like anything that's...
I believe it's deeper than the food chain. I believe it's more intelligent than the food chain. Like, a lion with killing antelope to live, to survive. I would not consider that evil. Okay? Yeah. I would not consider that.
But the antelope would, though. That's what I'm saying.
The animal would?
If it could, it would.
Yeah, but see, I don't think an animal thinks on that line.
Yeah, I know they don't, but I'm saying evil is something that is then, I mean, mankind has to exist for the concepts of good and evil to exist. If mankind died...
The charcoal painting. It's liquid charcoal.
Oh, you behind you? Oh, that look nice. Them paintings, both of them look nice. You're a good artist. Let me ask you, though, if mankind ceased to exist, would good and evil still be here?
I think good and evil can exist without mankind. Yeah.
I don't think they could.
You don't?
No, I think that's a concept of man, and inside of that concept, we come up with the kings of good and the kings of evil, and this is how we get God and how we get God and the devil. But if all humans died, dinosaurs didn't do nothing good or nothing evil.
I don't know if dinosaurs ever existed.
All right, or just think if just take humans out the equation, good and evil is all out of the universe completely.
I think is good and evil exist outside of this realm of possibility, right?
You won't be able to cite an instance of good or evil that don't require human interaction.
Not scientifically, no.
So yeah, we just thought of those concepts. No, it's not. We ain't in the beliefs. We just trying to figure out how we do it. I ain't in your personal. I'm just thinking more like, because I can't think of one either. Outside of, I can't think of no examples of good and evil that don't require human interaction.
If you go underneath hypnosis, and it's discovered underneath hypnosis, that more happened in your event than what you can recall. Like say you were taken aboard a craft, you were stripped naked, your body was probed, the worst. A device was planted somewhere in your body that they could keep track of you. And every now and then they come back and take you out of your bed without you knowing it, without your consent. Would that be good or evil?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I got past reconciling, and that's that. In my personal thing, I wouldn't have wanted to happen. So I know the things that I don't want to happen is evil. So check this out. Noise is only qualified by sounds you do not want to hear. There is not no real definition of noise either. So it kind of worked like that with evil. Some of the things come from our perspective. Any sound, noise is simply a sound you don't want to hear. It can be beautiful music. You see what I mean? And so
you don't want to hear this noise.
Exactly, and that's why white people call our music noise. They used to a lot of time.
You talking about hip hop?
Yeah, exactly. And so if we think about that with good and evil, it's kind of like the same thing. Some of these things require a human to even put it out there. Sounds in the universe couldn't be called noise if a human wasn't saying they didn't want to hear them. You know what I'm saying?
Know that Apollo claims while they were on the backside of the moon, they heard music.
Hold on. I thought nobody was ever been on the backside of the moon.
Well, they haven't been on it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, what's up, Kyle?
The spacecraft that stayed in orbited the moon, while while the two, Bud and Mitchell, were on the moon. The other astronaut, the third one, was in the craft, and he was constantly orbiting the moon. And while he was around the backside of the moon, they had to wait for him to come back around before they could communicate with him. He said while he was around on the backside of the moon, he heard music. And they are having a conversation, Bud and him and Mitchell. Do they hear it? Because they were able to hear what the guy that circled the moon was able to hear. And they were saying, yeah, it's a weird sound of whistling. It sounds like music, but they couldn't put their minds to actually describing it. So they were saying, they was hoping that NASA wasn't hearing it. And if NASA was hearing it, they was wondering what NASA was thinking. But it only happened while the craft was going around the backside of the moon.
I never heard of that, but I'm going to look it up. What's up with Kyle?
Yeah, what up, bro? How y'all doing?
Nothing, having a pseudo Fridays.
Well, I'm gonna come pick this up.
Nah, it ain't nothing. I'm saying the pseudo, and I trust my brother's accounts too. But I'm just opening up the floor to talk about stuff we never talk about because
let me say, I've never seen a UFO or an AP whatever they want to call aerial phenomena. I've never seen that.
Yeah, I had one good experience, but I'm opening up the floor for people who have or just to get comments on this type of discussion because of the hearing they had yesterday to declassify a lot of information. What's up with what's your perspective, Kyle?
No, I mean, I was in the chat. I agree. I personally think that I have an experience with orbs in the sky as well. Mine came about maybe a decade ago. I mean, I still remember like it was yesterday. You know, I can't say what they were. I don't still to this day don't know what they are. So I don't want to proclaim nothing and it end up being a shooting star or a meteor. And I look dumb, but I just feel like it wasn't the way it was moving and the way it was able to. Well, because it was like
Nah, you got to explain the incident that we all been going in. Tell us how it went down.
Tell us what happened, and then we decide.
Man, I don't want to get classified as pseudo, so I don't want to keep.
Nah, I already sacrificed myself, but we just keeping it a buck. Oh, we ain't saying. Look, this is the thing for the community to know. We not saying the results of what we observed. I never told nobody what it was. I just said what I seen, and we should at least be allowed to do that. And it's good and entertaining. So if you choose to, let us know what happened.
Yeah. No, I mean, like just like to kind of sum it up. Like I thought I was looking at like because I used to live out in a place called Lawrenceville. It's like really kind of like a secluded area. So like out there, you get to see all the stars in the sky. It ain't like living in a city. And I was just driving home from work one day, and I saw something that I thought was like a meteor or a shooting star across the sky, and it got my attention. But then it was like multiple of them. And normally, you know, they'll be moving a little bit slower from what I've seen in my past, and it was just kind of moving real fast, and it came to like a standstill, and they kind of all dropped down to like the I would probably think, just looking back at it and thinking about it, they probably moved away from me, but it took them to the horizon, and it made them seem lower than what they were. And then they zoomed back. I don't know if they was going across the sky or coming up and down, because like I think they was coming up and down, they would become bigger, but like the lights were still the same size. I was confused as hell. At that point, I was still smoking weed heavy. I thought I was for just tripping, and you know, so I just kind of washed it away into one of them I'm tripping moments.
But the light stayed the same size as they came from. That's the same experience. But keep going. That's weird. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I was driving too, so I couldn't like get my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like I was driving, looking on the road, and trying to see what the hell was going on at the same time. But it was definitely a weird experience. I mean, it ain't never like a doubt in my mind that I saw lights in the sky. I just don't know what they were, and I can recall the movements. I can recall the road I was on when I saw them. I was on 316 in Lawrenceville, Georgia, trying to get back to my house, and that shit blew my mind.
Yo, what up? What up, Smash? What you doing this morning, man? You going pseudo on this?
I'm having hella fun.
You stupid as hell, bro.
I decided to put myself out of there instead of keep beating people up. I don't want to do that. Let's give them some ammo. Say that I'm lying. And go on and do a show. Say I'm lying about this. Look at him. He said he's seeing lights.
Yeah.
Nah.
But I do want to add one more thing, though, Smash, because it's a misconception that we only see one side of the moon. That's not necessarily accurate. It's contextual. What I mean by that is the moon rotates at a slower rotation than the Earth does, and we're tightly locked to that moon. So when the moon rotates, it is right about at 28 days. That's the cycle of the moon. So when we are doing our rotation and it's rotating as well, we only get to see one side of that moon based on the phases of that moon.
Right.
But if you move to China, then you will see another face of that moon, and then you will have a permanent backside from there as well. So it's a contextual thing.
Man. So
Nah, hold on, Sabio. Miss Tiffany asked a very good question. And I think she was just asking it out of the, we at the age where we should be comfortable sharing any type of stories. But she asked, do y'all think people should keep these stories to themselves? What would be the best thing? And Sabio said yes, so I'm going to let you speak on that and why you think that.
Because when you put some of these stories out there, like, sometimes they can be your personal experiences. And personal experiences are personal experiences. They don't speak for the rest of humanity. So what you do is you open the door for people to force anything into that realm. So now anything becomes possible. So because you had an experience with sleep paralysis or something that you can't explain, now everything unexplainable can be thrown into the pot.
Nah, I feel you, but notice what really happened. He shared an experience with sleep paralysis, and I was able to say that I've had one that was exactly similar to his.
Yeah, I'm not talking about. I understand that the sleep paralysis experience, but I'm talking about all the extra shit that comes along afterwards. You know, the aliens, the gods,
Oh, that's cool on my
spirits,
channel.
all that,
This is
all
why
that
my
extra.
channel gonna grow because I'm gonna allow more. It ain't
But
no, you know.
I hear you. But what I'm saying is, when does reality actually take precedent over the spiritual or the esoteric shit that are personal experiences that everyone's not having? You see, if these were personal experiences that was been had on a massive scale, then it'll be something to talk about. But these
So,
are individual experiences. So it's
so
kind
I
of
think
like,
you're messing it up because most time when you witness the phenomenon, it ain't. If everybody witness it, then it wouldn't be. You know,
Let me
it,
ask
it, it
Sabio
wouldn't
a
be a big
question.
thing.
Let me ask Sabio a question.
Mm-hmm.
In 1997, the Phoenix Lights, thousands of people saw what happened in Arizona, even the governor, and he tried his best to dismiss it. He tried his best to walk the line like the government told him to, make a joke out of it. And he lost his position as governor because of it, because the people wasn't having it. Everybody saw those lights line up in the pyramid position of Orion's belt, and then in the planetary system of the 9 planets of our system. And then one took off like, really it's not 9, it's only 8 planets. I mean, they were displaying
in
a lot of
1997, I
stuff
was
in
in
the sky.
California. How come I didn't see it?
Hold on. Sometimes people don't get the witnesses, Sabio. That don't mean so. Just because you ain't had an experience yet, don't mean you won't have one.
So, but I was in 19, and I was there during this experience that he's talking about on the West Coast in California.
I was too. I didn't see it either. That don't mean.
No, they saw it in Phoenix. They didn't see it in California.
Okay.
They saw it in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, that's kind of like saying the
You can
president.
still look it up to this day.
Yeah, that's kind of like saying the president came to your city, and just because you didn't see him,
He didn't
it doesn't
come.
mean that he didn't come to your city, because you got other verifiable first-hand testimony that's vouching for this, and you have the routes and everything, and like that's what they're saying about the West Coast event. Like you have thousands of people. Like how can thousands upon thousands of people coordinate such a huge lie that don't have any relation to each other? That's kind of strange. You gotta look at certain things like that to falsify your claim or your stance.
And then you can look at how the government respond to it by lying and saying that it was flares. When you can look at it and see that it wasn't flares.
Well, that whole thing yesterday was about the cover up.
Right.
So they definitely been trying to cover up things that they didn't know about, but just not for the America to look vulnerable, so to speak. Because if we start thinking that it's something in the world that we ain't got control over, cats will stop paying taxes and all kind of shit.
But not only that, man, what would that say about oil and gas? It would make it obsolete, because these things ain't using oil and gasoline.
If aliens did come, UFOs presented themselves and made themselves known, are you gonna pay your taxes that same year?
Man, I'm not gonna go ain't even coming over here.
I'm just saying.
Coming to our planet.
But I'm talking about some pseudo scenarios. It's Fun Friday. Stop tripping, Sabio. Don't be so rigid. I know you got an imagination.
I'm having fun too.
Oh, so you got an imagination. Suppose. Go ahead.
The reason I say aliens didn't come here is because if they're watching us, they're observing us, and they're like, these people on this planet don't even know how to get along. They're destroying the planet, destroying themselves. We don't want to do nothing. We don't want anything to do with these people.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm just thinking about controlling the society in the unconscious of some foreign thing from another world. Are you gonna be? What rules get through out the window once that happens? You know, a lot of them will by nature. It's like a lot of theological people, a lot of priests is gonna stop being preachers because it never said nothing about that in the Bible. So, what other effects you think that type of thing will have on society?
None. People either gonna do what they do or they gonna try to become an alien.
It's gonna be hella anarchy. Cat's gonna be like, why am I going to work?
Right.
Wouldn't we pay more into the government because we need more research to develop the technology to compete?
I need all my money.
Extraterrestrials.
I
can't give the government no money.
That's a good one, Rasan. And some people will take that philosophy, and the government might even say that too. Look, they here. We need 50% taxes now.
I need it more than you need it. I gotta get out of here. I gotta buy me some guns. I gotta arm my family, man. I ain't got no time to get.
Man, none of that's gonna work. I'm trying to set up the first interstellar truce, bruh. I'm gonna be like, come on. Like if they listening right now, they need to hover right over my shit, zoom me up, and let me get it popping.
See, you sound like them white folk. I'm running.
Send me a beam to smash. I'm trying to
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Kyle. I'm gonna say, go snatch Kyle.
The opposite direction.
Nah, man.
You got Yahweh, so you good. You covered.
Y'all crazy, man.
Well, it's fun. I'm glad that y'all.
Yahweh is the biggest. Yahweh is the biggest alien out here.
What's Sanchez at? Somebody said, call me Smash Sanchez. I'm gonna really get Sanchez in here talking about some aliens on y'all. Y'all gonna be mad. Now Volley Hebrew got a story. Shout out to the brothers who donating to this, because y'all was gonna leave me out there looking ancient. At least y'all contributed and helped me out. I appreciate y'all.
Hey, Smash.
Precursor that was high.
What's up, Russell?
I don't have a UFO story. I only got a sleep paralysis story. So I've been having sleep paralysis since I was real young, and it's always been. It's normally been the same thing. I'm laying down. I can see everything in the room, but I can't move. But I can see everything in the room, and a figure, a humanoid figure, is walking to me. It's shadowy. I can't put a face to it. I'm definitely not saying it's alien because it seems more like a female or like a woman, and then it's like they trying to communicate with me, but I can't hear them. So it seems like what I felt like, and I've had this repeatedly. I felt like they were trying to, because I couldn't communicate with them. I wasn't understanding them. They were trying to. It's like they were hitting me in my head almost to a certain degree because I wasn't understanding what they was trying to communicate with me or whatever. And I've had this several times. So, and I've had sleep paralysis in different locations, not just in my mom's house or my father's house or my house. It might have been other houses too. Are
you still having them today?
The last time I've had sleep paralysis, it was more recent than far ago. You know, I want to say last year or two or something like that. But it used to be more frequent than that. It used to be way more frequent than that. And the difference is I'm 42. The difference is now is I work a night shift. I've been working a night shift for over almost 6 years. So that's one thing that's changed it. Now, on the same note, my father started working a night shift when he was young. And he said ever since then, he's not been able to sleep straight through the night. And my father, way more. The difference is I'm 42. The difference is now hold on. My father says that my father feels that in our blood that we have an ability to communicate with something. I don't know what. We can't say what. You know what I'm saying? But something. You know, my father's in the Star Society. So, you know, he's religious. So he feels that, you know, he can communicate with spiritual beings or whatnot. I don't feel the same way. What I will say is this about I will say this: one more last experience. I went to the Success Society back in 2010. I never joined, but I went to see what they were practicing. So we did a group meditation. We sitting in chairs and we meditating. And even when I've ever meditated before, I had the experience. I just didn't know what was going on. So when you read Raul Neferami's book, he tell you to know that you're in trance, or in that I think it's the delta or gamma state of awakening, sleep or whatever state of being. You get certain signs. So you in the signs you in trance, you feel like you might be tipping over or leaning a certain way or something like that, or your temperature rising. Well, when I was meditating with the Star Assess Society, I kept feeling like I was sitting in a metal chair, and I kept feeling like my body, my upper half bent over. So I asked the Shechem, the sister, I asked her, I said, I think I was doing something wrong. I said, I kept feeling like I kept feeling like I kept feeling like excuse me.
I don't know.
Your mic went out, Russ. Oh, he muted himself for something else.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
So I said I kept feeling like I was leaning forward. She said, "You never moved. You stayed in the chair." So I basically had one of those signs that he said in the book. He's like, if you feel like you're tipping over or falling or something like that, that's a sign that you are in a trance state, basically. And that's what he described it as. Those are all my experiences I can briefly give y'all, and that's about it.
Have you ever while you was in sleep paralysis, have you ever allowed yourself to experience the whole thing without getting scared and waking up?
Yeah, I have.
I fought it.
And what happened?
I only fought it.
Huh?
And when you let yourself go to experience it, what happened?
All right, so this might be a weird experience.
I just end up waking up, basically. I just end up waking up.
Let's hear about.
Yeah, I woke up but I had on my body I had physical like signs of like when you dream sometimes you wake up you be like in a cold sweat, and I woke up I was cold sweat, my heart was beating out my chest, I could barely breathe, and like the things that I was experiencing in sleep paralysis was it was relative to how I felt after I woke up, but the difference is it was just like things that I was seeing and things that I was experiencing wasn't no longer there, but I still had the physical signs in my body of my body reacting to my mind going to that place.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What's good, family? What's good?
How you doing now, Valley Hebrew? Long time no see.
You already know. Peace to the elder.
Peace to you, brother.
Peace to you. Peace to you. Hey, yeah, but in fact, elder, and I know how you ain't catch that. I think you should have been brought to the table that the scriptures been talking about these UFOs.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't say nothing when Smash said the priests. Because the Bible is full of.
Yes,
I mentioned Ezekiel. I meant Elijah. I didn't mention Ezekiel. But the Bible is full of incidents.
Oh, what did I say about the priest? I want to remember.
You will see religious people will give it up.
You see what I
Oh, yeah.
They won't be able to reconcile.
Oh, just some of our black religious people. No, this is good, Sabio. And so, listen, the one thing you're going to learn, I'm probably a little bit older than you. People never going to see you the way you think they see you, nor they going to ever see you the way you want them to see you. So no matter how you try to give a public stance against what you perceive as pseudoisms going on, it's still people going to perceive you as pseudo, no matter how hard you try not to. So just, chill.
It's a clear and detailed description and story of these crafts, because if you even look in the scriptures, when the children of Israel was in the desert, and the Lord of hosts came down to the tent and sat there.
Right.
And then it says how the children of Israel will go and move according to what this pillar did. It became a pillar of fire at night for them and a pillar of
cloud
by day for them. And it said wherever this pillar rested, the children of Israel will stop and rest.
Now, that's a look. I just want to add, I had a battle I did to respond to Eminem, and I wanted it to be all theological. So I wrote a bar over that part. But what I said was, I'm rap God, I hover over your tabernacle. So remember, in that line in the Bible, they talking about hovering over the tabernacle. Remember? I said, I told him, I'm rap God, I hover over your tabernacle. The battle rap should have sat him back on your Adam's apple. You feel me?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, you called for that, bro.
Because possibly I got something I might be able to show. I just remember, I do got a picture of Apostle UFO. It's on my phone. How would I get this picture and be able to show it right now? It's on my phone.
Wait a minute, you got a picture of who, and how would you?
I have a picture of a UFO.
Oh, okay.
You can email it. You can email it to yourself. An email, and then log in your email, and then pull up that image with your computer that you own, or you could Bluetooth cast it from your device. Depends on what kind.
Are you on an Android?
Yeah, I'm on a.
Look in the upper right hand corner of the photo and see if you see 3 buttons or a share button. In the upper right hand corner, they should give you some share options of the photo. It might look like this little one network, which one dot going to connected to 2 dots.
Look at Smash doing tech support live, man. Okay.
You hella fun. I'm gonna try to be like y'all. Y'all inspired me.
Move to archives.
You don't see no share?
No, I don't have.
Oh, okay. Well, Android, mine's has share. My bad.
Yeah, but I could possibly email it to myself. I got 4 pictures. The reason why I didn't want to go, because I sent it to Move On. And whatever the object is, it's next to the sun. I couldn't see it with my natural eye. I had an impulse. I told my wife to pull over, and with my Android phone, I took a picture of the sun. I was able to transfer that to my laptop a while ago, but I no longer have that laptop. And I was able to blow it up and look at it. I sent it to Move On.
Man, all right. I want to ask y'all this. Did I cut you off or was you finished?
No, I'm just saying I sent it to Move On, and Move On gave me a lame thing about is a flashlight. The light from the flash and my camera cost it. But the problem is this object got right angles, man.
I was just about to mention that, Smash.
I want to see what y'all say.
So gotta start speaking Hebrew.
This is the fun. Now, this is something I seen hella long time ago, right?
Man.
This is this dude called himself Prophet Yahweh. And he used to say he could summon the orbs in the sky. Now, that's the craziest shit I ever seen. And people was like, oh, just as pseudo as it sound, right? So why did ABC News go to visit him to debunk him? And guess what he did?
He did it?
Summons the orb on the news. This way before drones, this way before everything. And I'm about to show you it. You're going to laugh. Oh, can y'all hear that audio?
No.
All right, hold on. Now, I always thought this was crazy pseudo, but I was like, how did he do? But first he was just on YouTube, and people were saying he was fake as hell. So the news ran up on him, and he did it on the news, like y'all called me fake. And then the newsman was like, what's that in the air? And they start showing it with the camera. Watch this.
And who claims he can summon UFOs on command. Pretty wild. So we sent Action News reporter Mike Delastrito to get the real story. But what he found shocked everyone and could leave you wondering, are UFOs real?
Now, hold on. You just see the headline, but we're going to get to it. They really had the orb that, hold on. I don't think y'all can hear me, but YouTube can. Let me see. Can y'all hear me in the Zoom?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. They really had the orb that he summons on tape. So since we be like throwing everything away and discrediting it with terms, but this shit on the news and now the government coming out saying things like this is real, I just want to look at this again.
Check it out, Mike.
All right, guys, just listen up here. This guy says the Old Testament, written in Hebrew, taught him how to summon UFOs. All right, he says he can also do this on command, and he adds he's been doing it for 25 years, keeping all of it secret until now.
These beings are here. They are here. They're just sitting right up there.
We met up with Prophet Yahweh, seer of Yahweh, at Doolittle Park off Lake Mead. We picked the day, we picked the time, and we picked the location.
Everyone's going to think you're absolutely nuts. Well, I thought I was absolutely nuts.
Until he says he saw UFOs. Over the years, 1,500 of them.
Can we make it 1,501 today? What do you think? I'll try it.
He says the voice in his head told him to go public now. So we took him up on his offer, and we scanned the skies. Nothing but a few clouds. When the prophet started praying for a sighting, I wasn't exactly convinced.
I pray, oh Yahweh, that you send a sighting so that they know that I am not mentally ill. I am not a false prophet, like those who seek to kill me say I am.
I think something straight up.
Oh, brother, look here, there it is.
You can barely see it, a white speck. Then another sighting.
There it is, I got it.
Now, let me stop right now. Let me ask y'all, is the news trying to get some views back before views was a thing? Do we just throw this all the way out and just be like, man, that's pseudo? I want to hear from Sabio in particular.
Hey, that looks like that's kind of like what I saw though, but like the thing that I saw because it was in the nighttime sky, it looked kind of like yellowish green reflecting, but that could also be because this is the daytime sun versus the nighttime sun.
How we know he don't have somebody on the other side somewhere with the mirror?
Bro, you see what is it gonna reflect off of? In order to be so what is the mirror reflecting off of in the sky?
He's reflecting something. There's something that made that. And it's not no alien.
Hold on. I know we ain't tripping. We not coming to the conclusion that's an alien. We first trying to figure out is this a what? I don't know. But this is what I'm saying. What are the probabilities?
You ain't been paying your time, Hold up. You see, here go the stupid question. What am I scared of? All right. Watch this. Hold up. All I'm finna say is the people that believe in Zeus right now today. Stop! Don't nobody interrupt me, because there's some people right now today who believe that Zeus is their God. Is God.
That's not what we doing though.
Hold up. All I'm saying is that people can believe anything the fuck they want to believe until there's evidence for that belief. I'm not holding on to it. So that could be anything.
But notice how your response.
Have an explanation for it.
We hear you, Savio. But look, let's just do it real quick and say, Rick Apostle. Look, we all just looking at a video from ABC News that they was trying to discredit somebody, and they said they chose the day they self and they chose the time. So he couldn't set up no spooky stuff.
And
the location. And this is ABC News Channel 13. And the newscaster saying no. After he did it, shit start popping up in the air. Now you saying he had mirrors. Now I'm a logical man and I know how.
He could have a team set up with him.
All of that's fine.
He called himself a prophet Yahweh. So that means he has a cult.
See, I'm not with none of that. I'm not tripping off him what he called himself. He's just attributing what he's doing to something he believes in. But I'm asking, did things... So let's let the news say it, because you're going to make it saying that I said it popped up in the air. But let's let him finish, huh? Let's let him finish, though. Hold on, real quick. Who's about to say something?
Yeah, I want to say, I knew Prophet Yahweh personally.
Oh, you knew him? So you're going to be able to tell us more about him.
Yeah.
I'm going to let...
in the video, I'll tell you more.
Word up. And like I said, I'm not tripping off the theology that he attributes it to. I'm more or less just like, tell me what's going on this news show. As men, we only got a few logical answers. It's a fake pulled off by ABC, or it's a fake pulled off by Prophet Yahweh. And then if we start examining it as a fake pulled off by Prophet Yahweh, we got to go down a logical recourse. How, if any of us wanted to fake this, how will we pull it off? So this the thing. They appear in the sky after he does the thing. It ain't like you see it ascend from the earth and then go up there. So a balloon on a string type thing won't even work. So if we do look at the video and
past so many goalposts and stop,
you're gonna get your turn to say what you think. But I was just asking us to examine it from those type of perspectives, not whether Yahweh got something to do with it or not. That's all I'm saying.
And I say be prepared to back it up with evidence to disprove. Since he needs evidence to prove it.
It's so many stop signs and goalposts that have been ran past that the first question.
Other than that, you just in denial, bro.
I'm in denial. You see, now I'm in denial.
Nah,
all gods exist.
Nah, we're not doing gods right now. That's you messing it up.
This is what I'm finna say. Every god that man ever created, that ever existed, that we can think of exists.
All right, that could be cool.
Tiamat and Nana, Marduk,
Savio, just feel me. That ain't what we talking about, brother, though. We just observing now they call it what is it now? UAPs, bro. Unidentified aerial phenomenon. And this is something that happened on the news. And so I know we like to discredit shit, but it get harder when we see it like this. And so let's work to either discredit or credit it after we see it, but let's let it finish.
Just listen up here. This guy says the Old Testament written in Hebrew taught him how to summon UFOs. All right, he says he can also do this on command, and he adds he's been doing it for 25 years, keeping all of it secret until now. These beings are here. They're here. They're just sitting right up there.
We met up with Prophet Yahweh, seer of Yahweh, at Doolittle Park off Lake Mead. We picked the day, we picked the time, and we picked the location.
Everyone's going to think you're absolutely nuts. Well, I thought I was absolutely nuts.
Until he says he saw UFOs. Over the years, 1,500 of them.
Can we make it 1,501 today? What do you think? I'll try it.
He says the voice in his head told him to go public now. So we took him up on his offer, and we scanned the skies. Nothing but a few clouds. When the prophet started praying for a sighting, I wasn't exactly convinced.
I pray, oh Yahweh, that you send a sighting so that they know that I am not mentally ill. I am not a false prophet, like those who seek to kill me say I am.
I see something straight up.
Oh, brother, look at it. There it is. Look at it.
You can barely see it, a white speck. Then another sighting.
There it is. I got it.
Photojournalist Jonathan Hawkins locks in on it. Let's take a closer look here. It's an orange sphere that appeared out of nowhere. I call the boss with an unexpected change in my story.
I can see it clear as day.
So let's stop. Hold on, let me see something. So he said right here, he stopped and got on the damn phone and called his boss like, yo, this is turning from a debunking into a credibility because some shit just popped in the sky. Now, Savio, you can show us how, I mean, again, I only deal with logic. I can't figure out how you can fake some shit like this. And the thing you said about mirrors is childish. Why don't you go grab a mirror, aim it at the sky, and see if it's going to reflect off the damn sky?
He could have
Let me tell you what he said. What prophet said during this incident.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to give you my background. So I knew Prophet Yahweh for several years. And I was, like, during the course of his career on calling down or summoning on demand UFOs, I was there. Not physically there because he lived in Vegas at the time. But he eventually came to New York and we linked up. But this particular incident, Prophet went out on a limb. Okay, he went out on a limb and he did his calling the UFO, and he was shocked. Now this happened right by Nellis Air Force Base. So they had to the news crew had to notify the military that they were going to do this, expo right on their, their backyard, in their backyard. Prophet was totally stunned that it happened, and you could tell by
after he finished. Can I share my screen?
Yeah. Okay. So let me just give you this quick breakdown, and then you'll understand the nature of what he was doing. So it happened, but the thing is, was it real? Because the military was there. It is possible, and Prophet acknowledged that to me, that it was possible that the military did it. They were watching him because he was, at the time, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Prophet Yahweh, but during that year, I think that happened in 2009, around that time, he was really popular on the internet. So he was like a buzz. So even the military, that's where he lived in Las Vegas, even they knew about it. Now, let me give you his career. So Prophet has been doing this for a while, right? So he confided in me because I asked him, I said, yo, Prophet, are these real? So he told me straight up, he said that he faked the UFO summonings, right? And I asked him, I said, well, why would you do that? And his answer was to give Israel hope. Now, this is how he did it. So he had the cell phone in his pocket, right?
I'm so glad. Hold on. You was just watching my show by coincidence, bro?
Say it again?
So how long have you been watching my show?
On and off, I would say about 10 times I've watched your show.
Damn, this is a wonderful coincidence because I never talk about shit like this. And I never heard nobody who could actually debunk what he was doing. So I want to hear this.
Okay. So this is how he was doing it. So Prophet had at the time he was married to his wife Angelina. That was her name, right? So what he would do is he would communicate with her, right? So she would be at a distance, maybe about a mile away. Their phones were on. So when he started to do the summoning, she would hear that as a cue, and she would release the metallic balloons. So this is how he used to do it.
Hey, look, see, I said, now if it was a balloon on a string, you remember? So here's the question. So the people who was being fooled was fooled by a metallic balloon. They didn't see the rate of ascension and start thinking that it was a ascending balloon. Like, that's hella dumb.
And first of all, you got to remember, like the brother said, he said they had to notify the Air Force that they were on their property. If you look around, you got kids playing, mamas running around. So then people had to notify the Air Force too that they was coming to play in the park.
No, I'm with your account, brother. Like, I believe you, but I'm trying to see how many dumb people got fooled by that. But y'all need to notice what he just said. You also said in the video we just watched that ain't what happened, correct?
Right. That's correct. That's not what happened. He was surprised. He told me he was shocked because he didn't plan with his wife to do it. He went out on a limb because he believed in the UFOs. He had seen sightings himself, and on occasion, when he did do a summoning, they did appear to him. That's his account. They did appear, but because they didn't appear often enough for him, he then did the thing himself.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He didn't have time to allow a balloon
So hold on.
fly up that high.
This is the craziest shit. So what you saying is he would fake them, and then they tried to debunk him, and the shit really happened by accident?
Yes, exactly. But I don't think it was by accident.
But I thought he just said his wife heard him and he had his phone on. And his wife
but he
heard
said not at the time when not when the news came, not when the news came.
She could have released the balloon at the time she started flying, and then that balloon got up in the sky. Like
Listen, Apostle, he's saying on other events that's what they would do. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about on that event. There's no way that a balloon would have got up like that when he started praying. If she would have released it, it wouldn't have got that high.
And then like think about this. The brother said the military knew about this. They had to contact the military because they was in their backyard or something. So when I'm looking at the video, I'm seeing kids playing, mamas throwing softballs. And so if they had to
contact the military just to go out there and pray. I wonder what everybody else had to do.
Well, I got that picture I'm
makes no
talking
sense,
about.
man.
I got the picture
And
on
then,
that.
hold on. And then furthermore, you telling me the brother gonna pull you to the side, somebody he only known a couple years, and tell you, yeah, I'm a fake prophet. What?
Yeah, no, wait. Hold on. I knew Prophet Yahweh intimately, okay? And I'm not the only one that he confided this, he confided that he was doing this. The reason, the reasoning behind him doing that is because he believed in his mind that this is what Israel needed. They needed hope. So he believed that the UFOs were real, but it's just that he couldn't command it the way he wanted to, like on demand. So what he would do, right, and he justified this because the UFOs were real to begin with, right? So he justified it in his mind that he would fake the callings to give Israel hope.
Right, I got that. So at that point, when he told you that, he must all told you in the same flurry that I'm hanging my prophet ship up. Because why would he release that to you? Nobody else, people he been around 20, 30 years, he tell you that he's a false prophet, knowing you could go back and tell everybody else. That's the end of him. If he tell you that he's a false prophet, that'll be the end of him.
Brother, you're interpreting that as he's saying to himself that he's a false prophet. He never said.
No, I'm saying if he say he's faking stuff, he's a false prophet, brother.
Let me finish. Prophet's ministry was mainly on his visions. Like if you follow his career, he was doing predictions on events. That was his main thing.
So then preach y'all.
Hey, Sabio about to go in. Let's hear from Sabio.
Y'all still living.
Sabio is hella funny. Hold on. We gotta hear from Sabio.
Is preach y'all still alive?
This nigga crazy.
Oh yeah, so this dude can say anything.
Hey, come on, Sabio. Let's do what you do best. Hold on, we gotta hear Sabio. Real quick. We want to hear from Sabio. Let's let Sabio get a clear floor real quick. Sabio,
yo,
what you about to do? Tell me something.
I'm just been over here reading about this dude, Ramon Watkins, the prophet Yahweh, the seer of Yahweh.
All right, tell us about him.
It says apparently he was born in Memphis, Tennessee. His grandfather was a Freemason. He went to jail, got out in the 60s, kind of embraced the homosexual lifestyle for a minute, got married. He claimed that he could see UFOs. He did a lot of preaching. He claimed that the earth is where it's currently locked in a complete state of death due to Luciferian forces at work, that through the centuries they have infiltrated every religion, guiding humanity down a continuous path of no return, and have replaced words and ancient scriptures, enabling us to lose all effect of our prayers and leaving us actually worshiping Lucifer. According to Prophet Yahweh, the modern day gospel is a forgery in which Jesus is portrayed as homo.
But I don't even care about dude like that. We was having a better, just going to say he's pseudo and I'm with it. Because now we're going too far on him. I'd rather get back to the whole topic.
Let me get down to right here.
All right.
This is where it gets funny. In 2005, Yahweh claimed that for 45 days from June 1 to the 15th of July, he would summon a series of UFOs over the city of Las Vegas. In particular, one ship would hover directly over the city for a period of 2 days in an area where millions of people would be able to witness this fact. This event was referred to as the descent by Yahweh.
Hold on, somebody got a mute.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put in this guy.
Oh, you got a mute. You got a mute. Hold on. Oh, then she charged a nickel for some napkins? But keep going.
As it is meant to reveal to the population of Earth that UFOs are real. Following the descent would come another period of time where the UFOs would land, this time manned by the extraterrestrial being who had created them, at which point the alien life would make contact with humanity, explain themselves and the universe to a greater extent, and set up an eternal kingdom on the planet. This did not, in fact, eventuate. A few days after the period when this prophecy was supposed to happen, the prophet announced that he was going to begin a 50-state UFO summoning tour 2005. during which he would travel to every state of the United States and summon UFOs for media outlets to film and photograph. He claimed to have been abandoned by all of the media in Las Vegas, resulting in the UFOs not coming during the 45 days he had prophesied. The spaceship would never have appeared if I was not filmed calling it down. This is what the space beings wanted. They wanted me captured on film with their spaceship so everyone would know that these beings have chosen me to speak for them and no other person. The space beings kept their end of the bargain by sending a real UFO on my signal that was documented. But Las Vegas media refused to film me calling down the spaceship. That's why it never happened. A short time before Prophet Yahweh's appearance subbing of UFOs on local news, Yahweh had appeared on Coast to Coast AM. Shortly after the incident, Prophet Yahweh appeared on the Oakland radio program at the conservative news website World News Daily. The story was also widely reported in digital. Hold up, let me get down to the.
But look, none of that say nothing about his wife releasing the balloon and shit.
In June 2005, Yahweh applied to James Randi's $1 Million Challenge and was set to undertake their challenge to prove its ability to summon UFOs in January 2006. However, in 2005, the JREF closed this claim file due to disagreements over new requirements proposed by Yahweh, particularly its request that armed security be present. Man, this dude.
Wait, hold on. So he said, we know it is. But what I'm saying is, I wasn't tripping off his life and shit. I was trying to see how anyone can prove those things popped up in the sky on the news. That's all. Because we was talking about orbs in the sky, not really people and shit. You feel what I'm saying?
But what he said, but what basically they're saying is that every time he wanted to do it, if the camera didn't show up, he said. That's why the aliens didn't show up, so he canceled the show.
That's fine.
And that actually, for me, gives more validation and proof, because if a motherfucker only can have shit pop up when the cameras and proof ain't there, versus a motherfucker who can only get it when the cameras and proof are there, I'm gonna go with the one who can provide me with evidence, right?
I know. I'm trying to figure it out. So I'm just saying, Fravor, I know you ain't feeling it, but discredit what we seen the proper way. Do you think it was a metal balloon? Just say that, because we all looked at a video.
It possibly could have been a metal balloon. That's what I was saying. It could have been. There's an explanation for it.
Word up. That's what I'm saying. But fuck, dude, I shouldn't have threw him. I mean, I threw him out there just so we could, no disrespect to him. Hopefully he's living well and everything. What I meant was, I didn't want us to like tear into his life and tear him down. I more was like thinking about the video and shit.
Hey, Smash, let me share my screen, man.
Yeah, sure, go right ahead.
How do I? Where I don't see. Where
At the bottom, you should see share screen. If you hover over the bottom of the Zoom,
right here where it says thumbs up, share.
Yeah, share screen. You should see. No, you don't see share screen in the middle.
Hey, no. Can I go after Apostle?
Go right ahead. What's up? That's Logic.
No.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the Zoom? The Zoom screen?
Yeah, if you open up the Zoom screen, normally at the bottom, if you hover over and make the control.
Am I the Zoom screen?
We can't tell.
Zoom. No.
Oh, Bobby Banger, I didn't get to see your show, but I wanted to talk about it next on that UNESCO shit. But we talking pseudo Fridays. I know you're not gonna click the link right now.
I do want to say one thing though, Smash.
Go ahead.
Hilarious to me that we're talking about UFOs and aliens and their technology, and we be having problems with live. We can't. Our mics be going out.
Yeah.
We gonna lose, bro.
We can't even work human technology. They're gonna come through with some shit where the mic connect way too fast. They're gonna be like, hold on, no, we're gonna start up the UNESCO segment after this. This is fun, man. Nobody do this in the community besides the real true pseudos. And so if I go talk about this with Sanchez, then y'all can throw me away. Well, I'm talking about it with y'all, and I know, like, you know what I mean?
Can I send this photo to you, Smash?
Yeah. Casual at hieroglyphics.com by the dictionary spellings.
All right. Wait a minute. Let me see.
Nah. You should be able to just share it in the chat. We tripping. Go down the chat, and then you might be able to attach. Yeah, you can attach a photo right there in the chat. So click the chat. Click the chat in the Zoom, and then you'll see a message bar pop up to the right, and then just click either screenshot or file. File, click
Oh
file.
no, I don't think he can do it that way because he on his computer for Zoom, but then he got a picture on his actual phone. What
I did.
Oh, okay, I feel you.
emailed the picture to me, so I got it in my email.
So look at the YouTube. Let me share my screen with everybody so you can see what to do. You all right now?
I can remote log in and do it for him if you want me to.
Damn, he
I
like
don't
just
see that bottom page.
I might take a look at the bank account while I'm at it, but I'm gonna go ahead and
you should be. So somebody else who on the other side of Zoom got to help him because I see the host page and I always see the bottom page.
If I don't see the bottom page,
Don't y'all just gotta hover? You gotta hover over it. So put your mouse over the bottom little bar of the Zoom at the bottom. It's some shit.
Okay.
Now you see it.
That's gone.
Yeah, but you gotta if you stay hovering there, it'll stay open.
Okay.
Yeah, we turning this into tech teachings too, huh?
And you know they also got UFOs, unidentified submerged objects.
So the one I seen, it was submerged. Remember in my story I told when we after we went back and thought about it, we remembered that he seen what's up with you? He seen what he thought was a shooting star. Remember? It was 10 minutes before I explained the whole phenomenon. He seen what he thought was a shooting star go into the ocean. So now we thought when we put it all back together, that thing had went down into the ocean, did what it had to do, then it popped up on the top of the water, and we got to witness that part of the phenomenon. But what's up with a SAR?
Sorry, I'm Kyle.
Check.
Mic check 1 2.
What's up, King?
Man, I guess you might going in and out or whatever.
Reason 17,023 that humans will lose.
Yo,
your mic was just doing something crazy. What's up, though? So if there is alien technology, they know about the internet, yes or no? I mean, if there's aliens, somebody making alien technology, however you see that.
Know about the internet, not yet. They know about all that. I believe we done got something from them, tell you the truth.
Do they know about the internet, y'all, or not?
I believe they do.
If God existed, is God on the internet?
God is everything. God ain't a man.
So, Apostle, is God on the internet?
It's God on the internet. Why would God need to be on the internet?
Why wouldn't he be?
I mean, you don't need to be. Man, internet is
So God ain't on the internet?
Why would he need to be on the internet?
So he in the air in the clear blue sky, but I can't like tap it. He ain't got no phone number either. All that stuff is silly to me, huh? I'm being silly, huh?
Yeah, God used man. He used man to operate on the earth.
Huh?
He operates through man on the earth.
I think if God was real, he'd be on the internet too.
You think so?
Hell yeah.
Apostle, you really take a smash serious. He joking, man.
But I'm willing to think about it in a serious reality. Would a super being use? No, he would only provide super technology to us. We're thinking of this technology as we would have had it in ancient times, or maybe he put it on a scale to where y'all think is a super being that's putting the pace of our technological advancement on a timeline.
Now, see, okay,
I think any of our technology would be very inferior to a superior being.
Yeah.
So if we have a superior being, the superior being will not be subjective to the bounds of our intelligence. It would be the producer of our intelligence.
Yeah.
So God would be the founder of the internet, in if there is a God.
Yeah. But look, he can't communicate with us with none of the stuff we don't know yet. So just because he's so superior and know all this other stuff, if we only got these little means of communication, all that other stuff is void to us. We don't know about it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
He could have sent you a message. It probably went to your spam folder or something, man. You know, you get a lot of messages.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
When we think of God, we think God in gender form, he, she. God ain't no he nor is it a she. God is something beyond the realms of human comprehension.
But it could just only be intelligent gas to y'all, right? It can only be intelligent gases. It can't interact with nothing, huh? It don't stop nothing. A nigga getting hung, it won't help him. But it's just gonna be some smart ass gas that's in the sky that just helped everybody. I mean, that put everything together.
God, what we see in space and time is nothing but an expression of the divine. The divine exists outside of space and time and within it at the same time.
What? Okay. Look, I want you to listen to what you just said because you confused yourself.
I repeat.
No,
man, I don't care. I don't worship a God that don't help. If you just watching, I'm cool. I don't even care. But keep going.
Hey, that's funny, Smash, because the Star Set Society, that's they whole thing is God doesn't protect, doesn't punish, and doesn't reward.
Well,
Smash, why does
I don't rock with them either, though. So yeah,
that means that you're holding to a concept that's not in reality. Like if your God doesn't present himself in space, time, and reality, then your God is not interacting with is real in our real world. It has no mechanism. A mechanism is something that we always remove from intellectual conversations dealing with religion, is because we know that God has no mechanism. Well, people know that God has no mechanism, so we never talk about that. But if you were to prove God to me, you have to prove by which mechanism God interfaces with the natural world. This is the reason why it's such a big deal when we're dealing with these UFOs or unidentified flying objects, whatever we're going to orbs or whatever we're going to call them. It's because they're going against the rules of nature that we know them, and they're still abiding by them because we can observe them. We can still do these things that prove that they're part of our reality, but they're breaking the rules of our reality. But a God, according to most theologians and most people who practice religion, doesn't even present himself in that reality. That's the issue I have with God.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I had no issue with it, but I feel what you're saying too, and you allowed to say that. I feel what you're saying.
That makes sense.
It make a lot of sense.
I said it's an unhealthy conversation. We going deep in the rabbit hole, yo.
Nah, it's all fun. What's up with Moses? What's up with Moses? Moses, all right, look, Moses, not you, but Moses in the Bible was a magician. So he knew like magic shit, but y'all call those miracles. See, it's black magic when the Pharaoh do it, right? But it's a miracle when Moses do it. It be
Jesus do it.
Yeah.
Order the wine as if wine was okay to consume. And
No. What we got?
you got to think about some of those things.
Hey, now Valley Hebrew, you got this bass sound like something ain't plugged in all the way and it's giving us some feedback. Could y'all hear that? Is that just me?
Oh, he was good. I think.
Nah, it's hella boom, boom, boom. It was hella
I definitely hear it. I definitely hear that buzzing.
I want to know why a conversation like us doesn't bring up and contemplate the difficulties of it actually being what we think it is, right? Right? Like we don't have a better method of learning than trial and error. So what trial and error process did the aliens go through to enter our atmosphere? Like,
Nah.
They crash.
You would think, that's what. I'm not cutting you off. Keep going. Go ahead. But I got with the brother what you said. Did they crash? Ain't that what we've been saying forever? Like they've been finding hella
I think we've been saying
crashes and stuff.
Everybody say that.
But what they got in the thing that we got today that we seen the U.S. Congress do, they said it was a whole government that recovers crashes and then re-engineers them, and they couldn't get access to that department. But they clearly said they got unidentified aerial phenomenon, crash recovery, and re-engineering department. So maybe what you just said is wise. Maybe some of them ain't even trying to, they trying to see how to get in, and they keep crashing or something. Maybe that's true too.
Yeah, but then they also say they have the biological remains of those crashes as well. Biological is dealing with life.
Correct.
So we got to deal with that, man.
Cat's scared to deal with that, man.
I mean, my thing would be like stuff like deja vu, which I still get on a regular basis. because we shouldn't have that in the material world. We shouldn't have communications, or I shouldn't be able to see the future. I was just on Smash's show the other day. Remember you asked me about the fight? I said, I told you in the dream it was this, and so got stopped in this round, and that's what happened. He like stuff like this. We shouldn't have though. We shouldn't have. They're on my show. I predict Clarissa Shields' first fight to the T. And I predicted Triple G Canelo draw. And I shouldn't have those at all. But those are on YouTube in case anybody doubt. Because I shouldn't have those, but they're coming from dreams, and I'm not even at the event.
Now, see, like, okay, one thing that that playing sports did for me is it gave me foresight, right? So, like, you know how kids, when they're very, very young, you can throw a ball to them and they can't catch it. But the older and the more mature they get intellectually, the better their ability to catch something is. This is because we have a better ability to process and predict. And so, like, that's the same thing as prophecy, because, like, a person, like, I could be running down the field on a fly route or a street, whatever we want to call it, or a post or whatever, and I could know exactly the spot on this 100-yard football field where the ball is going to be, and I would adjust myself to be there. That's the key of prophecy, is knowing enough about a subject in a situation to make the appropriate adjustments to your life.
Nah, brother.
Yeah, that
well, you
makes
know
sense,
what?
but I shouldn't be able to tell you what they're gonna wear. I'm just telling you from my dream. How am I know what he gonna wear? You know they use custom
We play
stores
football,
every
bro.
time
We
they
would
come
know.
out.
We would know the opposing
I'm talking
team's
about a fight.
uniform.
I'm talking about a boxing match, family. If I'm looking at a
saying the same
boxing
So,
match, I have
but
no idea what kind of trim.
this is what I'm trying to say real quick. We're not fighting against what you're doing, good brother. I want to say, what do you attribute it to?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I think that you're in touch with the universe. And I believe, like I said, the universe and other entities in it are alive. I've never got off of that fact. This is the
Hey, you know they're gonna beat this soundbite up, Asar.
Oh yeah, this is why they call me pseudo, only because of these particular things. But I'm saying, as humans, we're alive. We're the smallest things you know in your universe. But when we say the earth is alive or such and such is alive, we believe the universe. If they're dead objects and they have no life, how did you come into existence?
That's right.
That's a big argument. I'm confused.
You gotta understand, these brothers don't.
When we talk about the natural root of gods, guess what they are? Guess what Amin's always been? Guess what Zeus is in the Aristeas letters? They say Zeus, who is the universe, which you guys entail the Yahweh. So they telling you what it is. Back in the day, I've never thought any different.
These spins, bro. Like we don't have to do this.
Yeah,
like,
I just wonder how we got here real quick. I'm lost, but I really got lost.
Like we didn't turn, bro.
This will be happening. I'll be
being by nothing.
No.
Why do you exist?
Sabio, I want to know what we was talking about before this. I got totally lost. What got us here?
I don't know, bro.
We were talking about Yahweh, the bed.
Yeah, we was talking about aliens, and then we went to personal powers. We went, but we went.
Started on the orbs. Then we start asking. We start talking to Apostle. Apostle got into religion, and then other people interjected their religious ideas. Even kind of talking about science fiction.
But now we talk about superpowers that we got.
And then we got into
the mind.
That's exactly
we
what
talking about.
Where does it stop?
That's all.
Where does it stop?
We talking about actual powers that humans have shown over time, which are the ability to predict, the ability to see things that happen in the future, called deja vu. In the scientific term, we don't need it. But that happens on a regular basis. Anybody who claims they haven't had a deja vu in here is lying.
No, I'm not mad at deja vu, but mine didn't take the form of the opposite way. Deja vu is I've been here before, but the other one is like you've seen it and then it happened. That's the other direction.
Right, and you've never been there.
No, I haven't. I can never say that.
Deja vu, then.
I had deja vu. So deja vu, you're in the moment and you're feeling like you've been in that moment before. What you said is predicting the future. Seeing a fight in the future ain't deja vu.
No, having a dream about something and then it coming into reality is
that deja vu? Deja vu mean you is something about being there before.
No, Sarah had a premonition. He had a premonition,
which is part of deja vu. Right.
Yeah, like I mean, if that's what you seen it before it happened. But I ain't, I'm just listening, chilling. Pseudo Fridays. They gonna say what they want to say. I ain't giving them hella sound bites though. I know that much.
I want to bring up something on the deja vu.
They gonna need it though, because when we come to battle these dudes, they be in trouble anyway.
Oh yeah.
As much as you can.
I want to bring up something on the deja vu then. So some shows ago, Babylon Don got into it with the one brother he invited to his private party. I don't know the brother's name. And on that show, I had typed in the chat. I said, "Yo, am I tweaking or did we do this again?" Because that same thing happened. What happened was Smash went on a break to get some water, and Babylon Don had got into it with that dude over the same matter. And the guy said to Babylon, he's like, "Yo, why won't you apologize for inviting me to?" And he couldn't understand why he should apologize and whatnot. I swear for everything, I seen that happen twice on the show, and I thought I was tripping. I promise you, I did. It was like deja vu for real. I don't know how that happened, but it's something like it's like documented.
But doctors already can explain deja vu. I will ask y'all to look into it. So they say it's something that's happening in our something starts to happen with our neurons going a little bit slower than they actually normally fire off in that instance. And they say we get it gives us a feeling of being there before, but we actually standing there, but we experiencing like a millisecond or even 100th of a millisecond slower than. I mean, I've heard this explanation, so someone should look into that. I'm not throwing away deja vu, and I'm not throwing away foresight, clairvoyance, or none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying some of these things that can explain.
Bro, so this is the only difference.
Man, you a big dude. You play ball?
I used to, undefeated. Skyline High. We took the bowl, and only my sophomore year. Then I started rapping. But yeah.
Have you ever been into a situation, because I've been in multiple of them, that things just slow down and you can see what's about to happen before they happen? This is what deja vu.
A little bit, but that was y'all wrong. I was third string, so that didn't happen for the third string dudes, Kyle. That was y'all first stringers who said it slow.
In the basketball game, coming down, cross the nigga. Everything slowed down. I was like, oh.
Nah, I'm a fighter. And it's slow. When I'm fighting, I beat niggas' ass because the shit be going hella slow. I never got hands put on. But I also got this radar thing, and I used to think it was God, but something be telling me when to swing, and it be like working.
Perfect.
I mean, you can go watch me get jumped on YouTube. I beat all them dudes' ass. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't that prediction from experimentation, basically though? Ain't that really a prediction from experimentation? You've experienced this by practice, right? So now you can predict what to do going forward based on your it's almost like experimentation. Like you've been doing this for a while now. So now you can predict what to do, even though the conditions are the same, even though the people are different, the conditions are the same, right? Ain't that basically experimentation still?
Exactly. I mean, if you're a fighter and you're trained, but if you're just chilling and in the moment and maybe you fought in the street a few times, but you ain't, practice on a regular basis, then no, that's your instincts and that's your premonition acting on something when you're in the moment. And if your mind calculates that fast, this is why we call it high-speed chess when we in the cage of the ring. If you could play high-speed chess like that and you ain't even training to do it, sometimes you have a natural or ability, or what they would call a God-gifted ability.
I'm about to show this. It's going to be hella funny. This one, I got jumped one time in Oakland. And, I'm the type of dude that if you think you're going to put me on YouTube in the fight, you about to see how it go down. So just for the record, if y'all want to look at this for real, what do you see on the screen? Y'all can't even see the dude who land on the ground that I just knocked out. But we ain't on no tough guy shit. We was talking about those instances and how you see things when things slow down. Bruh. This thing happened so slow that I was just like, I must got the Netaroo on my side. But you clearly see dude on the ground. I only fell over because it was shit. See, he tried to aggress upon me and didn't think I wasn't going to knock his ass out. But as you see the result right here, he got now his home. Look at this black dude in the back right here who trying to see, he about to run up on me as well as a little homie. But for some reason, I was blessed and it all happened in slow motion. Now, this is what I challenge you to do. And this is what niggas can't do because they get their ass whooped all over YouTube. Show me one time when I get touched by anybody in this video, you win $100. Besides when I'm on the ground. But watch this, how it go. And so this is what even happened funnier to me, because the person who recorded this went and put it in slow motion. And when I seen it, I was like, damn, that's the speed the shit actually happened to me. So there it goes, starting from right here. This is actually dude raised his arm, and I caught him up under the arm. You see what I'm saying? Don't raise your arm in the sky because you might come down on my head. So I'm going to catch you before that arm even come down. But let's see what happens. So now look, notice his homies back there, the big homie rushing in. Now the homie's about to try to get to me, start throwing all these blows. Y'all clearly can see, I can't see them. But watch how this slow motion shit happened though. I'm about to turn, look. So dude behind me about to sock me. Can y'all clearly see he winded up the energy for his sock? This black dude with the dreads, now watch what happened. I turn and see him, but y'all can't see because the knocked out dude trying to get off the ground. Now watch me move out the way of this punch just like slow motion magic. Oh, so here come another dude. Look, you see this one? You see that fist? I know y'all. Man, say that boy can't touch the kid. Watch this little lean back. Ooh, that boy sharp. So I slipped up out of that one and knocked him the fuck out. Watch this. Bob, you gone. Look on the floor. Look on the floor. Look on the floor. Look on the floor. Where is he at? Let's find him. He on the floor somewhere. There you go. Like hey, look. Hey, you see? Hey, you see him down there? You see his shirt?
He got on sandals and Bobby socks.
Hey, you see that shirt?
Is that a blue rag in his left pocket?
Oh man, we don't bang like that in Oakland. This was over a rap battle, bro.
He got on sandals and Bobby socks, like he said, and he got reddish dread.
Hey, this is hella funny though. I really want y'all to see. Now look, you see this this afro? That's Malik from the real world. It was hella other people who could have helped this situation out, but Malik was the only one of the people who helped me. So watch how this go down. I'm talking about the slow motion. I never played this before. But watch, dude swung, and I seen, I'm gonna lock your little ass out, bro. Bow, caught him that one, he on the ground. So here come another one, and I'm about to put him down too. But hold up, we gotta find dude on the ground real quick. There you go. See, that's his hat.
Away giggling.
See that good hat? I'm making sure y'all see that hat in between them knees.
Yeah, he laid down.
Yeah, he laid down. So here come here come number 3. I keep knocking him out. Hold on, watch this. So now the next dude about to run up. Here it go. Now he got my back, and I'm gonna take care of this real quick. Fire off another one of them things. Bow. There you go again. You gone. Get your little ass on my face. Smooth connection. While motherfuckers pulling me left and right, man, you gonna catch these things. Look. That's it. That's that left. Hold on. So that's Magi Archer in the middle of East motherfucking Oakland, man. Don't play with me. All right, now look. Now they trying to figure out what to do because dude ain't go. Now I'm just giving them that business. I like my wide stance, but it was a little too wide. Look, a little too wide, but I was just making sure I could deal with it. Now I'm getting now look at this. They couldn't deal with the hands. So what you do when you can't do with the hands?
You rest.
Dang, you got to do that rush move. But they had to rush me with 3 niggas. And look at this truth. Look at the truth. Let's see it. Dude in front, dude to the right, and do something around my waist. Now look, now dude throw me over at the back, but he was trying to help me. This is Peace the Rapper. I still ain't seen myself get hit. Now, I hit my face hella hard, bro. That's what happened. So watch me get up bloody. I'm about to hit my face hella, bow, hit my face hella hard on the thing. Am I gonna get stomped out? Let's see. Man, this is Magi Archers. Look, dudes can't even do nothing. Look, he tried to swing, he tried to give me I felt that back of the head joint though. Look at this. Niggas can't do nothing. Niggas grab, look. Now I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. Some told me to cover my head. If I knew that little nigga had my neck, I'd have got the fuck up and threw that nigga off like Thor. Now look at this. They still trying to get one off. Hold on, he about to try to get one off and gonna miss again. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Look. Look, he still missed. I'm like, y'all niggas hella weak. And there I go standing up. Now I'm like, where these niggas at? And they just ran off because they like, this nigga still ain't done. Look, there they go, running like punks. Nah, but I ain't calling them punks. They some youngsters from the hood, bro. They was hella younger than me. They was in a rap battle. And I didn't say they friend won, bro. And they friend said, if I ain't win, somebody about to get their ass. Nigga, he got knocked out before he finished the ass whoop sentence.
How you gonna whiff from behind? How you gonna whiff on a snake? You don't whiff on snake.
Hey, but this was hella funny. So y'all can have that video.
When you stood up and started looking around and shit. Like,
oh yeah, they supposed to be on my head right now. But they like, damn, we didn't finish him, and dude right there. Now people like Casual got jumped. But oh, now we can barely hear you. Now that was nonsense, but I only really showed you. No, I never showed that before. We was talking about how shit slow down when it start going down. You know what I'm saying? Your mic doing the Matrix though.
We can't hear you, Apostle. It's kind of going watery. Do it again. Say something else.
So we can't hear you, but that whole fight went hella slow for me, and then it was something in my head. It'd be my own voice, but it'd be telling me what to do. So when I felt that thump on the back of my head, and I was on the ground feeling hella weight, someone was like, "Just cover your head," because I knew that they didn't have no access to my body no more. But go right ahead though.
But only reason you covered your head because when you felt that thump, you thought a nigga got one off.
Oh, he did get one to the back of the head. It was like, it wasn't no real we standing up combat. It's we tackled him, he down, and now I'm gonna bap him to the back of the head. I'm talking about when we up moving left and right, man. You ain't touching that thing, bro. I'm ready to do this.
Yeah, you put pause on him then.
That was a long time ago, and that was just funny. It was when YouTube first came out. Some buster put it on the video. Honestly, he wasn't a buster, and if you read his comments, he said they couldn't touch that boy. Like, he was on my side.
Slip game, I like that.
The fight started because I was one of the judges at the battle, and the rapper who lost tried to do some Oakland shit. He thought he was going to punk me into changing my vote, bruh.
Casual the cause. Casual why?
I was the one. He was intimidating the other judges. He clearly lost. And I was like, nigga, you lost. I don't give a fuck. I ain't saying you won. And he came on, I'm telling you right now, Fawn win. And gonna raise his arm in the air in front of the rapper Colossus. My instincts told me now. And it went off and he was asleep. But I don't want to talk about it like I'm embellishing that shit. We was talking about shit slowing down in fights, and I just happened to have one on tape. That's all. But how about in your dreams? Do you ever have to feel like you underwater when you fighting in your dreams, but the people you fighting is going at regular speed? I had that shit a lot of the times, bro. Like, I can't go at the speed that the people who fight me in my dreams.
No, I got partners. We do some incredible stuff with our mind. I got my partner. He'll stand straight up and down on the sidewalk on his head and all that other stuff. I got some partners that do some bugged out stuff in the fight world. My other partner throw 8 kicks in the air. We got all that on video, and we got all of that on like in pictures and all that. We just did some bugged out stuff before.
Hey, SOT 12, if you look at that fight, you'll see that was a back brace. I was riding a motorcycle that day. That was a back brace, and they had ripped it off, so it looked like, you said, what was in Cash's man bag. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, that was some silly little kid shit. But y'all can have at it and use it for what you will.
Yo, man, just real briefly. I'm still trying to ask the question of why conversations like this don't steer us into how to actually make it possible, right? Like how, so again, trial and error, right? So how did they come up with the equation to enter the atmosphere and be going at speeds that we can't do without dying, right? In materials that we can't move in that fast without burning up.
All right.
How actually being here to solve, or at least to go through the nuances of what it would actually take to do all of these different things, right?
That's a very good one.
It probably is more profound that is actually a natural phenomenon that happens here on Earth, right? That we just can't explain, then for it to be something that happens outside of Earth anyway, to be completely honest.
I
Nah, I
just don't
mean,
think we're an
so
advanced civilization. I
yeah,
don't think we're
just I agree. I don't think we as that advanced, but we're the most advanced thing that humanity has known so far. But let's deal with this real quick. What has allowed us to prevail over the other beings on this earth is simply intelligence, right? And so what we fear coming to us is something that's smarter than us, because we're talking about technology we don't understand. That means it's smarter than us, and we understand if something is smarter than us, then our dominance is over. Like, we won't be able to outthink things and outwit this thing that's smarter than us. But let's just stop for a minute, because right now, we think that UFOs is going to come from another galaxy, but right here on this earth, we are developing something that is smarter than us with computers, artificial intelligence, and AI. So for instance, every single probability that my man just threw out Moses about how did they do this and how did they do that, artificial intelligence will be able to answer those questions all the way down to which materials, how big the craft will be, and how much oxygen will naturally be in it in a split-second calculation. So in a minute, the threat of these UFOs, we're going to realize that shit wasn't even extra planetary. It was the computers that's sitting in all of our houses that will eventually turn into a
That's what I
alien.
mean when I say it's more profound, that it's a natural phenomenon. That means all the conditions that need to be met are actually available right here. And
They
we don't have
will
to go
be. They will be once we reach that
yeah.
higher intelligence. We limited by what we have computed and figured out. We ain't figured out what you just threw out. Where they at and how could they enter our atmosphere, and where are they doing their science to figure out how to do that? You feel me?
Yeah, but then you got to understand. Well, I'm not saying you don't understand. I'm just saying that when we're talking about high level engineering and sciences, we're talking about individuals that understand the concepts and the basis for academia today, and we understand that as humans we have boundaries that are, and those boundaries establish what we know as is a scientific community. And so typically when they have people or things that are labeled outside of earth or outside of human concepts and these different terminologies, it's because these are different things that go completely against the technology that we know it as today. And I think that we're missing that point, because like they're not saying that they saw aliens. They're saying they've noticed alien technology.
Exactly.
The reason why, yeah, and the reason why is because we're experiencing a technology that no one on this earth can explain or rectify. And it could be also dealing with potential new elements that are introduced to our periodic chart that we're not aware of. These are other things that we do and we find to signify alien presence. You also look at the combination, and we're dealing with biology. You look at the combination of the carbon-based beings, and you see a different combination of things that clearly has life. Now this is an indicator that this is not a earthly or a earth-based entity, I guess you would say. And I think that,
hey, real quick, James, I'm about to make you the host, just real quick, because I got to step away. I want to keep this going.
Y'all hear me now?
James about to be hosting. Yeah, we can't hear you. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Share my screen when y'all ready.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Share that picture.
Yeah, share that pic. So I'm gonna say this, because I think we as like I said, as humans, we kind of overrate our experience a little bit. Yeah, we're intelligent and what have you, but we can't do stuff like just a simple thing like a squid. A squid can change its colors. It can morph into different shapes. It's got more than one heart. You know what I'm saying? So there's other animals, and it's intelligent. And just like the elephant, some of these dudes is communicating with the mind, the telepaths. So when you look into the communications of different creatures on the earth and things that they are able to do compared to the human being, it's just a little more. I can't say we're the most intelligent. There's more water than there is land on earth. So they've got the dominant area. When it comes to creating devices that destroy our environment, we lead. No,
We
not yet,
seen it, but
Apostle.
it went away.
Again, what my
Okay,
big
now we. Oh, well,
Hey,
that's fine.
Moses,
more profound that it happens here on Earth, right? Because that gives us something to study, something that maybe we can possibly duplicate. But if it happens here outside of Earth, we don't have access to any of the materials, any of the information, right? It doesn't really give us anything to work with. So that's I'm trying to bring the conversation maybe where we might actually see something
So
out of it.
Moses, you had mentioned a couple of things when you asked your question. So one important aspect is the material that would be needed for an object to enter from the void through the atmosphere and not burn up before it reaches down towards on the surface or whatnot. Correct? Is that correct? Am I wrong or right?
Yeah, I mentioned that, but we solved that one. I'm saying to move at the speeds that people see it move at and still be able to sustain life on the inside of it. Like that's something that we haven't. But yeah, go ahead with your question.
No, so you said we solved that because I last watched a landing and they said that they don't know for sure that it wasn't 100% rate that that the material would not burn up. It's a matter of fact, it's a special I think on Netflix where it was bringing back astronauts who came back who've been in space for like 6 months or so, something like that, or a year or something like that. They said the one problem is that it's not a guarantee that the material will not, there won't be the material won't burn up, and that the material won't and that that they don't lose contact with them and communication with them while they enter in the atmosphere, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, because it disintegrates from the heat generated from the centripetal force around it.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I could definitely see that. That's
now
exactly what I mean by one of the factors that we would need to include for an alien to do anything in our atmosphere, right?
Now, I do think there was news talking about a comet that may have material that is alien to our planet, though, if I'm not mistaken, or something that could have possibly collide with the Earth, but they might
talking
not or
about that
whatever.
one in Russia.
Just to your point,
I can't remember where it was, but they said it was a comet
you're
that
never,
that make
you're never, bro. You're never gonna ever hear a person say that we guarantee that's a scholar, ever. Like if you hear that dealing with
I'm sure it's not gonna be 100%. I'm sure it's not gonna be 100%, but the percentage must be so low that we're worried about the well-being of the astronauts coming back. I don't know what the percentage is. You see what I'm saying? But it must be low enough to say, hey, it could be 60-40. I don't know what it is, but it's like, yo, it's high enough that they might not make it.
Yeah, they're definitely they're doing things that are around 98.5 and higher, more than likely, and maybe even 99% accuracy. But there's also that possibility, because it doesn't take into consideration those foreign, foreign entities that may come into equation, like far as like something they may run into a piece of space dust or space trash that hits the reentry point. These are things that also have to be considered. These are things that I personally in my job consider every single day, and so I don't know, man. I think we're having a very, very high level conversation, and sometimes we put our personal biases in those conversations when we gotta learn how to remove those things.
Well, if you don't do that, you can't talk. So you got these are opinions right here. So there's nothing wrong with sharing opinions and discussions with the scientific facts that you know. So
no, this is my first day being an actual engineer in an actual job for an actual company that's working that does engineering. The person asked me a question and I was answering it in front of a group of about 50 people, and I said, well, I think that probably in this case, and he cut me off and embarrassed the fuck out of me and said, I don't give a shit about what you think.
Right.
What can you prove? What do you know?
And in that case, you didn't get a chance to do. You didn't even get a chance to get off.
He didn't
what
let
you
me
were gonna
answer the
say.
question. He didn't let me. I started off on a faulty premise because I was in a scientific environment talking about ultrasonic engineering and how we're going to integrate that with the IoT, and he cut me off because I think some shit. That's the wrong approach.
Well, no, that he disrespected you is what he did.
No, he didn't. He actually promoted me 6 months later and gave me a great position because he put me in a place where I can understand what's necessary of myself to be successful.
Because you got a chance to show your abilities, but you asking a question that may not start scientifically doesn't put you in error. It means you're asking a question that you have curiosity about.
No,
And-
wait a minute.
No. It was more about that.
I think the guy asked him a question, and he he went off and started talking about what he believed, and I guess in the field that he's in, it's something that you're supposed to know.
Yeah, like
you know what I'm saying. He like, no,
this question with I think.
Believe this is
Right.
what
He's
you're
like, I ain't asked you
know.
what you think. I asked you, did you have the answer?
Yeah, that's what he did.
That's different.
yeah. He was like, as soon as he started with that, I believe he cut him straight off. Based on the field that I guess that they're dealing with, is something.
Right. Well, yeah,
it's supposed to be something
got to
approximate
solid,
that you're supposed to know.
You a computer engineer?
Well, so what I do is I do network engineering and I also do ultrasonic engineering. We deal with like sensors and actuators, stuff like that. So we combine that with the IoT to make one product, but it dives into both fields.
You do front end or back end stuff?
I do a little bit of both, to be honest with you. For the most part, so what we have a network that's established, but we also maintain that network, and we also do the program applications for it as well. So I'm doing the logs for it. I'm doing the
front end in
database.
case it crashes. I got
you.
Database.
Yeah, I do database.
Hold on, Kaya.
Databases out.
I'm interested in what was the answer. Now that you knew the guy after he cut you off. What do you think you were supposed to say? What was the answer?
The answer was to give him an actual measurement, something that's obtainable, something that I could verify and fact check. Because when I say I think this is what it is. I'm not able to give you verifiable facts and evidence, but when I say that based on our studies and reports, we have this, and this is the amount of accuracy that our product can produce, and over our long haul, we expect this to be the overall redundancy of this product, and so I would suggest this at this particular level of confidence. Okay. That's what I gotta say.
You need to be able to forecast when you data analyze, and if you can't forecast through data analytics, that's gonna put you out of this.
Yeah, I think no shit, man.
So I got you. Yeah,
Let me
just from doing
though.
computer networking.
We talking about how elemental mathematics are to understanding this universe, and that's what allows me to understand that.
Cash, you cut off.
Breaking up, Smash.
It's a 65% of.
You call us when you get to South Central, brother. Oakland ain't doing you right now.
but you know, I wonder if anybody ever heard that mathematics was the language of the gods. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Am I making that up?
No, I heard of that.
No, that's been stated.
Because in mathematics, that's the only thing that's precise that you can compare. If you know mathematics, you can't lie. It's almost an absolute science.
Yes, sir.
But then again, this is my response.
Real quick about that mathematics, though.
There you go.
I didn't get to say what I wanted to say. I just want to say real quick that I don't think that mathematics explains the universe is a natural thing. No one can say that it is. It should not make no sense that we could come up with a formula for every given thing that explains everything in our existence. That ain't. I want someone to argue how that's natural. That leads back more to what I believe in this simulated reality. But I just want to say that whoever got the floor.
Yeah, so I would say that mathematics is not the language of the gods, simply because anything that interacts with our world so what mathematics could be, it could be a description and a predictor of our world, but it cannot be the language that brought forth the creations that we have today, meaning that either they can't produce what they're saying by using mathematics, or they cannot describe in full detail what they're saying by using mathematics. So that means that you're either not a god, or you are a god that does not have a mechanism to interact in the natural world. That being said, so when you're talking about mathematics, mathematics is used not to change anything or interface in the natural world. It's simply used to describe and predict. If I say 2 + 2 = 4, me doing that equation does not make 4. It's just an explanation of why I have 4 apples in my hand. It doesn't change anything. And so at some point, mathematics has to be removed from the point of the God argument, because mathematics has no interface in the natural world, because it has no mechanism to interface with the natural world to make that change.
What does the Fibonacci what does that have to do with the nature then?
The what?
The Fibonacci sequence.
You talking about 3.14? That has nothing to do with mathematics in a whole. That has to do with like when we're talking about mathematics, we're talking about physics, we're talking about these different things, right? These things have no interaction with the natural world. These are descriptions of the natural world. Like a car is a BMW or a Lexus. These are simply descriptions. These are codes that will tell you this is this particular type of vehicle. But these things they're not the mechanism that does it, if that makes any sense, bro.
Yeah. Can y'all share that screen now?
We see
some sky now.
Like
Go ahead.
sky.
You see sky, right?
Right. They got a little.
You see the moon over here, right?
I don't see no
you
moon.
just
Black
it up
over
some.
to the right. Y'all don't see
Back
the moon?
it up some.
Okay,
we zoomed in.
It's all the way big. You see the sun?
We see the sun, but we can't see the moon because it's too big.
Look up in the right corner of the sun. Right off the sun, there's an object.
I see that.
Looks like Saturn.
There's an object. No, there's an object right outside of the sun.
Right.
It's right. It has right corners. If I can get it bigger, and it's pointing towards the moon, as if it's heading towards the moon. The moon is on the outside of this line. Let me bring the moon in.
Apostle, why did you dismiss so quickly when the brother said that's Saturn? Do you know where Saturn was?
I know what this looks like.
You know what?
I've been able to get this object so big, it's not round. It's an oblong, square-shaped object.
So when we observe space with telescopes, and we're not necessarily seeing the objects themselves, we're seeing the reflection or the impression, depending on what kind of telescope that we're viewing through, of those objects. And so if you're looking through a normal cell phone camera, you're going to have distorted resolution of an object, which may give you some slightly distorted viewpoints when you're looking at things. And so when a brother said that's Saturn, because he's asserting, and I agree.
Okay.
This is an assertion, right?
Right.
That he can see a ring. Like, what makes it so obvious that I need to reject his point, and I got to say that this is a UFO? And I'm being devil's advocate here, because neither one of y'all really makes sense, because both of y'all have asserted. You asserted it's a UFO, and he asserted that it's Saturn, which neither one
no
has
assertions were actually made. I'm just saying it looks
what
like
I'm
made an observation,
I'm just
not
going
an
with the argument.
assertion.
I'm going with the argument, so we can make an
I'm just
intellectual
saying
argument. You know what I'm saying?
He's saying
I'm not saying
he's
you're bad.
interrupt to prove otherwise. I'm saying, okay, go ahead, you got the floor.
What I'm saying is, I have better pictures of this object that I have shown to my family members, where this object is more clearer than it is in this particular picture. This picture I've had for over 3 years, 4 years maybe now. And this object is clearly on the other pics. And if I could blow it up right now, blow it up as loud as I can on this. But what I'm saying, this object has right angles. It has a shape to it, even like an animated object. It looks weird, like it's being cloaked almost
Did
Could it
you?
be possible?
Is it stationary? Does you have video of this moving?
No, this is a picture.
The whole
I
time.
just pointed my camera.
Okay.
I pointed my phone.
Would
at
it be
the sun.
possible that could be the International Space Station?
I've seen the International Space Station. I had a picture of it because when I first moved here in Hilton Head, I moved here in 206. In 208, you can look it up. The space station flew right over. I was standing in my front yard, and I seen the space station as it passed. It was said on the news the day
it came over your
Yeah, the space station.
Okay, Apostle, can you put your mouse over exactly what you see? Because I'll be having a hard time seeing what people
Right here.
Oh, okay, right there. Okay,
Right
thank you.
here, this object.
Okay,
Right
you
here.
can continue. Thank you.
This object right here. And it is close to the sun. And if this was the earth and you was looking at the sun, the earth would appear as the same size. If you look down here, there's a little dot.
Wait, can you explain? I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I am being an asshole a little bit slightly. But like, okay, can you explain what you mean that the Earth be the same size as the thing we're seeing? Because
He
you're saying
compared this to the size of the sun, and the comparison to this object that's next to the sun, the size, it will appear a little smaller than the earth if the earth was positioned next to the sun.
But how do you know the distance of that arc that like that item
some math now. You have to know the distance of that object as opposed to where the sun is. I guess you're saying that object is further away from the sun?
No, it's close to the sun.
Okay.
It's
close. Is it close to the Earth though? That's what the question that we're asking, because when we're talking about size and comparison, it's about relativity. If you have one object that's one particular size in the universe, and you have another object that is not quite as close, that closer object is going to appear larger regardless.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Mercury pass in front of the sun?
Have I ever seen Mercury pass?
Because when it happens, it becomes a small black dot in front of the sun. Mercury.
Gotcha. No, I haven't seen Mercury that I'm aware of. I probably have, just being honest with you, but you're talking about the premise of a solar eclipse, and I have witnessed multiple solar eclipses.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how that's possible.
Y'all don't see this. Let me see if I can bring this in.
Wait a minute. Where is Mercury in proximity to the planet Earth? Is it on an outer ring or inner ring?
Inside.
Because I want to know how could we see
it's
something that's
facing
an outer
wait,
ring.
Wait, are you saying it's Mercury? What are we saying here?
No.
Let's back this back up.
Okay, y'all back up for a minute.
How can we see Mercury in
that's
an
what I'm
inner
saying. Look,
y'all were trying to figure out how mathematically that's possible.
If you're looking towards the sun, the only two planets you can see that's going to be associated with the sun is Venus and Mercury.
Okay, so
they're the two planets they're going to be appearing opposite. You're going to have to look opposite. That's why if you want to see like Mars, you're going to have to look opposite of the sun in order to see Mars, because Mars is on the outside.
Okay, correct. Yeah, it'd have to shine. It'd have to be illuminated by the sun.
Right. When the moon is on the outside of our planet, we're not able to see it. That's called the conjunction. That's before what we call the new moon. And that's first light. When the moon goes behind the earth, we can't see it because it's on the other side. That's why you don't always see the moon at daylight and sometimes at night, because the moon is on the opposite side of the earth and you can't see it. is being blocked. The only reason why you can see the moon is because of the sun. When the sun reflects onto the moon, it lights the moon up. The only reason why you can see this object is because of the sun. It has no light within itself.
My bad. I got a question, y'all. I don't know if you're curious or not. I want to ask y'all, how hard do you think, I mean, we won't be able to, how hard is the only way I can phrase the question, but how hard do you think it would be for a greater intelligence, one that's bigger than ours, to simulate the process that we call natural, like the things that we think are natural? How hard do we think it would be for a superior intelligence to falsify nature? You know what I'm saying? You think something is natural and it ain't.
It's completely simple. It's just the easiest thing that they would have to do, because we have done it. We have simulated natural. We have created AI on this earth, and we can't even leave the fucking the universe. I mean, the galaxy. You know what I'm saying? We can't even leave the Milky Way. And if we talk about interstellar communications and transportation, they have to have had a multiplicity. Oh my God! Like, we're talking about at the max.
I'm gonna stop sharing this, man. If anybody want me to send this picture to them, you give me your email, I'll send it to you. Maybe you can blow it up and look at it better than I can.
My dad got like 100 of these. He be taking these all the time. I'll be like, Dad, that ain't nothing in that photo. He be like, yes, it is. So I hope he watching the shows to get some confirmation to the things he be thinking he's saying. But let's hear what Kyle was saying.
Blow this thing up like I did before, because I was able to see the angles. And
I'm here, bro. I'm waiting on Elder to stop.
Yeah,
I'm
done.
How large would an object have to be to have enough energy or fuel to get from one solar system to the next and back home? You think about a problem like that, right? Like I'm just contemplating the actual okay, like we can take a deep dive on if it's possible, right? Or what a higher intelligence might be able to do. But let's just once, go ahead.
Y'all see that telescope behind my head?
Man, come on, man. God damn.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure y'all see that telescope that I spent over $1,000 for.
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah.
Good for you, man. Good, great telescope. I'm sorry, bro.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right. So that's a great question, bro, that you asked. Like, how big does a vessel have to be? How much gas have to be? Because we got to understand what flight is about. Well, when we're dealing with thrust and we're dealing with momentum, right? So when we're dealing with a weightless environment like space, there is no drag, there is no current, there is none of these things that will push back against a vehicle. So like you don't necessarily have to have constant degrees of thrust in a vehicle to obtain or to maintain a speed. You only need that to increase your speed. You see what I'm saying? And so like once you get to a certain speed in space, like I don't know if y'all noticed, but like when you're looking at that rockets that get shot up to space, they drop off their fucking jet engines. Why? They don't need them bitches no more. You need that to get away from the gravitational force of the earth. But once you escape that force, you're gonna maintain that same speed indefinitely until you do things to change that. And those different things may be increased certain amount of drag or a drop, or you can actually, eject, and there are things that you could do, but like those are things that are not necessarily huge in that conversation unless you're dealing with I guess you would say interstellar travel, where you got to get to the speed of light, or you got to increase your speed so that you can be in a
to
place
escape the universe or a black hole. You would need that speed.
Yeah, you would need it for that, but you don't need energy once you've already been in motion.
Right. Well, you need the energy, but you've got to escape vertical.
Well, yeah, you already created the energy. You are the byproduct of the energy that you already has created. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So when you create that vertical, as soon as you can escape your vertical descent with the velocity of speed that you're traveling at, this is when you've basically induced enough power. Remember, power, what is it? What makes power? Speed times mass equals force, right? So you've created enough force to leave your atmosphere. Once you're traveling at that speed, now you're fast enough where you're going to continually travel in that direction until something stops you. Why? Because in space, there's very little to any there's little to no gravity pull in the atmosphere once you reach it. So until you get next to another interstellar object like a sun or a planet, like the moon stays next to us because our Earth travels and it's sucked to us by the Earth and the sun's propellation because we spin on an axis. So unless you run into one of those things, you're going to keep traveling in that straight line until you actually leave space.
Hell,
or not leave space, but leave our solar system.
If you pass one at a high enough speed, that passing that object is not going to even affect your gravitational pull because you're going to have enough force going in an opposite direction that the force is not counteracted. You see what I'm saying? Like now, if I'm close to the Earth, then yeah, it's gonna pull me to it. But if I'm like, the distance away from our moon, from us here, and I pass by a planet, it's not gonna affect my gravitational pull. You can see this, and you can prove this by looking at comets. Comets come between the asteroid belt all the time. They don't just smash into the Earth. They keep on pushing on their same path. Now it may deviate their path slightly depending on how close they are. But the farther they are away, the least amount of effectiveness that gravitational pull has. And
so real quick, so with that equation, with the equation that you use for the thrust, and to get out of the gravitational pull, where does that happen outside of space when we get a meteor coming to Earth?
An explosion
where does that,
from a sun, an explosion from nebulas being, or when a nebula births two sun, a nebula will birth two suns at the same time, almost every time. We've only seen it do one at a time, one time, I think, in scientific history. So when those things happen, you've got a cataclysm of a lot of energy coming together. So it's going to shoot and divert things apart. Also, if you see two galaxies collide into each other, meaning the things in this solar system and the things in that solar system are on a convergence, and when they hit, you get explosions of that nature. White dwarfs, which are suns that are about to die. When those suns die, they explode. When they explode, that matter travels to other planets. And this is probably how life came to be on Earth at some point in time. That's how you get that type of power, those type of explosions. Also, the sucking of black holes will pull things in other directions. And there's a few other things in space that cause that too.
And we can only get that energy to leave Earth, and we can't get that kind of energy outside in space.
I wanted to ask about the force that Kyle was talking about gravity. I think it's a certain word for it, how perturbing or perturbation. What is it? Perturbed when something gets so the gravity that a bigger object enforces on a smaller. Propelled? I think it's perturbance. Perturb is my brain. I'm gonna look it up. But I think, all right, I'm gonna do that right now. I thought somebody might have knew.
Element 15 too.
I thought somebody might have knew. That's why I was asking. Element 15. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, this is damn. I was looking for this source the other day. So we're gonna talk about Tomahu again in a minute.
Yeah.
But PETRBANCE. Perturbance. Am I wrong? No, I think I'm saying it wrong. Somebody know in the crowd. PERBED.
Trying to think of what you're talking
about. You know I got a good
I
question
can't think about it.
I'm trying to figure out if when you jet off as fast as they going, leaving the planet, how the hell do they slow down to hook up to the space station? Because you know what I'm saying? Because it's almost like if y'all saying, hold on. It's almost as if y'all saying when you jet off as fast as they going, you can't stop when you go in that thing.
They
right.
got opposite. They got
slow it
opposite.
down.
I found
You
it.
know what I'm saying? I'm just being like you said,
propelling.
devil's advocate. How do they slow
Remember,
it
you're
down?
jet propelled, James. So
Yeah,
when you're
they
going
got-
up in the air, you're propelled by certain energies.
They
So
thought I was
if you-
pseudo. Look at the screen, but keep
they
going.
tripping.
Keep going.
Yeah, they tripping.
Now I don't know how to pronounce this
Perturbation.
shit. Like it's on the
Perturbation.
screen,
Okay,
I still
I
can't
got you.
pronounce that shit.
Okay,
So-
now what's this, man?
So this is what
Perturbation.
Kyle was just talking about. It's called perturbation, but the smaller object is perturbed by the bigger object, meaning if it's going by something bigger, it's gonna get sucked closer to it. But let me read it basic. They're gonna explain it basic better. In astronomy, well, how about you read it if you don't mind? Sorry, you're a better reader than me.
This is what I was just talking about. Go ahead, brother Kyle. When
I'll
saying
make
you're
it
going
bigger.
out in space, the only thing that can pull you over to it. In astronomy, perturbation is the complex motion of a massive body subject to forces other than the gravitational attraction of a single other massive body. The other forces can include a third, fourth, or fifth body resistance, as from an atmosphere, the off-center attraction of an oblate or otherwise misshapen body. So this is why I say, while you're traveling towards leaving our solar system, like you got to pass things like the Kuiper Belt, which is a bunch of rocks that protects the Earth from getting hit. But as you go past the Kuiper Belt and you start to get closer to some of these other planets that are big, they have a gravitational pull. And if you're not traveling fast enough, they will suck you into their atmosphere.
And your orbit will change. Yep, your orbit will change because you've been perturbed too much. But if your mass is big enough, it'll just offset you a few degrees. But if you don't mind reading the blue section, it'll explain what the graph looks like so people can understand it better.
The perturbing forces of the sun on the moon is just what I was talking about. At two places in its orbits, the blue arrows represent the direction and magnitude of the gravitational force on the Earth. Applying this to both, the Earth's and the moon's position does not disturb the positions relative to each other, so they don't affect each other much. When it is subtracted from the force on the moon, what is left is the perturbing force on the moon relative to the Earth, because the perturbing force is different in direction and magnitude on opposite sides of the orbit. It produces a change in the shape of the orbit. And this is when you use math, because right now you're looking at geometry and you're looking at trigonometry.
So that shit is crazy. Something could fly by something and its orbit change because it's flying by a big ass mass that got a strong gravitational pull.
Exactly.
So the real tricky part wouldn't actually be getting where you're going, is getting back.
I know, but I think we would use some type of would we use some type of a thrust at that moment? Like if we knew that our spaceship would be, we probably just thrust through that or something.
The hardest part in the thing that they're worried about is it's not getting to Mars. Like getting to Mars is easy in theory, right? I use my quotation points, right? But it's about having the resources once you get to Mars to produce the amount of thrust and to maintain the vehicles there. And so like this is why they have to establish that colony there so that they can produce the exact same environment that was produced on Earth for them to return to Earth from Mars. And like that is it's the exit from that force of gravity or high gravitational force. And the entry is the problem. The same way with when you're on your when you're flying, the scariest part and the most difficult part about flying is the takeoff and the landing. You're like, oh my God, they're gonna be able to stop this bitch. Yeah. Oh my God, they're gonna be able to take off. These are the same things that we always think. Yeah. I sure hope they get us up high enough, fast enough. I sure hope they slow us down before we crash off this fucking landway. These are the exact same things that's going on with space travel. They're just on a larger scale. And we got to understand that and remove our fear of going outside into the unknown. And we got to understand what's really going on in the
hold up, Kyle. Hold on, slow down, man.
Okay.
Why would anybody be interested in living on Mars? If hold up. If it's inhabitable and it ain't like this planet, what's the big deal?
Nah, you tripping. Are you tripping? You got a whole planet of land, bro. So
man, look.
Hold on, man.
I would love living on Mars. You tripping?
Say it's not inhabitable.
First of all, I'm arrogant as hell. If I could have a whole planet of my direct to send this nigga, sign me up, man.
Thank
This
you.
is the
Thank
kingdom
you.
of Kyle.
Hey, I'm with you, Kyle. We're gonna build a whole legacy.
You would want to go check that out?
Man, I'm saying, man, look, if I show you my phone, nigga, I already call somebody from motherfucking Space Explorer. I mean,
You already trying to get your SpaceX ticket, huh?
Yeah, not SpaceX.
Didn't they sell
billionaires
go to Mars for like $1 million?
Nah, I don't want to go on no tourist. I don't want to go as a tourist. Well, let's.
All you gotta do is holler at your boy from Virgin. He's sending them. But here's a question which always baffled me. We know that orbits will suck us into them, and we know that
hold
the
on,
jet
Spaz. Hold on. American Dream want to get in, Spaz. I gotta ask for permission.
Let him in. Let me
I just gotta ask permission.
I appreciate you, though. Yeah,
you're right.
So here we go. Right, if we know the jet propulsion to get out of our atmosphere, which we do, we've seen several satellites take off and other things of that nature. Why don't we aim at something that we know has an atmosphere that we can get trapped in, which will make us circle back around, and then propel our jets to come back to Earth, so we can test out the project of interstellar travel?
Oh no, we'll definitely do planetary perturbation U-turns and shit. Like, you mean if we gotta go a different direction, just let the gravity from that planet pull us and then thrust as we reach the new direction?
Exactly. Right. This is what I'm waiting for NASA to do. They haven't done it yet.
They gonna do
because
that.
they're nervous about hitting other planets and possibly blowing them up and things of that nature. But it would, to me, I'm thinking we see something like Saturn, and Saturn has a lot of moons around it, but something like Jupiter, which has a hurricane around it, we can't do that either. But something that's a little smaller.
Well, we don't know how close you got to get.
Your premise is actually how they actually launch from the Earth's surface. Like,
yeah,
what
we've
you're
been doing
saying,
that since the 70s.
We've already done that. That's the baseline for leaving the Earth's gravitational pull, bro. Because we don't necessarily
that's the
take
Earth
off.
though. We're talking about coming back to it.
No,
and that's what I was getting at.
We're not talking about the
Hoffman
Earth,
transfer.
We're talking about. Yeah, exactly.
We know how to get off the Earth. Like I said, we've got several launches. The question is coming back to Earth.
The earthly is simply a mass of gravitational pull, right? We use the same principle to get off any gravitational pull, and they don't take off straight to their destination. They use the same whatever that fucking word is. They use that principle to create.
Hoffman transfer.
Yeah, that right there, man. Like, this is the thing, right? When you know science, you ain't gotta know the fucking terms. You just gotta know how the fuck shit works.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, make sure you know how it works right, though.
But yeah, and when you want to tell somebody about it, you do need the term and make it easy.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, man, I'm gonna fall back in a second, man.
It was perturbation, but I thought that only was dealing with interplanetary objects. I don't know if it actually would be affected on the small human man-made object.
Yeah, and I don't know if it would coincide with bringing us back. Other than, like I said, jet propulsion.
It does. It brings us back. It brings us back.
For real? Well, hold up, slow down.
It does.
This is a hell of a thought.
See, I've never.
Okay, hold on. How did they?
Wait, James want to slow it down, so we always got to respect that.
How did they propel? Okay, we needed all this to get off of Earth. You know how when you see the space shuttle when it takes off and a bunch of smoke and fire and all this stuff to get off of. How, when they landed on the moon, did they propel themselves off of that to get back to Earth?
I don't believe that happened.
The gravitation.
No. I'm just asking.
It's not as strong.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe, I was thinking maybe that too, Apostle.
Yeah, but
I just don't know about it.
Sent something up.
That's what they say.
Yeah. How you get jumped up off the moon like that?
It looked kind of strange, didn't it?
Yeah, very.
It looked like they really didn't have any. That really, I was looking for the effect when that thing took off the moon. It almost looked like a toy.
It was.
Gravity on the moon is 1/6.
That was Harryhausen's
It had the same effect.
Have y'all ever had?
Hey, yo, it ain't no oxygen in a void of space. How would you see fire? It ain't no oxygen.
Have y'all ever seen
When you
clouds?
have liquid oxygen and liquid
Have
hydrogen
y'all ever
together,
seen
that's what forms the
anything,
fire.
bro? Like y'all
my
questions
bad.
are non sequitur because, like, okay, think about this for a second. Have you ever seen a cloud on the moon? Do you notice an atmosphere on the moon? So you're not going to be under the effects of the Coriolis effects, which is the environment on the earth that we are all subject to. This is the same reason why when you try to spit out of your car window, the spit blows back in because you don't have enough force behind your spit or whatever you're throwing out your car window to get it out of the window and far enough from your vehicle.
Right.
This is
That's
the same
centripetal force
principle.
acting on the vehicle. But
they
when
now
you're
are
talking about
saying that the
propelled
moon
jet,
does have an
it's a
atmosphere.
little different.
That
So
depends on how far
It has a very thin atmosphere,
No, I
but it
don't.
has
I
an
ain't never heard
atmosphere.
that, bro.
Yeah, it
and
even
if we're talking
they got
atmospheres,
water on
we
the
can
moon.
look at Jupiter and Saturn. They both have those, and we can verify the hurricane that's on Jupiter. My question would be, if you got to the moon, why aren't we making steady travel there?
I think our
We're not.
atmosphere is designed by. I mean, our
They
atmosphere
were
includes.
born to stay the hell away.
I think our atmosphere includes like 7 elements up under it that we leaving out. So they got the word atmosphere, but they don't got the things up under the atmosphere, like the photosphere and all these different things we have in our atmosphere to form a livable. Yeah, exactly. To form a livable atmosphere. So they might got a layer of something, but nobody's described it like a livable atmosphere.
Right. It's not livable. Right. But look up element 15.
The reason why we don't move to the moon.
Look up element 15.
The moon does not have an atmosphere that would be able to hold in the things that we need for life, like carbon and oxygen. And
it's not inhabitable. You're right.
You see what I'm saying? Like it's not an atmosphere that would retain those elements that are needed for life. There may be some centrifugal forces that are involved from that. I'm not denying that, because any body of mass has a force that's involved with it, but it does not have a containing atmosphere. This is why the ozone layer is so important, because this is the things that keep the chemical life form, the basis for life in our atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at Mars and Saturn.
I don't know, Kyle. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's just not inhabitable.
None of that
it's
ain't
not
explaining how they propelled themselves off the moon.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
We don't have any
This is
land
the keep it real moment. You know what I'm
like,
saying? Like
I really feel like we already did that, bro. Like
man,
we just going off the science though, James. We ain't experienced it, but the science say what he's saying.
We were just being like realistic.
But
like,
this is what I'm dealing with.
They had to have something to propel themselves back home.
But propulsion. He trying to explain to you how that deals with us being under this atmosphere with gravity. Like you probably could jump off some atmospheres and just keep going. Like the force from your legs would probably propel you through the entire galaxy just in some atmospheres because they don't got gravity.
That's what I was trying to say. The moon's gravity is 1/6 that of the Earth's gravity.
That's what we
you don't need that kind of propulsion on the moon.
Exactly.
Look, bro. Look,
you can land on the moon if there's no gravity.
But did you hear what he said, James? That's what Chris said. He said the moon's gravity is 1/6 of the Earth's gravity.
Okay, that's what we need to know.
All bodies
of Superman if you live up there, basically.
Bro, all bodies of mass have a certain amount of gravitational pull. I'm talking about the smallest atom on the world up to the biggest planet. They all have, and these things vary depending on the mass. So the larger the body, the more the mass. Now, there are influences like your environment, your atmosphere, the things, the atmospheric pressure, that will also increase or decrease this thing. But we have to use a little bit of science instead of just saying, oh, that can't be true because the Earth and the Mars and the Earth and the Moon and Jupiter. Jupiter is like 10 times bigger than the Earth. So on Jupiter, guess what you got? You got a larger amount of mass that's being produced, and you have a higher gravitational force. Right. You understand that?
You would flatten on it. If you could stand on Jupiter, you would flatten
You'll get crushed. So I want to ask y'all the question. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but that in theory of what we're talking about. Let me ask y'all this: do the 6 times mean that if I could jump 10 feet on Earth, I could jump 60 feet on the moon?
I put it this way: you can
That's
throw
exactly
a
what it
ball.
means.
You can throw a ball further on the moon.
Yes, you're right.
And it
Yeah,
won't
Apostle's
hit the
right
ground.
too, but that's what it means.
Word up. That's crazy.
Yeah,
That thing will keep on
I would say
Mars is 1/3.
I'm not gonna agree with that totally. I would say you could probably jump more because you don't have any force that's stopping you, but you also weigh 6 times less. So if you weigh 150 pounds, you would weigh 1/6 of that. Now, if you still had the same muscle density and muscle mass as you're on Mars, you're gonna jump. And then you're going to go farther than that because there is no gravitational force to the same standard of Earth that's going to restrict you from your movement. And then once you go into the atmosphere, to the outside the atmosphere, there's not going to be anything that stops you. So you might just fucking fly to fucking
I
Pluto
know,
or something.
but you're not going to accelerate, correct?
So
no. Once
that force from your legs, that's it.
You still accelerate. Let me give you an example. One of Mars's moons, Phobos, is so small, the gravity is so weak on Phobos that you can run and literally launch yourself into orbit around the moon with your legs if you were to go there. That's how weak the gravity is around Phobos.
So you running too fast and you jump, you're just not going to come back down.
Yes, right. You won't come back. Yeah, you won't come back.
How big is that planet? I know you're not finished, so let him finish. But how big is that planet while you continue?
Phobos is smaller than our moon. So Phobos is a really small oblong-shaped moon of Mars. It's really, really small. So it's probably like the size of the core of the moon.
That's dope.
Hey, how you?
So what if we not to
Excuse me. This is hey. So how you spell that word?
Phobos. P-H-O, probably B-O-S. Phobos.
And what's the name of the other one?
You said P-L what?
P-H. H is in Harry. O-B-O-S. Phobos.
You couldn't sound that.
There's 2 of them.
You're right. There's 2 moons. Yeah, I don't know the name of the other one, Apostle, but it's Phobos and it's
I
another.
can't think of it either.
Yeah.
But it has an obelisk on it. It has a yeah.
Did you say an obelisk?
So hold on, don't mess it up, bro.
Not an obelisk.
Got a technical gibbet over there? Is that what you're telling us?
Right. Don't start, Apostle.
You mean Phobos has rings, right? That's what you're trying to say?
No. It has an object on it that was that looked like it was made.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question though. What purpose do the planets, the stars, and the universe serve?
They serve the same purpose as us.
Navigation.
Like molecules. When you look at the shape of some of this stuff, it look like a giant molecule.
It determines seasons. Navigation.
In fact, it looks like a giant atom in a lot of cases. It looks like a bunch of atoms.
Yeah. I still need y'all to look up element 15.
Wait. Re-ask that question.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the universe. I'm trying to figure out what purpose do the stars and all. What do it do?
Okay,
like, take us out of the equation. It's just a bunch of stuff floating around.
Well, for us right now, I think we basically use that for navigational purposes.
Yeah, I know it serves, but in the universe, what purpose do they? So there's something natural. Just put hella shit all over the place so that some beings one day could navigate.
Hey, you remember when you first started live, you was having a dialogue about good and evil, right? And how that's subjective.
Yeah.
So is purpose. Purpose is a subjective term based on an individual stance and how they outlook in that particular environment. So I think that we can use purpose the same way that you argued against good and evil.
Whatever you want to do.
What I'm saying is humans, that is as far as we've gotten to gain an understanding of, or something that we can use it in a purposeful way, because we use it to tell time. So that's what we're doing with. You can even use a procession to go back and tell when something else.
So I think the planets do got purpose.
Dated. So I think we've been put on this trajectory, and I hate to go back to this, by our ancestors. They gave us that understanding of it. Now, what's going on outside of that? Just like I'm a firm believer, if we hear something else or somewhere else, It's impossible for all of these stars, especially with the James Webb telescope, to see that you can see even more. It's somebody else somewhere else. Now, I don't know if they visiting us like with Smash on. It's possible. But then you'd have to go into how they getting back and forth to where they
The U.S.
going.
government trying to figure that out at this moment.
Well, I think we as humans is included in that.
Yeah.
So we're trying to figure out how does something get from their home place in such a expedient time to be still living, because they tell us that we go to somewhere that the next living planet, it's going to take us a couple of trillion years to get there.
Yo, what if niggas got like an Uber set up already?
Element 15.
Okay, you can check it right now.
So you said element 15 would
Element
give us
15
man, you need to break that out for us, Apostle. Somebody
It's
background.
phosphorus.
Hey, whoever got the background, please be courteous and mute out. Or if you ain't talking, mute out. Just mute out. I think that's G. Lacan, maybe.
According to that's the.
I muted him.
All right,
okay, go ahead.
Phosphorus.
Okay, go ahead, Apostle.
Yeah, purpose is a human
according
thing.
To I can't think of his name now. He said he worked at out there, that secret base, and element 15 is what the aliens use to propel their craft. It's not gas. It's not.
It's phosphorus.
You talking about Bob Lazar?
I'm just saying, look it up. And
about Bob Lazar, Apostle?
Bob Lazar.
Man, element
Bob
15,
Lazar.
huh?
You know, he made a rocket out of his car.
Hey, hold on. Apostle. I didn't, I caught a little when you was breaking down the sun and that object. What were you saying? It's a planet, or were you saying it was a spaceship? What were you saying?
I'm saying it looks what we determine to be UFOs. In my mind, it's a UFO, unidentified object.
Yeah.
From what I was looking at, that thing had right angles. It was oblong. It had you can have. It had right angles, corners.
Well, you said it was so big. You said it was bigger than the sun. What do you mean by that?
No. I said based on its size and where it's sitting next to the sun.
Right.
If the Earth was sitting next to the sun in the same way, the Earth would appear to be a little bigger.
A little bit bigger?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you were okay. I got you. Go ahead.
So in comparison, they got pictures of these UFOs supposedly getting plasma from the sun. They got objects that sit so close, and you can see the plasma.
Who got pictures? Who got pictures?
They're on YouTube.
Oh, but I thought you were saying the government got
these
pictures.
UFO people. No, these they the ones showing that stuff. People like Billy Carson and all of these guys. David Wilcox, and then the other guy that say he was in the 20 and back.
This is what I'm asking, Apostle. When we doing the knowledge, we be on this sources shit. So when we switch over to this, we don't want it coming from qualified sources?
Yeah, I mean, you can look these guys up, and they qualify.
Billy Carson?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, all right, yeah.
I mean, I know what people are saying about him, but not just Billy Carson, because they got a rip. The Kennedy, the actor guy, what's his first name? Leon Kennedy. They had a split in the UFO where they started using it to make a hell of a lot of money. A hell of a lot of money. And the UFO committees have divided to the point that they are in court arguing over this stuff. You look up the guy that's with David Wilcox that said that he was recruited at the age of 17 in the 20th year back program where he became a space soldier. You gotta hear his story. His last name is Good, Corey Good, Goode. Him and David Wilcox got a hell of a story that's being showed on Gaia.
Yo, I watch Apostle. I watch what's his name, George Nuri and Coast to Coast AM. So I'm familiar with a lot of that stuff. And real quick. I'm willing to let this, whatever the subject matter go as far as we want it to go. But are you trying to say like you own that? Like you feel like that's how it's cracking?
No. I'm just talking about what they talk about.
Oh, okay.
One of the guys that testified to Congress is one of these guys. The guy that used to be a colonel, he was an admiral in the Navy. He was on the end. He's in league with David Wilcox. And he just testified to Congress. So they accepted him as a serious guy. He was one of the three that testified. And he used to be an admiral in the Navy. That's like a general. And he just tested. So they weighted him and they taken him serious.
Hey, what's
so
up,
I'm
John?
not saying where I'm at on it. Like, because we talked about Congress 2 days ago and yesterday. It just wrapped up what they've been listening to. Right? We started off talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that one guy that was on the Fathers of the Right, he believed in the Corey Good and David Wilcox story. He believes it. So what I'm saying is, I don't know. Only thing I came on here to talk about was that sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
My experiences with that.
Yeah.
I do believe, whether you call them aliens, angels, benevolent forces that exist beyond our plateau here on the earth. I believe that there is an element to that. There's something real to it. I believe in UFOs as unidentified objects, meaning I don't know what they are, but I do believe they exist. The closest I came to see that picture.
I believe fairies exist, mermaids exist, satyrs exist, dragons, two-headed lions, and men with goat's heads and horse bottoms. I believe the Shire exists. I believe all the orcs from the Lost from Lord of the Rings exist, and I believe Saruman is on his way to get the ring.
We get it, bro. I believe what Jonathan Orange reported. I'm the one that he suggests to go to a psychiatrist and perhaps go under hypnosis, because possibly more happened than what he remembers.
Hey, we better make it to the Shire. Everybody, let's get to the Shire quickly.
What happened? I left and somebody talked about the Anunnaki.
Get to the Shire.
I was saying, I believe your story. I believe possibly more happened than what you remember. I'm the one that suggests maybe you should go and get hypnosis.
Yeah, it was just some lights, but of the things y'all attest to, I pretty much assumed that it must be different type of technologies or whatever. Because even if I was like, I don't know, no way that three lights could come together and then move as one. Maybe they had some complicated futuristic drones that could then lock onto each other, and then the top two lights turn off and there's only one light. But if I want to entertain it fancifully, it would be like some type of light beings or intelligent life forms that could respond when they seen another light swarm and then float up and assess us and go back and do whatever it had
You know
to do.
what would be great, Smash, if you could get the other two guys to corroborate.
Nah, they're not gonna talk about it, but they will
I'm
with the
just
homies though.
Smash.
I don't really need to. I ain't on no prove nothing to nobody. I'm willing to
I know
share
I
it.
got it. I'm just saying.
But I mean,
that would be really nice.
Nah, Cass would do that.
Just say what you say.
20 years ago, if somebody would have told me that America has a jet that can fly in to an aircraft carrier, and right before it lands, it turns vertically upright and float over the aircraft and come down and set down on its rear wheels and then set down on its, until I saw it yesterday happen. That America got an aircraft that flies into an aircraft landing, and right before it hit the tarmac, it vertical stands up and floats over the ship, and the back wheels hit first and the front wheel hit, and it stopped without rolling.
I'll be flying one of them in virtual reality. And so
listen, I saw it land.
Harrier jump jet.
VTOL, virtual landing and takeoff. I mean virtual takeoff and landing. Yeah.
Yeah. America
vertical.
That you can't even dream of. So where they get the technology from? Where's this shit coming from? Why is the shape of our aircraft drastically changing over the last 20, 30 years? Because they done bumped into something, man.
Humans get smarter.
No, man.
What if alien technology live on the earth? What if all the stuff is just something in the waters? I'm saying I've seen some shit come out the water. What if that's just what they do?
I don't know. I know they can shoot a missile from out
play
the
that
water.
new Dave East record.
I watched them do that too. So a missile came straight out the water.
You got a submarine under the water shooting it out.
I know.
I'm just saying, I've seen that happen before.
Right, nuclear sun.
I know.
Nah, Valley, when you ain't talking, we still got that buzz. If you don't mind, I appreciate you, family.
Yeah. You know, you got that report where the nuclear base, where they had an orange orb that showed up and shut down all their nuclear capacity. They were able to shut it down.
All right.
And which shocked the hell out of them. Because if somebody can control our nucleus, our weaponry, shut it down, that means they got the ability to shoot it off if they want to.
All right, well, let's do it like this, because people was like being skeptical. I like to be logical. Either it came from outer space, we talking about this unidentified area phenomena, or it come from Earth. Those are two starting points. Now, if it come from outer space, we know what we're entertaining. We don't need to entertain that no more. Let's deal with what if it come from Earth. Our options are other nations, our nation, or something occupying the Earth we don't know about. Now, let's talk about all three of them. What nation has the possibility to be the nation behind this?
China.
China
could be in
and
front
Russia.
of us even.
China, America,
and as well. I would say those three, and maybe even Europe, Europe or somewhere.
I think a lot of it is our private investors who are doing research into things that the government right now probably don't have the budget for per se, or the private investors not willing to wait on the time constraints that the government have.
That's a good one. So which nation's private investors?
China, like Dr. Rush. I would say none because
like Dr. Rush, Christopher Whitman.
I would say none because all these nations coming out reporting the same stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're unclassifying a lot of their documents, and these nations around the world is pushing America to unclassify their documents. So you got China already doing it. You got Russia already doing it. You got all these nations that's unclassifying their documents about this same phenomenon that they're pushing America to do.
So you saying everybody else think it's America and America trying to figure out who it is? That don't mean the veil of secrecy. Man, dang, your mic so bad, bro. I'm sorry. Is that humming sound?
Can you
Yes,
hear
a
me?
lot of feedback on it.
It might cause you in the wind or something.
Nah, it's
Yeah,
worse
maybe
than
you
the
should
wind.
try to log out
You
and
sound
come
good
back
though
in.
over here.
Yeah, hey, tap out and come back in and see if it helped. It's just I know other people hearing this sound like that boo
Yeah,
boo.
yeah,
It's an
yeah.
electrical buzz from some type of a
Or
like when
try
your
to
headphones be
mic
halfway
it, try to
plugged in
plug
or
it
something.
in
Yeah,
better or something.
yeah,
That's
something
the
ain't plugged
CIA
in
tapping
Or
right.
you
in on
got
our
to shorten the
conversation.
wire.
Yeah.
I appreciate you for that now, Valley. But what was
Once you
y'all
catch
saying?
on,
So
he'll
y'all
be
think it's another nation?
Nah.
China with the
No.
balloon.
That's just a
Russia.
balloon, but we identified the balloon and it's no longer an aerial phenomenon. See? So I'm saying these things is eluding the best technology we have.
Yeah.
You talking about the
well,
balloons that they
look at
shot down?
Yeah, they shot that
yeah,
down. We
they
figured
shot
that
that
out.
balloon down.
But they don't
They
know
got
what it is.
No, they know it's a balloon sent by
yeah, it
China.
came from China. They also had those stealth jackets that basically reflect the atmosphere around it, so it looks like they're invisible jackets. Them is out. They got them over there. They got a lot of stuff technologically that could surpass what we do. Them and India's on the come up as well. India sent that small probe to the moon.
So if y'all was on some type of a test and what would you pick? You would pick another nation, unknown occupants on this earth, or something out of space.
It could
But
be
let me
maybe Germany
hold on.
operating
Like,
from. It
and
could be
Smash-
Germany
and Smash-
operating from Antarctica.
Out of space. Can y'all hear me okay now?
Yes, we
Yup.
can.
Yeah.
Let's listen to
Yeah,
John.
it's
He
not bad.
haven't got a word in. I think this might be your first time here. Peace to you.
No, I
Peace.
think
Thank
that's
you, brother,
now
brother
Valley.
Smash. Hey, I wanted to ask, do anybody think that we left our atmosphere or orbit, or have we been to the moon? Can we leave Earth?
We can leave Earth. We don't know what's going to happen on the way outside of Earth.
So y'all don't believe
Why I don't
what
believe we
America
went to the
said?
moon.
Sorry, you don't believe what America said? That we
No, I don't
oh.
believe in that moon travel. I
No.
think the way we got back home is the actors left the set.
Who don't believe?
we
Who
went
don't
to the
believe?
moon.
Who believes that America been in the moon? Anybody?
I do.
Okay.
I believe it.
Anybody
I
else?
don't. I do because of all the
believe it.
space stations and shit that I can see out there in space right now.
The space station ain't in space.
Yo.
Oh,
Not
shit.
in space.
Atmosphere. It's in
Space
space.
stations are in our orbit.
What happened, John? The space stations ain't in space. Where they at?
Yeah, the space station is in our orbit. The
That's
space
in space.
station
It's
is
still
not in
space,
space.
That's in
or it
space.
will fall down to the earth. It's
No,
That's
it's still in our atmosphere though, fam. It's still
Yeah.
holding on to the gravitational pull. We have not, to leave this, it's a radioactive
still in
field that's back
space.
The
across
moon
to
is
get
still in
into
our
space.
atmosphere.
Hold on, slow down.
Yeah.
The
Right.
moon is in our atmosphere.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not. The moon is not in our atmosphere. The moon is in space.
Hold on. Where's the internet age? We can pull this
Why
up.
is
The
the
moon is not
floating
in
away?
our atmosphere, bro.
The moon is floating away.
Oh, okay.
You think the moon is in the like up under the ozone layer?
I'm saying it's within our control of our gravity. It's within the control of our gravity.
You're correct.
Beyond the moon is beyond our control of gravity.
Yeah, but that don't
But
mean
as
our
long
atmosphere.
as the
That was perturbation we was talking about earlier. The size of objects close to each other.
Right.
It won't get out of the orbit around the Earth because the Earth is the biggest object in space next to it. Let a bigger planet come by, and it's gonna snatch up the moon.
But why the sun ain't snatched it up?
Because it's the sun hella far, bro.
It's not close enough.
But just like right now, we are the furthest from the sun, and it's the hottest you will ever get. So how do you square that circle?
Oh no, that's not coming. No, we get our heat. We don't get our heat directly. I'll let somebody answer that. Go ahead. We don't get our heat directly from the sun, bro.
Yeah, distance from the sun doesn't determine seasons.
Yeah, so we get it from the reflection. The reflection, it hit the ground and it bounces and it stay in our atmosphere and it heats up the atmosphere.
Right. And the tilt of the earth. And the tilt.
The tilt? Explain.
There's a lot of things we could learn by going back to the moon, such as probably the projection we would need to make it to Mars.
We never been to the
haven't we
moon.
gone
To the
back?
moon, you said we never went. So hold on. which one
Exactly
is it?
my point. So why are we say that we went to the moon? Some people believe that, but if we could go back, we would have been back a few times and put items up there.
Right.
I bet you won't find that American flag that they stuck
So
in the
you
ground
really
up there.
believe that
Do you know
stuff
what
about
would
like
be
it was
if
all
we
done in
take
the
that,
Hollywood
man?
studio?
I think they left the
Smash is
set as soon
disappointed.
as it was over.
You think Russia would
They even
let
made a
us
movie
fake
about
that?
it.
I'm tripping
I
on
know
Smash
they.
disappointed.
No, we need to do it one by one because
Right.
they ran that on the American, like, okay, we went and then we didn't go. And we got this subculture that started this, we didn't go to the moon. How many of us didn't go to the mooners?
I don't
Didn't
believe it.
go.
Based on
We got two, three,
based
three.
on hold on, based
How
on
many?
how did they get back and me not understanding that part?
4?
Until I get
Well,
a
Neil
full
Armstrong
clarity
supposedly,
on
right?
that, I don't
So
know. I
Neil,
can't say if they win or not. That's what I'm
Why,
on.
why haven't we been back and technology has gotten way better since the what, the
We have
50s?
been back to the
yeah,
moon 7 times since
and
the
we done
Apollo
learned a
space
Been
launch.
back to the
lot.
moon
When was the
seven
last time we
times.
went?
And they were warned off and told never to come back.
And these cats in the chat really believe we went to the moon too.
And name all the times they went to the moon and came back.
You
So
think Russia would let
They
us
really
get
like,
back
yeah,
and
we
tell
did,
the
yeah, we.
truth?
It's hella didn't go to the mooners
Christopher
though.
Christopher said they went 7 times.
Yeah.
So
We've
like
been
who
back
went
to the
7
moon
times?
7 times since the Apollo space landing. Just the other day, Japan actually took pictures of the moon, and you can see the astronauts' footprints
Yes, they
on the moon.
On the
Right.
moon.
the
On
astronauts.
the moon. And
No.
we're getting ready to send astronauts back toward the moon to orbit around the moon and come back.
Right.
That's supposed to take place either in 2025 or I think it's 2027.
Exactly.
So let me be clear.
2025.
About to go to the moon.
What they sent to Japan was a mechanical device that took the picture. That's possible. We physically, as human beings, have not gone up there. You can claim that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You
you're
can
just not
step
privy
off
to
a
certain
set.
information. That's why.
No, I watched it. In
people who do
fact,
the
I'm one of the people who posted when Japan sent the orb up there. I said, finally, somebody sent an object up there. And before they did it, the little cats from India did it because they sent another mechanical device up there.
Hey,
So China
sorry,
was
the Van,
after India. I
the
know
Van Allen radiation belt would not let us go our ass up there. Period. Point
No.
blank.
Not
Thank
true.
you. It's just like
not true.
Not true. You think
Show-
Russia would
show-
let us? You think Russia
show
would
the,
not
show the
blast
video
us
where they
out
got
if that
China up
wasn't
there.
true?
Hey
I
James,
wanna
let me
see
get
the
back to
astronaut.
moderator one time, if you don't
Okay.
mind.
Chris,
Appreciate
where
you.
the
Thanks for holding
where's
me
the
down.
video
Hold
of
on,
the
everybody,
astronauts
slow
up
down.
there?
How you do that, man?
Oh, just go down to the participants and click over my name and say make host.
Okay, hold on. Okay, y'all go ahead.
I appreciate that.
They said where the footprint come from.
So now we didn't go to the moon. What else we didn't do? We didn't go to the moon. I'm just saying. I'm not condemning the thought. I'm just saying I never was lured into that conspiracy. And so what convinced y'all? What convinced y'all that was true?
Show it.
Russia
just saying
would
real.
pull it out of the water. Russia would expose America for the fraud that they were if we didn't go to the moon.
they already did, Apostle.
They didn't. Russia did not.
Russia
Remember, it was at
participated.
the time it was an
They
arms
in the
race.
space station. They participated with the
They
law.
It
participate
was an
now.
arms race.
But there
There's
was
an
an
arms
arms
race
race back
time
in the
between
60s.
Russia
We know
and
Russia was
China.
the first to do
Exactly.
everything.
And
And then America landed on the moon, defeating Russia for the first time.
No, that's why America lied.
You don't
How you
think
know they
Russia
lied?
would expose
Hold on. How you know they lied, John?
It's 2023. Why don't they go up there, bro? The technology
Because
has
already
gotten way
accomplished.
better, right? Why don't they
When
go up
Russia,
there right now?
when Russia
And
had
accomplished what?
when
He said they went 7 times. Did you hear
No,
that?
no. I'm talking about right now, human beings. I'm not talking about sending no machines. I'm talking about human beings.
They're going
We're talking about
25.
human
They
beings.
did go to the
bro.
moon,
This shit
nigga.
is nuts.
What you talking about, John?
when Russia had Sputnik up there orbiting, we couldn't even get off the launch pad down here.
That's right.
right.
And they already had
Can't
Sputnik
be
up there.
niggas over
Oh
moon
my
land.
Russia landed a
You
craft
shit
on the
is-
moon
you think
before we landed.
this shows how
We just the first to put
unlearned
humans
really
on the moon.
fucking
Y'all
are.
confusing the
Listen,
moon
Russia-
with Mars, man. Somebody
Yeah,
confusing the
Russia was
moon with
security.
Mars.
technological superior than us at that time. Russia was
Definitely.
technologically superior.
John, we never been to Mars, nigga.
You gotta prove that they was.
Anybody ever heard of Sputnik?
From World War II. After the fall of Germany.
Sanford, your mic is muted or muffled.
That's my voice, man.
Now Valley Hebrew.
Not you.
Now Valley Hebrew. Do you know what the Russians had in Sputnik?
Yeah, but I think you believe we went to space.
No.
No.
I know we went to the moon. What did they have in Sputnik?
Tell it to the world. Go ahead.
No, you tell me.
Why are you asking me a question to see if I know? If you know, just say it.
Answer the question, bro.
No, I'll play game. Just say it, brother.
Nah, you tell us since you so harping on the Russians.
Man, you like to argue, man. Go argue with your girlfriend or something, dude.
Now we having a discussion, so answer the main question, man. We having a discussion. Answer the main question.
I don't want to change the format. Let's handle it ourselves. I'll be right back.
Just tell the world what they had in Sputnik, brother.
Answer the question.
I don't know. I don't want to answer the question.
That's all you gotta say.
Now
You don't know.
but you talking about Russia.
Right.
You say you don't know.
The world. Now tell the world what they had.
Nah, Jane, you messed up, man. Whoever's talking about that.
So y'all have seen the Apollo video of us landing on the moon, supposedly, right?
Wait.
Hold on. That was James.
Wait a minute, sorry. Let him tell us what they had in Sputnik.
No, y'all about to pull something off Zeitgeist, bruh. And you about to show a fake Hollywood reproduction of the landing on the moon?
I was going to look at the real footage. It's only like 44 seconds of it.
All right, go right ahead, play it. But I knew that was. Hey, come on, man.
I ain't gonna play it because
Hey, mute out real quick, man. Damn, this shit
Hold up,
get
so the
hard.
cameraman got up there first, then, right?
Right.
The cameraman did the first step, right?
Man, the cameraman was with him. Y'all tripping. What is, I mean.
No, the cameraman is filming.
Cameraman is on the side of them. Filming the flag.
Do you trying to tell me that is a camera on the ground and they see it land?
No, they see
well then, y'all just making stuff up
on the side of the two astronauts.
Well, that's fine. So they hopped out and they put the camera on the ground.
While the flag blowing.
Hey, y'all really tripping right
Look at
now.
this. I'm gonna show it real quick. It's like 44
All right,
seconds.
all right.
Is it the
hold
real
on, let me
footage
share
or
my
saw cut it
screen.
out?
Man.
While American
I'm
flag
telling you,
blowing
I'm
on
gonna have a
president.
field day with
Yeah,
this.
where is the wind coming from with no atmosphere?
Oh my god.
The flag is not cloth; it's made out of aluminum.
See? You
It's
gonna
made
mess
out
it
of
all up,
aluminum?
bro. Don't do it to
Yes, sir.
yourself, bro.
Oh,
Yeah,
so aluminum is moving like cloth in the video.
No, it's because
Flag is not moving like cloth.
Let me show. Let's pull this thing up real quick. Hold on, let me. Where's my share? New share. Here we go. Share video. Let me blow it up. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, we see it right now.
Yep.
Full screen.
So here, this is them supposedly on the moon. Where is that? Well, the light could be. No, the light is on the side of the ship, and it's not coming from the ship. Where is that particular light coming from? They got
It's coming from
spotlight.
the sun, or maybe the earth. The sun.
They got spotlight right in the spot that they at.
No, that whole scene is illuminated over there.
That can't be for real.
Yo, you're looking too deep into it, homie. Yo, I was there, homie.
Hey, this is the best show on black. Look, the best show on the black internet. Hey, make sure y'all like, and subscribe. What's up?
Moving like cloth.
Yo, you're looking too deep. I was there, homie.
It's not aluminum. It's not aluminum like from the grocery store. It's not that kind of aluminum. It's a thinner slice of aluminum. That flag is made out of aluminum.
And it's
Look
moving
how
like
far
cloth.
the camera was, man.
Bam.
So how was they walking on the moon like that?
Yeah, I don't believe.
What you mean how they were walking on the moon?
Man, y'all know they got gravity boots on and everything. Didn't y'all learn this in the
Hold
third
on.
grade, bruh?
Gravity boots.
I mean, you know what I mean. Something out of Star Trek. They got something keeping them on the ground, bruh. So what they suits? So what you telling me? Them
they got
suits ain't doing nothing.
One is only illuminating one part of the moon.
I'm shaking my head.
Where
And
they're
you like,
at, and the rest of it is in shadow.
You said no program.
Somebody got
That
to
would
mute.
mean they
Damn,
landed on
that's
the other
Jesus Christ.
side of the
Hold on.
moon, which doesn't
So you
get any
just gonna
light.
count the sun?
This is what I'm trying to
You
say.
just gonna
This.
count the sun? This shit is sad.
Nah, this is what I'm trying to say. This gravity boots is not worse than thinking that we didn't even go. Y'all think that whole shit is fake and made up in the studio? I just came up with a simple explanation, like they got some boots that's keeping them on the ground. Y'all really wondering why they not floating away?
I told
We just had a conversation
So
about
is y'all
jumping
really
too
wondering
hard
why they not
and
floating
leaving
away?
their
How many
atmosphere.
people work for NASA? Why go through
I'm really wondering why I don't see a star in the sky. I'm trying to figure out what this light is illuminating the side of the
Nah,
craft.
y'all. I'm
Right,
about to
I'm
wiki
like,
y'all
what
to
the
death.
heck?
Watch this. Go ahead.
Is that a real
And with
video?
no atmosphere on the moon, what's going to happen if that sun hits you? Yeah. So
You got on the
See,
spacesuit,
Yeah,
nothing.
they got on the spacesuit. They got to answer anything.
Oh, you see, hold on, come here.
Oh my God! But we hear your
somebody
whole
family
get
in the
down.
back, hit your mute button.
Man, hey, G Lacan, you got to learn to remember to mute.
Yeah, hit your mute when you finish, Bailey. So to prove that we landed on the moon is going to take more for me. If that's aluminum, that it definitely was moving like cloth. I've never seen aluminum move in that fashion, and it didn't seem to wrinkle after it moved like aluminum generally does.
I can prove we went to the moon, though, sir. Just like Sabio said, because I look out in space and I see space stations in space.
Now there are satellites.
Satellites being in space, we wouldn't be able to
Satellites are one thing.
the way we communicate.
Us being physically on another planet,
He was on the bed with some other.
It ain't happened yet.
Oh, we about to have hella fun.
Hey, he still got it in him.
Yeah, they wild.
So y'all don't believe those videos on Curiosity that's on Mars.
I think they walked off the set as soon as it was over.
He's stupid.
They made a report.
Hey, bro, why you keep unmuting and not saying nothing? You just unmuting to make
just
noise.
sitting on the cut, man. Yeah, we hear everything in the back, yo. If that's a moon landing, yay, but I doubt it. I doubt it.
Hey, what Bernie Mac say? If this food Cajun and I'm Caucasian, ain't losing these food.
I'm about to show y'all gonna be rolling. Oh,
yeah, they bugging me.
Slap on one of these, Asar. Oh, and you good. You get your grab.
Look at that suit.
You get up one of these. You slap on one of these and you right out the atmosphere. It's nothing, bro. And I told you, gravity boots. Look at the bottom. I'm gonna make them bigger. Look at them. Look at these joints.
Go 50,000.
You cannot find them in the store. Look. Thank you. They gonna keep you right in the atmosphere. Look at the right one. I'm just having fun. But in all reality, did you really ask about what the sun is gonna do? Like, ain't the sun gonna hit your skin? Haven't you seen these before, bro? Like these right here. Like, you feel me? So look, is it dark? Let me ask y'all. Do y'all think the flash from the camera is why it ain't like dark around him? You know, you think he gonna be like dark like if you go in the closet and close the door?
Oh no, you can definitely go into the atmosphere. The moon landing is different.
Hold on. So the sun, the element, what the sun gonna do is gonna change. He lit up. His whole suit lit. Do you think that's the flash from his camera?
He's still within our atmosphere. He's still protected.
He's within our atmosphere?
Yeah, he's still within the atmosphere.
Floating like that?
Nah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this shit is crazy.
You could, it's parts of our atmosphere that will still allow you to have less gravity.
You can see
bro, what is going on today?
Could he be out there with an oxygen mask? That's it.
Well, you a magnetosphere and different things of that nature. See, he's connected by a tube to his ship.
But why does he need that outfit?
Because that sun,
a tether to his ship. The tube.
Yeah, that sun gonna get you. He needs to be able to breathe.
JJ, the background
He
dark,
can
but
just have
everything lit
oxygen.
up around him though.
He can
Okay,
just take
so
oxygen like when you go
so
underwater and put an oxygen mask on, but he has to protect himself from the
yes, sir.
elements because
He's
he's
got to
in
protect
outer
himself from the
space.
elements without question. But let's
Hey,
be
that's a
clear,
pseudo killer.
because if he's in the magnetosphere,
Huh?
which is pretty high up, he'll still lose consciousness without having oxygen attached to his suit. So, yeah, he's got to have a suit
Wait
on
a
for
minute.
several different reasons.
But you notice, hey, none of these niggas never got no daytime pictures. Nigga, take
But this is what I'm trying to say. Is it ever not
There's a
daytime?
daytime picture
Is
right
it
there.
ever
It's
not
sun on his
daytime in
daytime right there.
space?
It's
That's
sun on his
daytime.
When is
helmet.
it not daytime in outer space? Like,
Yes,
is the
it's sun on
sun
his
gonna go
helmet.
down? Y'all tripping, man. This is the worst ever I
Just
ever
on
heard.
one side of the earth.
Yeah, he's got sun on his helmet. So we
So
can't
y'all
say
think it's a
that.
nighttime in outer
Nighttime
space?
on the other side of the earth.
If he flew over there and blocked the sun, it's gonna be nighttime to him. But
It's gonna be
the sun
nighttime.
ain't going nowhere.
Bro, if you
No,
look
the
in that
sun
nigga
is
helmet, the reflection is a nigga in his helmet with an iPhone pointed at him. Look at his helmet. Look at the reflection.
But somebody asked, why is the photos always daytime, dog?
There's an iPhone in this helmet.
That's the
somebody
craziest
wants you to
shit
pull
out.
up the Webb telescope, Smash.
All right, let me ask y'all a question. Which way is left to
You're gonna
him?
make me go to James' page because I'm in James's
No,
class.
not left. I'm sorry. Which way is east to him?
His right is
I
the
would have
east
to know
is
the
the
Nah,
on.
that ain't right.
There is no east or
Say-
west.
Probably
yeah,
to his
exactly.
right.
Are
There's no
y'all
east or
really
west.
serious? Y'all
East
serious,
is
huh?
nowhere. East is nowhere.
Let me ask the chat. Which way is east to the dude in this suit right now? Now, if he turned
That's
and
a
looked
woman.
at the
Doesn't
earth, he probably
exist
could
in
make
space.
something out, but his back is facing the earth, so he won't be able to make that out.
Exactly.
If somebody got an answer and they say left or right, they hella funny.
Yeah.
There's nowhere.
South or north.
So what's the answer to that? I guess those cardinal points have to do with being on the earth.
Yeah. And what is the significance of that V? This red V and the white V. What is the significance to that?
I don't know, but I did see a triangle. I told Smash, so I don't know.
Right.
I think, you know what I'm saying?
They on something, man. What is the mission of these patches, man?
And why
That's
does
just
this nigga
they
got
just chilling.
flashlights
What
on
you
his
mean?
head?
They gotta
What's
have
all the
logos. They
flashlights this
just
nigga got?
what if they encounter other people in outer space? They want to show who they
did.
down with.
Didn't you hear what Mitchell said? There are other crafts here. And boy, these babies are huge. They're watching us.
Oh man. Show that
He
right
said
now. We on the internet. Play it.
Oh, I can't, but you can pull it up.
But Smash.
But you can pull it up.
This ain't no good.
This ain't no good. Who said this ain't no good? Go ahead.
Hey,
What's
hold
up? What's up? Who said but
right there,
Smash?
he a Russian or something, ain't he?
Yeah, that might have been Russians, but we was
But
talking
I
about.
mean, how? But how far, Smash? How far fetched about the guy? Hold on. How far fetched is what Apostle saying that somebody say they seen a UFO than what I say I seen something like
No,
that.
it's not that far
I mean, it's
fetched.
our
This is
point of
what I'm
view.
saying. We're hearing it from your mouth, and I won't discredit that. We hear an apostle saying somebody else said. That's hearsay. So I'm just saying, play the source. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is they got it on camera. They got it on video.
You gotta move that
Mitchell
bottom bar
on the
on,
moon
Smash.
saying to the medical channel, they got
That
it
shit
on
look
video.
real right
Then
there.
use that bottom bar.
Well, you talking
bottom
about where at
See
right
that? See
here?
right there at the bottom.
Oh,
that gray
okay,
bar?
I feel you. Thank you. Let me ask y'all a question: is this in our atmosphere or not? It's too big, though. I can't make it smaller.
No,
But
it's out. It's out of our
Use the bottom
atmosphere.
bar
It's
now.
out.
Yeah, bam.
why it ain't nighttime?
Because he's
You said,
on the
why is
side
it-
of the sun.
No, but I'm saying, ain't so you really think it's a nighttime in outer space? I mean, like in our solar system.
What he's saying is once they go on the other side of the when once the sun is on the other side of
No,
the
that's
earth,
the. Hey,
it's
Smash!
gonna
I
be
got it. I
nighttime.
got a perfect answer for that.
All right.
It's the flashlight.
Flashlight, stupid.
This
So
the
there's
flash?
No,
there's
seriously though.
directionals
With
in
this
outer
space
space.
station, once it's orbiting around the earth, I guess what Apostle's saying, and it could be possible, once this object gets on the other side of the earth and the sun is on the other side of the planet, it's going to be nighttime on
Yeah,
this.
no, that's just no. We just blocked out the sun by being on the other side. I mean, it ain't nighttime. You can do that at any given time. You can let the sun block out the. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Y'all know.
No, the correct statement for it is you're out of the atmosphere of the earth. There is no day or nighttime.
Thank you.
You're in
The
space.
thing is, it takes 90 minutes for the space station to make one resolution around the earth. Every 90 minutes, it goes around the earth.
So let me ask a question.
Yeah, but you're not in the Earth's atmosphere.
Hey, Smash.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Smash, the sun is a sphere.
He said the sun is a sphere. I don't know about that, but it's. I don't know about that, but keep going. I mean, it appears like a sphere, but things that's burning ain't it burning gases?
Yeah, no business.
It's burning gas, absolutely.
So is there any solid matter to the sun?
I'm not saying it's a solid object.
So then, but how could it be? It's a gaseous sphere, huh?
So what I'm saying is light from the sun goes in all directions. Right. So in the void of space, there's not no stream of light in the void of space. The light spreads when it hits our atmosphere. In the void of space, it doesn't. There's not going to be like a daylight on this side and on that side in the void. It has to hit the atmosphere for it to be a.
Well, you can. But hey, but hold on. You can look at a man's helmet. You can see a guy, that little shadow that looked like somebody taking a picture, like that low. But you can look at the night sky and see that he's out of space. You see how dark it is up there?
But I put up space.
See somebody flashing light.
Exactly.
So do y'all think the technology put in the spacesuits to the people who think we didn't go to the moon? Do you think that's a bunch of fake stuff or what?
Nah, I think that's real. They did go to the moon. If I answer your question right.
I was talking to the people who think they didn't.
I don't think they went to the moon.
So what's up with this right here? That's what I'm saying. This is just a bunch of faking and playing it off.
Yep.
Why you say that?
Brother Smash, big up to the panel, big up to everybody.
Peace.
That many people.
Yeah, hold on. Let me say something. Let's work with that conspiracy that they didn't go to the moon. In the 1960s.
I don't think that's a conspiracy.
No,
well, let him talk. Let him finish talking. You just jump on him.
I thought he was done. He took a ball.
No, he wasn't done.
He hiccuped
so he could finish.
Oh, well, let him go.
In the 1960s, more than 400,000 people across the country worked for NASA.
Yeah.
Right? No, let's look at it the other way. So many different over 2,000 different corporations work for NASA in designing rockets and designing everything from microwave to rocket technology that was developed for NASA. Anybody ever heard about HACCP? Hazard Analysis Critical Control Part? If you know HACCP, if you work in the food, all right. Let me see. If you work in the food industry, HACCP is important. HACCP was developed during that time to ensure that the food that going to outer space is going to be safe. Microwave technology was expanding on that time. We owe so much technology we use now to go into space. And somebody's going to tell me that 400,000 people, the Russians, the Chinese, and the Indians, and the British, who had the technology to monitor at that time, are going to say, I will side with the Americans. Why? In this big conspiracy? Why would they side with the Americans?
Good point, Stupid.
Right.
Hey, you got to answer that conspiracy, Asar. That's a very good question.
I would say that they would agree with America because they also wanted to have that same claim of fame. They turned around and did some of the same things.
Oh, so every nation lied in your theory?
No, let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
If we're so nice with the technology, it's very simple. We just had some billionaires get together just to go see the Titanic, not even to the bottom of the ocean, just to go see the Titanic. How come that technology failed, but you're so confident that they can put people on the moon. Go ahead.
All right, let me answer that question. The sub company, the submarine, deep diving submarine company, everybody knew that they were cutting corners. The guy who filmed the Titanic has been to see the Titanic many times. What's his name? The one who did the Titanic.
What is his name?
The movie
James. I forgot.
Leonardo DiCaprio. James Cameron had been to see that he complained that this company was cutting corners. That's why their submarine imploded. It was a shit. Every shitty company. It was a shitty company who did not have covered all the safety things. Don't talk about one accident.
You know how many billionaires got there? You know how much money was involved in that project?
It wasn't a billionaire company. It was a company that offered tours. It was a tour company. Go and look at the company. It offered tours.
The richest men in the world got together to go see the Titanic. They put together something, and then they had
they did not put it together.
Just interested in going.
They didn't. Let me finish.
Hold on, Stoopy. Tell him to bring that up. Tell him bring that shit up.
They did not put together the company.
Sorry, bring it up.
The company existed before.
Bring up,
and it was like a tour. It's like a tour company that offers tours to see the Titanic.
Billionaires put it together. It's supposed to.
I'm sorry. Bring it up.
Okay, y'all, this is the internet age. You can source up.
Source up.
Source up. With that aside, source up that was a billionaire.
Billionaires
died, but it was not billionaire.
On both ends, because you saying it's a tourist company. I mean, that would be good if you could give us the name of that, so we could just get to the bottom of it. But either which way, that is kind of, I don't know.
No, but either way, Stoopies, answer this for me while I start getting that. How do we get through the Van Allen radiation belt?
Hamish Harding, a 59-year-old British billionaire, business owner, and explorer. British Pakistani businessman Shahzada Dawood and his son Suleiman. French explorer Paul Henry Nargolet, who has made multiple dives over the years to explore the Titanic. Stockton Rush, the CEO of Ocean Gate Expedition. Stop it. Stop it. Millionaires put the money together to go see. Hold on, I got a phone call.
Now, Stoopies, answer that. Tell me, anybody who believe we went to the moon.
No, hold on.
These guys had dived before.
Ready. Titanic submarine tour company, Ocean Gate Expedition. So it was a tour company. Anybody can look it up. Ocean Gate Expedition. What to know? So it was a tour company that offered tour to the Titanic. It's an expensive venture. It's not anybody can afford it. This is not like somebody flying out a chick to the Dubai to suck him off. It's an expedition. This requires a big old yacht, submarine, infrastructure, all kind of bullshit to go down to the Titanic.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stoopies.
Billionaires come together.
All right, look, when I stepped off, he was equating going to outer space to going to the deep ocean, and that could be equated in some ways, but I was thinking how big of a mistake that is you making. You understand atmospheric pressure and how once you get to about 32 feet, let's say, how it doubles. So we got 14 pounds of atmospheric pressure. Anybody else deal with building high performance cars or turbochargers or superchargers?
We know that
aerodynamics
15 pounds of pressure.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's about 14.8 pounds of pressure is standard atmospheric pressure. You know, if you go up into the mountains and try to run your hypo car, it can't run as well because the pressure, has it increased or decreased? I'm not sure, but one of the two has happened. But when you go into the water now, I think only at either 32 feet or 32 meters, we double the atmosphere. Anybody can confirm that right now.
Listen,
and so that means
my uncle got the Benz.
That's why they use a lot of the astronomical when they do astronaut travel. A lot of the training is done in the water because of that.
Yeah, but that one element that I'm talking about ain't there in outer space. It's not no implosion pressure coming from outer space.
but you can come as close as you can, which is in the water, which is why they do most of the training.
They do the training in the water for zero gravity. Gravity don't work the same. They do water training for zero gravity training.
But let's cut to the chase. Stupies. Sorry, let's cut to the chase. Let's just cut to the chase. Let's not even beat around the bush. Somebody
let's
who
look at the Van Island Deltas.
Wait a minute, Stupies. Wait a minute. If anybody believe we went to the moon, give me the technology required to make it through the Van Allen radiation belt. That's all
man, you could probably get that right off NASA because they've been to the moon. So why we got to do something extra like that? That's what I'm saying. That's a question that you're saying NASA hasn't answered.
You
saying?
go to the NASA Museum in Houston. You go to the NASA Museum in Houston. Yes, too. The correction earlier, the sun is a spirit. It's not a perfect spirit, but it's a spirit.
Okay, yeah. So I was wondering how something like that gas can maintain a sphere. Gravity or something? Gravity or something?
It's just a natural. It's just a natural phenomenon.
Nuclear, right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Nuclear fusion.
Hey,
no, you know, you listen.
The most gravitational force?
You know, I see the sun looking like a circle, but all I presume is that if we was able to observe it without it burning our eyes, and we would probably see that it's not holding one spherical shape. It's doing probably like fire do. Think about it. How can it just be holding a perfect sphere?
The surface does.
That's like a solar.
It ain't no surface of the sun. It's gas, ain't it?
No, it's called.
So the sun got. I'm asking. I don't know. The sun.
It's called a photo. It's called a photosphere. It's still like the sun. Has
photos. You know I thought what?
No, the sun.
The photosphere isn't in our atmosphere.
No, that's the sun's surface. The sun has a photosphere.
Oh, the sun got one too, but there is a photosphere in our atmosphere or not? I'm asking. I'm not debating. I'm asking. Allow us to ask humbly.
And they got photos of the sun. Like,
but I'm asking: is there a photosphere, one of the 7 parts of our atmosphere? I ain't never heard of the sun's photosphere. So if y'all don't know, the photosphere is one of the 7 parts of our atmosphere. But I'll look this up to make sure.
What a lunar man. 9 feet of land.
The sun is that sphere, right? The sun
so you could be right. The photosphere is a star's outer shell from which radiate the lights. Now that make it seem like I'm all the way wrong. So I want to say that. What are the 7? What are the 7 things in our what you call it atmosphere?
The atmosphere. You mean from the what do you call it? The troposphere?
Stratosphere, magnetosphere. Go ahead.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Look, exosphere, thermosphere. That's what I might have thought was a photosphere. Thermosphere, mesosphere.
Forget the sun is spinning too. That's another reason.
So that's what keeps it in a perfect sphere, huh?
I don't know about a perfect sphere smash, but I do know. If I'm not mistaken,
it's not perfect. It's like 99.99.7 some shit. It ain't like perfect. Nothing's perfect.
Yeah, I feel
solar flare.
But no, in my brain
is equivalent to the flames that you're talking about. Also, if I'm not mistaken,
that's what I'm saying.
Is the strongest gravitational force we have in our galaxy or universe or whatnot. Am I wrong about that? Other than
in our solar system, in our solar system, the sun is the strongest.
I don't know if it's the galaxy universe, but solar system, great. The sun is the strongest gravitational force in our solar system.
Right.
All right.
Yes.
Sagittarius A is the strongest gravitational force in our whatever it is. You know what I'm saying?
Solar system.
But it's gravity. The sun does have gravity. That's what's drawing everything to the center.
Yeah.
All right. Now look, they got the construction of the sun right here. Are y'all saying? And again, I'm in the. I don't want to. Yeah, people say not good to learn on YouTube. But which one of these is supposedly solid?
The core is solid.
The core is supposedly solid.
Yeah, the core.
All right, let's see. Okay, cool. I thought it was like a plasma, like it says right here.
No,
the core of the sun is made of hot, dense plasma. Is plasma solid?
Yeah, I don't think it's solid at all.
Plasma's not solid, bro.
Let me say why it's solid. Let me say why I say
our core not even solid. Stupid. Our core is magma.
Yeah, but we talking about the sun because we trying to trip off how it forms. We just trying to trip off how it forms this 99% perfect sphere. It got to do with extra elements. So here, look,
it's like the score is not a gas.
Okay.
It's not a gas.
But it's like the structure of the sun is a G-type star. The core, radiation zone, convection zone, photosphere, like my brother said, the chromosphere, the corona. Any of these are supposed to be solid to us?
No.
They're all
No,
gases or some plasma state, correct?
Solids are not a base for an attraction. That's what we gotta put that out there, and we gotta use that as a standard going forward. Being a solid mass does not necessarily, because we got to deal with the fact that there's there's a disparity level of density. Once you get to a certain level of density within a mass, then we label those objects solids, because most objects can't pass through that.
Yeah, I just wanted. I'm with y'all, and I'm asking y'all this: what's the force in the? Because somebody said the sun is the biggest object, so saying is the spin or the gravity holding into a perfect sphere? Would that make sense?
Well, so okay, whoever said that the sun is the biggest object would be incorrect, because it's not that in particular. It's the fact that we're in the process of the great expansion, right? Everything has been shot outwards, right? And they're attracting to objects that have larger gravitational forces than the outside environment. So they're creating quote unquote communities of planets or I hope y'all don't take what I'm saying and run with it, right? But
no, I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just like the planets and nothing more than just broken off pieces of the sun. You know what I'm saying?
We said that the other day on here, that most things are explosions of sun.
What's the closest thing we got natural on Earth?
Some planets are rocky and some planets are not.
What's the closest thing we got on Earth naturally to plasma?
Your blood.
Lightning.
Lava.
Thank you, Gullah. Thank you. What did you say, Gullah?
Lava.
So haven't y'all seen the process of lava turning into rock?
Yeah.
But when it's in the process closer to the plasma.
Hey, Smash, the sun has electrical charge plasma.
Okay, but it's still in a similar state, right? Of that hot, the hot liquid that ain't a solid, right?
No,
it's a solid.
It's different than the plasma on the Earth, though.
I understand that. I would be sure it will, but it was our example for people to follow. So I'm saying, would that be closer to the consistency of what we're talking about, or would it be closer to something that's solid like a rock?
I think it'd be closer to something like Jupiter, man.
Hell no.
Which is Jupiter's nothing but a small, real small sun that was too small to ignite.
The sun is flat. I'm about to be the sun flat. I'm a flat sunner. Hey, but it's like this because I want to know what's holding it into the perfect shape of a spear. I want some real science. I'm not challenging it. I'm not challenging it. I want to know how is that happening.
Can I answer that question?
Check this out. The makeup of the sun. Hold on. Check it out. The makeup of the sun. Just like most other stars, the sun is made up of mostly hydrogen followed by helium. Nearly all the remaining matter consists of 7 other elements: oxygen, carbon, neon, nitrogen, magnesium, iron, and silicon. All right, it's gas. We talk about gases.
But it turned to a plasma, which ain't
it's
that.
So hot. It's so
thicker
hot
than gas, though, right?
The gas turned to plasma. That's
that's what I'm saying.
Hey,
So
let me ask y'all a question.
It's like a liquid hot or something.
All right, can I say something?
Hold on, let me ask this question. Right, this is a question. This is for Gullah. This is for Nile Valley. All the scientists in here, right? Does when we're dealing with the Earth's orbit behind the sun, does the orbit of the Earth ever
still nice and cool in this motherfucker? Ain't
decent?
I know.
Hold up, mute yourself out, family.
Heat in the
Oh yeah, the same thing with a star. Like do these planets that are following these suns or these large stars, do they ever get in front of those stars in their expansion? We got to start there. So like, you remember the old model that we had with the universe where the sun and then the planets revolve around the sun and these suns are going out, but in reality, do these planets ever get in front of the progression of these suns?
Nah,
No.
they
No.
orbit around them in the 360, right?
All right. Okay. The sun
Yeah,
moving, right?
the,
We
the
know that the
sun is
sun. Let me answer.
revolving.
Let me answer
Yo,
this.
we close to
The sun
changing the
moving through space.
format, so let's keep it popping. I
Yeah.
like this. Let's
All right.
not. Yeah.
The sun
Yo, I
moving
ain't trying
through
to change the
space.
format. I'm just trying
And
to. I'm
as
just
No,
trying.
I'm
I was
not
just
talking to you,
relevant.
Kyle. You did it right. Everybody butted
yeah,
in after
Kyle,
that at once.
the sun moving through space. The sun is not stationary. The sun is moving through space, and as it moves through space, its satellites. The sun satellites are the planets around the sun, move through space along with the movement of the sun. Just like how the moon, which is Earth's satellite, move through space along with the movement of Earth. The moon don't stay stationary. As the Earth moves, it pulls its moon with it. So
Hey,
the moon moves in space with the Earth. And
Let me
the
thank
Earth
you.
moves in space with the sun.
And we was
It
talking about
pulls everything.
why things
let
don't
me
leave their
let me clear
orbit is
this
because
up.
of the strength of gravity. But let's let Eddie is king. He raised his hand, and so I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Let's let the brother get a word off. Eddie is king. I don't know if I ever heard from you before, but peace. You can speak if you unmute yourself.
Peace.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in, chime in real quick about what we just was talking about. Nobody mentioned dark matter. I just wanted to throw that out there and then just comment on that about the force that you were asking about that was holding everything together. I would say that would be dark matter.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. You think
dark
dark matter
energy.
is
In our
you think dark
solar
matter is
system,
keeping the because we hadn't got to everything together. We was talking about keeping the sun
Yeah,
in a
we didn't see
perfect
that yet.
sphere or close to a
Mm-hmm.
perfect sphere. How could that
Right.
naturally happen if it was
So,
like gases and liquids? That's what I'm probing.
Hold on,
And you
let
saying it's
me let
dark
me
matter that you can expound.
yeah,
go
dark
ahead.
matter doesn't actually do it, but because I thought you might bring it up, the ionosphere
Uh-huh.
is the layer that does that, right?
Okay.
And
Okay.
the plasma sphere, that's
Okay.
the donut, that's the circular region with the dense cold plasma that surrounds us.
For sure.
And I mentioned the magnetosphere initially. So those three are the things that keep everything in order for us. The stratosphere kind of creates what's going to happen on the planet. But that's how they work. So if you know people like Venice who don't know what they talking about in the chat, when you talk about the atmosphere surrounding the Earth,
Hit the link,
ionosphere should always come
Hit the
up when
link,
we're
Venice.
talking
Come get
plasma,
him.
and then of course the plasmasphere and your what's the other one? The
dark matter.
The magnetosphere. Yeah, those three.
Hey, yeah, I would have definitely got the 5th grade test wrong because I thought the photosphere was part of our atmosphere. You know how bad that I thought that. I think I bust a lyric about it before.
No, it's okay. You still good.
But I didn't think nothing revealed my ignorance in the lyric. It don't matter. I don't chilling. Shit. But where we at though? So something was happening. Somebody was doing something crazy. I think they said,
the plasma sphere,
huh?
I talked about plasma sphere. The Earth plasma sphere is not external; it's internal.
Yeah.
You
Well,
understand the amount
I got a quick question for
Let me finish.
Air.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Why some become plasma in our solar system is because of pressure and gravity. That's why the sun has so much plasma. The sun is this huge thing, and the gravity in the sun is so much that it almost compresses everything down. And that compression produces a lot of heat or energy. And that energy heat interrelation causes the creation of plasma. Just like how lightning causes the creation of plasma, because the amount of energy it has in it, it's the same thing with the sun. When somebody tell you about plasma sphere, and you feel that it's something external to the crust of the earth. No.
Yeah, so I hear you. That's why I was mentioning Earth's atmospheric pressure, hoping someone would tell me about some pressure in outer space that was helping to happen. So I appreciate you. We got Pan African James.
That's why I said it was electrical charge too earlier. That's why I said
Word
that too.
up. Word. James, what's up?
Yeah, I got a off-topic question for Rashawn L. He asked me a question about have I ever lived in Africa, and I just wanted to know why did he ask me that? No, I just want to know why.
You trying to start some folk real quick? Like, hold up, homie.
Look in the chat. He asked me, "Have you ever lived?" So I just
Come
wanna
on, let's
know
do the
why did he
beef
ask
section
me
for a
that?
minute. Come on, Rasan. He calling you out.
It's not necessarily a call out. I just want to know why did he ask me that. You know, wouldn't you want to know if somebody asked you, "What have you ever lived in Africa?" Like, what was the question about?
He ain't coming on
But I
mute.
guess he ain't around, so
He ain't coming
if he
on
ever
mute.
get a chance to, I would like to know.
Sometimes you don't want to address something, or sometimes you're not there. Like, if I don't want to address something, I might not come off mute.
Right. Peace. Well, go ahead.
He must didn't mean nothing by it. I don't think he meant nothing by it. There's only two. I mean, you could take it facetiously, or you could take it for real.
Man, I mean, if he thinks I lived in Africa, something about anything associated with me in Africa is great. So I don't take offense to it. I just want to know why did he ask me the question? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I'm very pro-African. If you think I lived in Africa, great. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? It was a guy from Nepal at the corner store. You know, because I'm so pro-African, sometimes I've been going up to the store and I'd be listening to the show or something. He'd be like, "What you listening to?" And then I'd be like, "Oh, well, this is the topic." And he like, "What's the topic?" And then so I'd be telling him, and so it's always something about Africa. So he asked me, he said, "You from Africa?" I said, "Yeah." You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell. You know what I'm saying? I just be messing with it.
No goddamn African nigga.
What? Hold on. Who was that said that?
Kyle, man.
That's what I'm saying. There you go.
Who ain't from Africa? Don't have me do my Black Indians today. Black Indians in the building.
You wasn't born in Africa. You ain't from Africa. You are a product of.
See, this the same thing I had to explain to the guy from Nepal.
Look, I am not Pan-African, so y'all know I am Pan-African American.
You don't have to be.
Hey, I was with Black Caesar them. Now we from West Africa and we took all we were no slaves. What you talking about? We beat up the British Army and we took the Florida Keys. All black people. Fight against that.
Yeah, so I don't even the slave history is so minimal in our history. I don't understand how somebody can sit up and denounce where they from just because where they at.
All right, I'm gonna say this: Black Caesar wasn't before Columbus or nothing, but it was black people showing their naval, their maritime expertise enough for that's why the U.S. Army formed over Blackbeard and Black Caesar. Black Caesar crew was all West African. That's who I was rocking with. How you gotta act like you came with the slaves?
That's deep.
And to Pan-African James, man, I don't want to beat you up on this topic, bro. We can have this conversation.
But hold up, you can't. This is what the problem is. You can't do it.
Like when you're dealing with are we African or are we African?
We do still got Africanism in our culture. There's a reason why we black culture and not just mainstream American.
That's not
what I'm saying. You still got Niger Congo isms in our everyday life. We do.
Yeah.
So,
that's not what I'm saying. It's not my argument whatsoever. My argument is a political argument. This is a political argument. It's not a cultural argument.
Damn, we went from aliens to now we're talking about.
You're right. All right, we're back down. Hey, do a show tomorrow on this.
Oh no, I'm not against it.
Nah,
like
we flowing. Let it flow because
we
we got like 45 more minutes. I got this show is at I'm gonna do. Let's do so. Let it flow. Shit.
Yeah, I ain't no issue with it. But
if James Pan, what country like in Africa? You just can't be Pan-African because it's America.
What's crazy about y'all? Y'all don't understand that a Pan-African can be from all over the damn planet.
I got a good ass question.
You don't have to be in one geographical location because we spread all over the fucking world.
It's mixed all up. This gonna mix the whole show up with what we talking about now. No, I'm talking about this question. What was the first culture to see UAPs? Africa or anywhere? Don't mess this up. USP. Unidentified aerial phenomenon. Don't mess this up. I'm saying y'all go in the Kemet, it's gonna get ugly.
I'm gonna keep it funky.
There you go.
What was the first culture to see UAPs?
It's probably gonna be Africa
first.
Oh my God!
There was no we Africans ain't know no damn thing about no UFO, my dude. That's a lie. If somebody said we did, that's a lie.
Hey, thank you, Donnie.
What about the Dogon?
Hey,
The Dogon.
If you
No,
look
they ain't
up,
never seen. They ain't never said they seen
They ain't
no
seen no
UFO.
They talk about the
Wait, hold on, hold
gods
on.
that came from
Hold on.
the
I
Pleiades.
set y'all up with that question.
Hey,
hey,
let
Nah, that's a
Smash,
Gullah
Smash.
knows a
Hold
lot
on,
about
what
the
is
show because
Smash's
man.
answer?
What about the
I
two?
say
No,
Africa.
bro.
I just want to know what you
Gullah going
They
in
talk
right now.
about the
Y'all
fish
cut this
gods
man
that
off,
came
bro.
from the Pleiades.
Man,
Hey,
look, man,
Smash.
y'all can't
Serious
cut
being.
Gullah
No,
off,
but it's
bro.
like this. It's
Y'all
like
can't cut
this.
Gullah off.
Don't
I'm sorry
cut
about
Gullah.
that.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. I'm gonna make you the moderator in a minute. Gullah, go ahead.
No, I would say the Dogon ain't never, even in the so-called mythology, never been seen no UFO or no shit like that. A lot of that shit come from more recent anthropologists coming in, adding on ideas on their mythologies and shit, more recent time. And anyway, speaking of UFOs, if we sitting here saying it's a UFO, don't nobody know what it is because it's an unidentified flying object. I mean, you don't know what the hell it is because you can't say what it is.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's why don't nobody say aliens. That's boo boo. It could just be somebody with a remote control somewhere. But we just asking.
It could be some other country technology that we don't know who got it because
Yep,
every country got
exactly.
different military.
We tried to go down all these routes, and so I'm just asking, who's seen unidentified shit flying before? What's the first
You say
culture?
the first
I've seen
country
some
that seen it?
unidentified.
The first country, right?
First culture in the world that
The
ever
first cult,
manifested that.
the first culture will be the Sumerian culture. You got to think about the Enlil and the Inky.
No, brother.
Yeah,
See,
they got.
Now let's be clear.
Yeah, see, now you coming in with the
Nah. Let's give them some.
Anunnaki.
It's cool. That's cool, right? Here's the
All right.
question: did they have vehicles or were they just gods? See, that's what I'm saying because they were identified as gods, right? So what's unidentified about Inky and Enlil?
They came here on spaceships.
Let me answer the question. So my question back would be to you because you might know more about this than me. When you look at the cuneiform, were we not trying to say that those were unidentified spaceships shapes at one point?
Nah, I mean they might have messed that up, bro. I'm trying to. Oh, please, brother Lugal, if you could hop in the chat, hop in. We got a expert in the chat.
Yeah, that shit came from Zachariah Zitchin, bro.
Yeah, that's not it.
Okay.
So the question is,
okay, so Smash,
but they didn't have to. Real quick,
question,
not no angels, and not nothing in the human form. We talk about something unidentified they seen in the sky. Any culture in history.
Aztec.
Man, I don't know.
The Indian thing, man.
It was the first culture. We got
sound like we throwing a bunch of mud at the wall right now.
Yeah. What's that Indian myth?
Hold on, Apostle, the red beat or whatever.
Yeah.
But Smash just gave
There's a
y'all.
lot of cultures that say they come from the sky.
Wait a minute. Smash just threw out a trick question. Which civilization seen it first, as opposed to what civilization documented it first? You see how y'all just jumped all over?
Okay, that's
just
cool.
Question out there.
We can take it the way you framed it. Go ahead. That's better.
That's not even how he was saying it now, Val. But go ahead.
Right. If you say which culture seen it first, we don't know. We got to go on which culture documents seeing it first. Seeing it. Yeah, so the oldest accounts of it would be the Sumerian, and Zachariah Sitchin was talking about the gods who came down.
Did he read cuneiform or he was just making that?
Man, you cannot reference Zach. I know we doing pseudo Fridays, bro. But Zachariah Stitching.
You got word like what they call it, spoken word traditional stories
man,
too. Like
now Valley. You know we had a long talk about Zachariah Stitching before. I just remembered it, didn't we?
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
so you maintaining that era, bro?
No, I'm maintaining that Zachariah Sitchin made all that stuff up because
that wasn't the first.
But you just referenced him. You just referenced him.
Yeah, no, I was talking about when dude said, "Well, that's Zachariah Sitchin."
Oh, well, I got you. Word up, my bad.
Oh, the Sumerian gods is in the tablets, but what Zachariah Sitchin said the tablet said about it was made up. He didn't read cuneiform. He didn't even read Hebrew.
That's 100% correct.
Brian Hauser brought that out.
I want to ask, and we got brother Chuck Morgan in here. I want to give him the floor and just to ask us a very specific question. So we know about them seeing the gods, things identified as gods, but what about Sumerian tales of anything coming down unidentified or maybe some type of something we could equate to a vessel or a spaceship. Peace, Chuck Morgan.
Since I'm just looking up, we won't find anything in Sumerian inscriptions that talks about gods or Amuna coming down, because their view of the planes, it gets more into
Real quick, Chuck.
Akkadian.
It sounds
Yeah.
like your mic is extra hot. Maybe you got a mouthpiece mic or something. It's
Let me
kind
pull
of it's
back.
kind of extra hot.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No, we don't. I've never seen, and nor have I read any of the Sumerian inscriptions that talks about that. I think that Zechariah Sitchin had poisoned the whole academic world with his his novels, the Earth Chronicles, that gave distorted views of what Sumerian, in particularly, and not even Sumerian. Much of it wasn't even Sumerian. It was Akkadian and some Neo-Assyrian. But people that ran with it just took Sumerian as if it was the foundation of these tales. And most of it, especially when you're dealing with something like Nibiru, that's I think where a lot of the misinformation stems from. Just the lack of knowledge of what the ancients and how they viewed that term and how it was applied. So the problem and the root of the problem was a guy who went into an area that hadn't really been explored and monopolized it and became very wealthy as a result of it through his publications. So no, I haven't seen any publications, any inscriptions that speaks about the Anunnaki coming down or piloting, navigating any crafts and or ships. It's just not there. And I like to challenge people who present that. All they do is cite the text, the line, and then we can walk through it. In particular, this Bill thing, because how they saw the 5 known planets that they could see with their naked eye, because they didn't have tools. That really didn't come around until around the Neo-Assyrian period, when their astronomers started getting into it. But their view was just 5 notable stars that they could see. And the brightest star that appeared to cross the sky from the night into the morning was what they refer to as, in Akkadian, Neberu. This Nibiru was more of a distortion and a play on words, because the home of one of the deities that the Sumerians held sacred, because their gods lived with them in temples. And in Nippur, which is where you get Nibru, that's where the problem comes in, because Nibru, they added an extra I and it became Nibiru, but Neberu, the Akkadian word, was what they used to describe a star that was bright and the brightest in the night sky. And that was usually the planet Jupiter. And the Sumerians had a word for Jupiter, which was Sagmangar. So there's a slight difference. But when you get into it from, I don't like that word in linguistics, but if you go through the language that we have and the text, the Mu'apen, some of these various astronomy texts, it doesn't mention more than 5. None of them are associated with the various Sumerian deities, because Enki was the popular water deity and creator in Eridu. So you know how people put Enki or Anu, which is Akkadian, they put them in different categories, but in their own little province or city state, they had their own god who was the most high, or the highest to them. And of course, in Nippur, Enlil, that was the supreme. He was the greatest. And as time progressed, Marduk became the highest amongst the Babylonians after the Sumerians were gone. So my contribution to this, and I've been listening to it off and on because I've been, in and out of sleep, is that no, we don't have it. I have not personally haven't seen any of the inscriptions, nor have I read about them in any of the multiple databases where you have full Sumerian inscription. Now, the text of Anuma Elish deals with it's a partial creation epic and a hero story, and you do find the references to particular gods. And by the time we get to this Anuna Ki, not being Ki as in the plant or land or kalam, like the plane where they resided, but more of a wording in the language how it's been being used. But that's a good text, but it doesn't put the Anuna on board, say Neberu, which is what Zechariah Sitchin pushed out there. If you go to the 12th planet, and the multiple books that he put out, the problem he had was citing the source or pulling up the inscription, going to that text and pulling the line so that we can take it, analyze it, scrutinize it, or even criticize it. That was something he never did, and that was important. And by the time, just prior to his death, a few years before his death, when Michael Heiser took it upon himself to challenge him to show and prove the things that he was saying, he avoided it. And that was similar to what York would do when it came to something like that.
Interesting.
So no, he just wouldn't do it in among peers. Yeah.
Word up. I'm gonna take this time to segue to another topic. I see we got American Dream coming in next. I want to ask you one more thing about the Canaanite or the Akkadian use of the term El prior to the Hebrews being around. If you have any experience with coming across that term or how we will encounter that term, whether it will be El, Elu, Bel, or what we will have there. If you could give us some details about that'd be cool.
I have, well, you have a word for a god or a deity, Ilu, but that's just a blanket term for a number of different gods. That's from what I've seen. El, there is a word El, but it doesn't have anything to do with any deities of sorts.
So how could this be that El supposedly was this Akkadian deity? I mean, well, he might not be Akkadian. He might just be related to people who spoke in a language that was derived from Akkadian. But you saying you don't find no type of traces of that deity El in anything you've seen?
I would say El come from Western Semitic language. Akkadian is Eastern Semitic language.
Oh, so it might be a different dialect.
Exactly.
We definitely know we have it confirmed by the by at least the Jewish Virtual Library that the use of El happened in some form of Akkadian. So maybe that's the explanation, Gullah, that it was a different dialect or from a different region or something.
Well, according to
there are different forms of it in different regions. Different people spoke it and added words as things progress. What's the worst way to put it? I can't think. I just had a senior moment for a second. Go ahead.
Nah, I think we was on the same page. What you saying, Chuck Morgan? So El was a deity in the Ugaritic text, and this Ugaritic text is the producer of the JEPD model from the Elohim, the Yahweh, these different things that came to be combined into the biblical narrative. El originally was a particular deity in the Semitic family of deities according to position and landmass. And so when you say that's a Western Semitic deity, I would completely agree with you. So Let's let me finish, because you have Il, which is also a different deity that we can go into detail on. Just let me get my shit off right quick, then you can go right ahead if you don't mind. So like when you have the production of Il or El in the Western Semitic area, this particular deity had a different set of characteristics, and it manifested himself, and he actually was a producer of three particular deities, El, Baal, and Yahweh in that structure. And you don't have to agree with me, bro. Just let me get my shit off. You know what I'm saying?
I'm listening, King. I'm listening.
So in that particular structure, El was the chief deity that had a wife. We all agree with that. That had a descendant, and then produced a new deity, and that new deity asserted his authority. This is the exact same thing that you see in the biblical narrative, that Yahweh had sex with a virgin, and this virgin produced a new deity that asserted his authority and became the god of that particular area. This is why you have that narrative being reproduced in that area on a multiplicity of occasions. But the point is that this El character developed and morphed from being simply a particular deity. It became the name of the chief deities, and this is why you see like the name of those deities having a reference to El in those deities, because they was paying homage to that chief deity of that time. This is why Yahweh would never be the chief deity, because Yahweh would be the deity of that land that is constantly ruled by El. And the name of that land tells you that whatever you can respond to Nile Valley Hebrew is fallacious.
Kyle, let me ask you something.
Wait a minute. Before y'all be too deep, let me just throw this out there real quick.
I just want to ask Kyle a quick question.
Wait, hold on. This take me real quick before you ask the question, Chief. So if I say Bereshit bara Elohim, right? And this goes to Smash's question. I said Bereshit bara Elohim. That's the beginning, the first words of the Bible. In the beginning, Elohim created, right?
Well, created Elohim.
Elohim is the
Elohim
represents the
I
whole
would say
pantheon.
That
represents the whole
Elohim.
pantheon of the deities.
Well,
one mic.
It doesn't matter if you're saying Elohim or Elohim. Let's deal with the syntax of those words and the morphology. So when you're dealing with a word that ends in yom, mem, nun, in the
duality,
that makes it plural.
Wait, no. Just relax for a second. You're dealing with
no ad libs, one at a time. Come on, let's try to get this right.
You're dealing with the plurality of a particular deity. You're dealing with multiple deities at the same time that is forming the creation. This is evident in Psalms. It clearly says it.
Masculine and feminine, for sure.
It's not about there was 70 deities in the Ugaritic text. These 70 deities are relevant. Are relevant, and they are obvious because the Hebrews or the Jews they uplift these deities as well, depending on your territory and that time period.
And El has a father.
I don't know nothing about the Jews.
But he telling the truth though.
Hey, let me say this real quick.
Gullah.
To back up Khalil, I want to say that the Elohim will be equivalent to saying the pantheon in Greek mythology. It's like a group of deities.
Right. No, it's not a group. This is not a group.
It is a group, bro.
It's more than one.
Duality. I would say two.
Not all the time. Elohim can be singular or
but they just messed that up. Thank you, Apostle.
He's right.
Nah, he ain't right. We about to do this the right way. Hold on.
Elohim can only be singular in the aspect when it refers to the dead, because the dead are referred to as a collective group. This is where Jonathan and Michael Heiser did his presentation, and he proved and defined that. So you're wrong.
All right, hold on now. That was a good point for us to get some order. We're going to hear back from Brother Apostle. Sorry, American Dream, because they kind of trumped you coming in next, but I still got you. We're going to hear back from Apostle real quick to keep this dialogue flowing before we close down the show. Apostle, I'm asking you to unmute your mic. You got the floor till you finish speaking.
All right. First of all, there's no place in Scripture where it refers to a Yahweh or a God having sex with a virgin or a female. Nowhere in scripture. So that's number one. Elohim is plural. It either means judges or kings or sons of God, and that it always implies, they say it can be singular, but because of that suffix that's being added to the word El, which is Canaanite, not Hebrew, it makes it more than one. That gets you to the Genesis 1,
That's
26.
the problem that I have.
Let me finish.
No,
Let me
no,
finish.
my language.
We
Let
can't
me
let you
finish.
finish, bro.
Please allow me to finish. Like you said, Kyle, let you finish.
I'll allow y'all to come off mute after he finished. My bad. So, Apostle, go ahead.
Genesis 1:26, let us. And God said, that's Elohim or Elohim. And God said, let us make man in our, implying more than one. In chapter 2, you see the Lord God, which is Yahweh, not Yahweh, but Yahweh, God. The word God means, and that's all it means.
Hold on.
So,
Your mic messed up when you said what the word God means. Please repeat that.
Yeah, the word God, when you see it in scripture, that is the word halak, A-H-L-A in Hebrew, and it's singular. It's talking about a specific God. Most times where it says the Lord God, that's saying Yahweh, our power. That's all it means. It comes from a Germanic word, Udin or Odin, or gods. It's also Viking for Odin. But that's all it means is power. And there are many powers that exist. Many different powers. That's why in Hebrew, we don't say we believe in the Most High, but we believe that there are other gods. They are lesser gods. So we believe in henotheism, that there's the Most High God. Hasatan himself is a lesser God. He's the God of this world. He's a power that exists on this realm. So just to clear that up, Hebrew, we went in error whenever we worship any God other than Yahweh, the Most High. If we're worshiping El Elon, El Shaddai, any of these El gods, we are off. We are following other nations like the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Amalekites, and all of these different people that worship Baal and the rest of these deities.
Okay, one more minute.
So when you see that El has a wife, that is Baal. They have a statue of him. And his wife got breasts and she's feeding their child. That is Baal or Baal, which is a Canaanite deity. We only worship that deity when we were off the path and following the gods of other people. Other than that, there is but one God. His name is Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, the YHWH, and the only verb I can add to that is an A sound. Yah, wah, ha. That's it. Yahweh.
Okay, that's good. Any who want to respond to that? Kyle want to respond to that. If we could get you to mute out, we're gonna have Kyle come in. And you got the floor. I guess we give him 4 minutes max, so speak it out.
See, this is the thing, right? And if I can share my screen, I can show you how pseudo most African Americans are when it comes to the biblical narrative, because we don't understand this religion that we're trying to be at all. None of y'all do. None of y'all, because if you did, you wouldn't believe in that shit. And like, I'm saying that from a position of a person who was in that belief system, and it's all bullshit. I'm telling you. I'm telling you that from the bottom of my heart, because I can ask any of y'all right now to name me the 10 commandments, and I got $1,000 on the table that you don't know what they are, because you are a recipient of religion that the white man passed to you, and you're trying to adopt that as if it's somehow your particular culture and religion. And y'all be so wrong, bro. Y'all be so wrong. What we can do is let's do a Bible study. Smash, I'm not in front of my computer in a full capacity, but if you could pull up for me, it'll be greatly appreciated. Genesis 34. I'm gonna show y'all that y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about when y'all talk about this Bible, bro. None of y'all. None. And this is for the biblical scholars, the Hebrews, the Egyptians. None of y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about, because y'all don't read this. Y'all only accept things that have been given to y'all. Let's go to the biblical narrative. We all know the narrative, how it presents itself, that Moses went onto a mountaintop. You can get an NIV or the KJV.
Real quick, you can't see. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right, and let me get my mic right. And you can.
Man,
you said Genesis 34.
I was popping my shit, but it may be 34 or 32. So let me read.
All right, let me go back.
If you can scroll down like a few more verses.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Hold on, go back.
Hold on, like I was popping my shit off. But it may be Genesis. I mean, not Genesis, but Exodus 34, 32. But it's gonna tell you in the title. And I was popping my shit on some major stuff.
This right here.
Yeah, scroll up to the top of that.
All right.
I'm gonna give you the game right here, Smash, because you listen and you now all the way to the top of Genesis 34, period. All the way to the beginning of that.
You mean Exodus 34?
Oh yeah, my bad. Exodus 34. My bad. I'm on some
Yahweh trying to get with you real quick, but go ahead.
Yeah, so like this is. Do you remember the narrative? We have to all remember the narrative, right?
I'm about to mute out. You got the floor. I'm muting out.
No, I want to have a conversation.
All right, go ahead.
So that we can be.
Or do you want me to open up one person mic so you want to dialogue with Apostle about this?
Nah, I want to dialogue with a person who's not a Hebrew.
All right, come on, go ahead.
You feel what I'm saying? Like it could be anybody else if you don't want to do it, but just not a Hebrew Israelite.
Well, you can open up any mic. That's what I like to do it. The person who's speaking, the only one can open up somebody else's mic. So you can open up somebody's mic.
I want your mic open, man.
All right, come on, let's go.
All right, so you do you remember the story of Moses when he went on top of Mount Sinai and he came down and he broke the commandments, right?
Yeah.
All right, so if that was to historically happen, we would have no record of what's on those commandments. Can we agree to that?
Unless they was doing some ancient archaeology after he broke them and then put them back together, or unless he memorized them. But yeah, I do agree.
All right, so this is the new stone tablets that he presented to the people, because when we look at Exodus 30 and Exodus 20, I believe, that's when he first went up and came down with the first commandments, and God was like, "Nah, y'all bugging. I'm finna change these commandments up and give y'all the real commandments." And this is when he went back up to the mountain and got the actual set of commandments that he presented to the people. This is the foundation of the entire biblical narrative. This is why the priests and the scribes didn't agree. But if we don't know this, we can't even deal with a biblical narrative. Like, all scholars in this field understand this concept, bro. I'm putting y'all on game right now. So hit my cash up if y'all want to. It said, the Lord said to Moses, chisel out two stone tablets like the first ones, and I will write on them the words that were on the first tablet which you broke. Be ready in the morning. Then come to blah blah blah. Present them to me on top of the mountain. This is when the actual tablets that the people have in Israel was being written. So if you in Exodus 20 and you think you're reading the right set of commandments, you're not even right, bro. You're not right. If you could scroll down a little bit, we can cook on this. Like this is something that I spent the last probably decade of my life on, bro. Like this is something that's not. We can cook on this. Be ready in the morning and come up to Mount Sinai. Present them unto me on top of the mountain. No one is to come with you seen everywhere on the mountain. Not even the flocks heard my graves. Matter of fact, you can skip down probably about 10 lines when he started giving the commandments to people. All right. Then the Lord said, I am making a covenant with you for your people. I do wonders never been seen, never before done for any nation in the world. The people you live amongst will see how awesome that the work I do is, blah, 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 go down. It's telling you the nation of the peoples. It said, I will command you today, I will drive out before you the Amorite, Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Didn't do any of that shit. But anyway, come on down a little bit more. 3 more lines. To Exodus 34:13. Break all your altars, smash the sacred stones, and cut down your Asherah poles. So that tells you off top that they had Asherah poles dedicated to Yahweh's or El's wife in the community. This is Exodus 34:13. Do not worship any other god, for the Lord, whose name is a jealous God. This is what was created by the Elohists because they had to combine the narrative of the Yahwehs. But anyway, be careful not to make any treaty, blah, blah, blah. Scroll on down. I'm going to kill y'all with this one right here. These are the actual real commandments. No. Go down. I think it's Exodus 34 and 30. If you can go down a little bit more. Okay, stop. Go back up a little bit. One more. This is the one where they all right, cool. So this is Exodus 34:19. The first offspring of every womb brings to me, including all the firstborn males of your livestock, whether from herd or from flock. Render the firstborn of a donkey, but if you do not have the redeem all your firstborn sons. This is where God commands you to create to sacrifice your own children.
Yeah, he said break his neck. You left that out. You see that? Look.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm just skimming over.
You see that
I'm
break
trying
his
to get
neck?
y'all.
That's crazy.
And yeah, this is when God is commanding the Israelites to. This is why when they left out of Egypt, they had to sacrifice the Egyptian firstborn. And God is saying, now if we did that for them, you got to hold that same standard. So all your firstborn, including your firstborn sons, bring them to me. Goddamn, let's go. So, like, come on, man. Like, I can do this all day, bro. Like. This,
keep going.
I ain't mean to take away from Chuck Morgan's
keep going.
But like this is a clear indication. We can go to the book of Isaiah. We can look at and Jeremiah. They all refer back to these columns and saying that God gave us bad commandments. We were sacrificing our kids. This type of stuff.
So you saying what you read now is the real commandment?
Absolutely. This is what Jews
Jews that
follow. Actual Jews that follow Halakha follow, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna see.
So now you got to bring me a person who's a Jew who practices Halakha, who can speak to me in Yakudim. You know what I'm saying? Can talk to me. It ain't Apostle. Shalom Aleichem, okay? Mashalomka.
Apostle don't even got his hand raised. That's interesting, but it is 4 hand raised that want to respond, and I didn't see the order. So I'm gonna start with American Dream since he had raised his hand first a long time ago, and I'm gonna put you back on mute. Thank you for that, Kyle. But if you want to say something again, just put your hand back up. American Dream, peace. What's up? I know you raised your hand a long time ago. It might be off the subject, but go ahead.
Yeah, peace to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me, Smash?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually came in to speak about, and I wanted to actually speak directly with Asar MK about the presentation he did yesterday. But I know that's off topic to what you guys are,
No, it's good.
speaking
I'm
about
just
today.
asking them to open it up. But and then we just have. I'm about to close down in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes anyway. So go ahead. Asar, you got y'all. If you can open your mic, he wants to dialogue with you.
Yeah. So Asar, the book you were looking at yesterday, because it seemed as if you were using that book to show that Diop's ideas were not beat up, as Ankh would say. Um, but the book who wrote that book?
Oh yeah, you know what? That's a good question, and that's gonna take us into a long, whole new segment. Hopefully, we can talk about that on Bobby Banger Show tonight. I'm not closing it down, but you want to give him a quick response, Asar, and so we can get ready to wind it. Take final words from everybody. Well, since he isn't there right now, it was given to us by UNESCO. Asar, we couldn't hear you. Go right ahead.
Oh, let me grab.
All right. Well, until
my computer acting crazy. Y'all can hear me now?
Now we hear you now. You got the floor.
Okay. So G. Mokhtar and Verkudian, I can't say his last name. They're basically the editors who put together the arguments concerning the UNESCO field and concerning Sheikh Anta Diop's work and its effect on Africa. So they were also privy to the UNESCO information. They're doctors as well, and they basically put together the information based off of the facts and the findings. So G. Mokhtar and
specifically the section that you were showing yesterday. Who was the author of? Because it appears to me
Sheikh
that it was.
Anta Diop is the author.
No, that's not true.
No. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Sheikh Anta Diop is most of the portions we read, but G. Mokhtar and Verkunden were the editors who put together everybody's argument based off of the symposium. So we got to see Sarinen's information, we got to see Anderson's information, and Maccabees, as well as Sheikh Anta Diop's. But the persons who wrote it, or the editors, if you will, were G. Mokhtar and Verkunden.
Just so you know, just to add to what he's saying, it appears the footnote at the bottom, Diop didn't write anything for that journal. They took his work from the symposium and put it into the book. And
Right, but the section of the book, but the section of the book that you guys were looking at yesterday was Diop's work.
No, it was Sonoran's and everybody else's was in there too.
Yeah, they had other works.
G. Mokhtar is the editor, and Verkunden, they wrote the preface, and you see what they said of what Sheikh Anta Diop said, you see what Sonoran said, you see what Abdullah said, you see all of their arguments in there in the conclusions.
But I hear what he's saying too. Let me try to straighten it out, because that's kind of like what I was asking the other day, American Dream. I was like, hold up, is this just Diop opinion? And we just picked the section of the book. But this is how we rectified that yesterday. We went to go look to see what the process of putting the work together was. And it was some editors who went into the documentation of the symposium in order to form another book. And in the documentation of the symposium, when they was looking to answer the question about what Kemet mean, they then referenced Diop's work in exact words. So that made it more honest than what you thinking, because I was thinking that too. Like, well, if we only reading from our own playbook, this don't help nothing. You see what I mean?
Right, because you guys were kind of making it. You guys were kind of making it seem as if the editors of the book sided with Diop.
Yeah, they did. They actually did. They did.
No, in the footnote, G. Mokhtar said he's saying this is Diop's work, and not everyone feels the same. Mokhtar in particular, I don't believe at the time, when you go back to his statements in a different book, believed in Diop's statements, but he thought it best for that particular book that I pulled it out of, Ancient Egypt.
But let's be just clear about that. No, go ahead. I didn't know you had a but.
But and this is what no one's hearing, which I've said, and then you all will repeat. The editors were G. Mokhtar and Verkunden. Those are the people who wrote that portion. Did they have everyone's information in there? Yes. They put Sonoran's discussion. They put Anderson's in there. I believe they added McAvee's in there, and they had Abdullah's in there. So they covered everybody's discussion and what the conclusions were from that particular symposium. Then,
correct, right,
yeah,
right,
exactly.
absolutely.
And the conclusion that they use with Diops, though, that's what you got to reckon with.
No, that's not necessarily true.
It is true. Look at, we read it out the book.
No, they
didn't say that.
Through,
Go ahead.
they actually went through and spoke about the conclusions that the people at the symposium drew.
Exactly.
All right, so let's pull it up again so I can show you what I'm talking about.
And the conclusion that the people at the symposium, and this is all.
That's not, but you're wrong. You're wrong right now. That's what they was talking about in the symposium book. We're looking at a book called The General History of Africa or something, bro, where the editors took information from the symposium. But no, that's not what it's doing. That's what you keep messing up. It's not. It went into the information from the. But they not. I mean, it may be a section where that's happening, but what we was reading from, that ain't what was happening. You see what I'm saying? Let's go back. We got the book back open again. Let's just go to the top real quick.
So here goes G. Mokhtar. This is so we know who wrote it. G. Mokhtar with the collaboration of J. Verkouter, or however you say his name. Origin of the Ancient Egyptians.
He's the editor. He only wrote the introduction.
Yes,
he only wrote the introduction.
Yes, he wrote that first portion, and he added the portions from Sheikh Anta Diop.
Hey, let me add something real quick, because y'all, we keep messing this up. The symposium happened in real life, verbatim. What Diop, hold on, stop cutting me off, bro. I'm gonna kick you off. It happened verbatim, right? And so then somebody documented what Diop said. So in theory, even the document the original document, that wasn't written by Diop. That was what he was saying at his presentation at the symposium that another person went and wrote. That's all I wanted to make a point. You got the floor.
Yeah, that's not absolutely.
That is true. The symposium happened. It was a meeting and somebody took the notes of it.
So we've got J. Verkouter, we've got Mokhtar, and you see they're here because they put together everybody's information in this book. J. Yates and H. Zaids, and as we go down,
that's showing you who wrote the sections.
Yeah, that's who put it together. That's what I'm telling you.
So now, who wrote each section, each chapter?
If they put it together, they're the writers of it. So once again, G. Mokhtar and J. Verkouter are the writers, and they've put phrases from the people at the symposium in the article, in that section, in that chapter. So I'm going to show you the other portion. So we know who wrote the book, and we know the information they're using, and we know that they're using direct quotes from Sheikh Anta Diop, from Anderson, from so-and-so, from so-and-so. Now let's go look so we can put it together, and then it'll make sense. Here's the intro.
But in that book, let me ask you a question, Asar. In that book, did they speak about Sheikh Anta Diop getting beat up?
No, that's what we were showing you the other day. We were showing that Sheikh Anta Diop clearly appears to have walked away with his hand raised concerning the information. In fact, it said the discussions were unbalanced. That's how much information Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophilo Banga and a few of the other gentlemen had brought.
Do me a favor, go to the top. Go to the top of the page. Go to the top of the. Go to the top of the page. If it ain't true, just tell us what page to turn to, and we're gonna read it. But real quick, go to the top of the page. You got the floor, American Dream. That's all I wanted to do.
Which page?
So
right
the
here.
First chapter.
So we can see the cover of the book, so American Dream can see it.
Oh, the cover of the book. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. So let me just say, the first chapter of the book was written by Sheikh Anta Diop. They took his work from the symposium and put it as the first chapter of the book. But the first chapter is all Sheikh Anta Diop's work.
No, not the first chapter. The chapter of scrutiny. So that's to make you right. The chapter was scrutinized, and I agree with you. It's Diop's work. So keep going.
Yeah. So most of this.
No. Let me keep going.
Yeah, I was asking American Dream to keep going.
Indeed. Now, at the end of that chapter, the editors mention that this was the work that was taken from Diop, and then they speak about what the opposing side at the symposium was saying.
No, they don't.
actually
No, they just say what
Yes,
they
they
do is
do.
say not everybody
No, they
agree.
don't.
We
No, they
about to
don't. They
get to the
actually
page
do.
in a moment. All they do,
And I'm gonna show you right
yeah.
now.
But you messing
I'm
up.
gonna give you a chance to take that portion back.
We read all of that yesterday. So
Yeah,
all
we're
they
gonna give you
did.
a chance to take that
No,
back.
you did not.
All right, look.
Okay, let's watch.
Well, let's
Can I
go to
finish
it
saying what I'm
again.
saying,
Let's
though?
go to it
Can I
again.
finish saying what I'm
You
saying,
almost
though?
done. Go ahead.
Right. So at the end of the chapter, what they do is they actually show that this was Diop's presentation at the symposium, and then they speak about the opposing side because they said what both sides was. Diop's side.
All right, let's go
was
down
that
and see if
the
that
ancient
happens.
Egyptians.
All they say
Let
is
me just
nobody else
finish, though,
agrees,
Smash.
bruh.
No, let him finish real quick, Smash.
I don't want to
So
let
he
him
gonna show the
finish.
difference
Shit,
what
I
happened.
decide who get let to finish. So go right ahead.
Right, but what I'm saying is it's at the end of that chapter. They go in and they show you Diop, they speak about the opposing side, and then they speak about what kind of like the neutral people, the people who were judging it, for example, what their opinions were on what
Now
was
let's
presented.
see who's
They were
wrong.
saying,
Let's just go
right,
pull
hold
to
on,
the
Smack,
page.
let me finish though. Every one of the people whose opinion they wrote about, they wrote about, I think Mrs. LeBlanc, and then there were a couple of other people that gave their opinion on whose side they were on, because it was two sides of the argument. One side of the argument was saying that
I just think you
the
in the
ancient
wrong
Egyptians were
book,
white.
bro. I think you just in the wrong book.
No,
If you're in the
no.
right book, that's
Smash,
fine. But
smash.
we about to find out in a second. So why you got to keep explaining? All Asar got to do is go to that section of the book. If you right, we about to see. I'm totally fine with you being correct. I just like why
But
we
you're not
got to
even-
talk
you're not
about
even
it.
allowing me to
I
say
don't
what I
really
wanna-
need to hear
you're
no
not
more.
even-
You said it said something, and then we got the book in our face. Can't we just go there?
Right. So two things, right? We have John Yayet's information here. We've got him speaking about the flatter noses. This is even before we get to the end of the chapter. So they're already showing somebody.
But why are you talking about the flatter noses when he clearly saying we talking about the DI? So it must be there.
But
because
listen, this is
you
what he
deflecting
said.
right
Diop's
now.
work. That's not even the
But
chapter
right
we're
now,
talking
Asar
about.
deflecting. We
That's
trying
not
to go
Diop's work.
directly
we're not
to the.
deflecting nothing.
Well,
I'm
let's go
showing him-
directly to the point in the article to see if
This is
American
the
Dream
point.
is
He
right.
just said there was no other information before the end. We can see other authors.
Nah, you right, American
information
Dream. Ain't
right
no need
here.
to deflect right now.
That's not deflect. Look at what's being shown. He just said John Yayat's information wouldn't be there until the end. It's already in the middle. So we know they've got detractors through this article.
Bro, I know that's not
That
what
was
we
your
talk
point.
about.
That
We
was what
talk
you
about the
stated,
section that.
the other detractors
Nah,
are to the
nah.
end
You
of
making us
this
lose.
chapter.
Look,
And
this
that's
is
not
what
true.
happened. He's talking about the section D op wrote, and we were
This is
drawing
it.
conclusions formed off the work, whether we're reading out of our own playbook or whether it's an open, honest opinion in that section. And he said there's a bit of
This
scrutiny.
is the section, and we already got your yacht's information in it. So it's clearly not just about.
Nah, this ain't what we was reading. It was about
That's
the
not the
man.
section.
Just in the way that
This
we
is the
acting
chapter.
right
I'ma
now,
show
it
you
make
that
me
we
think
almost at the
American
end of it
Dream is
now.
right, bruh.
You
I
ain't
don't,
wrong,
chapter
and we
starts
just
on
proved him
page
wrong with that.
he could
Now
be
we're
wrong,
about to
but
get
then
to
why
the
you acting
actual
like this?
spot.
You would have just killed him and went to the page.
Well, the page would show the conclusion, which is here.
No,
And that's my point.
but
This is the
this
chapter
ain't
it's
what we
in.
was reading yesterday.
This
We
is
was
what we
reading
read
about
right
the
here.
Committee
Now,
U
no
and the
better
Kent.
info.
Yeah, you doing this on purpose.
No,
That's
y'all
not what
messing
we
it
were
all
That's
up.
not what you
It
were
says
reading
right
yesterday.
here what we read
Somebody else
yesterday.
need to chime in. Whenever it's a book and we can kill the quarrel, why do we delay in going to the parts that'll kill the quarrel? Because if you go there, you're gonna prove him right.
It won't.
I can tell you where to go in the page.
I don't get down like this. I don't care if it say Kemet or not. I don't care if it say black
That
or
don't
not.
make sense.
I'm not gonna do no disingenuous shit live on YouTube.
That don't even make sense. What he just said was that we showed authors that aren't in Diop's portion. I just showed the detractor in Diop's portion in the upper portion of it. This is the conclusion.
So
right
answer
here.
why you not
Now
going to
watch
the
me
section
read
we
it,
was
and
reading
it's gonna
yesterday.
cover the
Because it's gonna
conclusion.
confirm what American Dream is saying, bruh.
No, it ain't.
Well then why we not going there?
It's here.
That's not it. You're not fooling
That's
nobody.
not it.
We was reading about commit to you and shit.
Correct. And that was all Diop's work.
Who the hell are they?
Man, you faking right now. This shit ain't honorable.
So Smash. Can I just tell you what it says?
Yeah. Fill me
Yeah,
in.
so at the end of that chapter, it actually goes through and it actually in detail tells exactly what happened at the symposium, the back and forth arguments they were having. And let's say Diop and Obenga presented the argument about race and linguistics. And they were saying that's how they were proving that the ancient Egyptians were black. They were using it based on race and on linguistics. The talk about race, the idea of the ancient Egyptians being black was for the most part beat up, as Ankh said. At
There
the
it goes, Sar.
symposium.
We about to get now. Here we are.
They rejected that.
This is he lying.
So we about to see. Now we need nobody else's opinions. This like how a judge do. They look at the evidence. Let's see what you said. If what you said is true, American Dream. Look, because that's what we was reading the other day about Diop. He's scrolling each page. So you're gonna show us with what you saying is at.
Right. Just in case, Professor Sonoran. We're still in the middle of it. As we get down.
Bro, keep
now there we go. Let's start right here. This is where to start. Anyone, please.
The opinions expressed by Professor Sheikh Antijop in this chapter are those he presented and developed at the UNESCO Symposium on the peopling of ancient Egypt, which was held in Cairo in 74. A summary of the proceedings of this symposium will be found at the end of this chapter. The arguments put forward in this chapter have not been accepted by all the experts interested in the problem. Now, you said that was only them at the end. How come I showed Sonoran at the top? Sonoran was one of the people who disagreed with him. Why is he showing in the chapter if this whole chapter is written by Sheikh Antijop?
All right, I hear your argument, but listen to what real quick, American Dream. I hear your argument, but American Dream said that they discussed it in this document. Go back up to what it said. That part said it too. So this is what I'm saying.
They explained exactly what happened.
Let's reread that. Just to be honest, let's go back to that thing that you just read again, Asar. It say a summary of the proceedings of the symposium will be found at the end of this chapter. So to be honest to both parties, if that's what American Dream is talking about, and that's the document that we was reading yesterday in another book, then he would be correct. But he would be wrong in acting like the totality of what they surmise in that discredited Diop. It's the same shit we read yesterday. So now y'all can have the floor. I just wanted to say, do y'all see that? It literally say a summary is in the same, at the end of this same chapter, which would qualify what American Dream was saying. But what
American Dream said also that there was nobody's argument inside this chapter, which we clearly see, and I pulled it up just here. You can see Sonoran's discussion in this chapter. Man. This whole chapter is not just Sheikh Antijop, which would prove me correct.
I said, bro. I didn't say it was
that's
just
what
Sheikh
you said.
Antijop.
That's why I said you can't say that
because
their arguments are also in this chapter too.
No, I'm back. You're right about that. No, yeah.
Elliot Smith.
That's fine.
Here.
That's fine. But do you understand what the initial charge is when I keep saying reading out our own playbook and acting like you got to win? So this is why I felt kind of fooled and deceived by you, because I celebrated that. No, not all the way completely, because I understand what's going on now. The fact that to what they reference as the additional comments, it was just something we read in a separate document earlier. So I know the contents of that discussion. And this is what I'm trying to get you to accept. When they went to go form another book, they looked through the collections of arguments as to put in this section of the book, how did we define Egypt? And they chose Diop's work. And that's what I was saying. Even though they chose it with a disclaimer, that's still a W on the side of Diop not getting beat up, because that's the ultimate argument. But I like what you just showed me today, and I'm not making a charge against you, Asar. I'm just saying, if something is a little bit further down the page, then we need to make sure that we got all what happened, what I say wrong.
They did not choose Diop's position.
But no, they
Asar is
placed his
telling
position
you,
in this book. Scroll back up to the
but they
top.
placed the other position as
No,
well.
this is
They
what I
placed both
mean.
positions, Smash.
No, let me
This
show
why
you. Let me
They
show
didn't
just
choose
real quick, and I'm gonna
any
turn
one
over
or
the
the other
floor
ones.
to
They put
Asar.
both
and this is why I
positions in
didn't let
there.
him
Let
off
me.
the
No,
hook
I'm gonna
when he
turn you
said it.
over the floor, Asar.
This is
Right
the
after I
conclusion
respond,
right
Asar,
here,
please let me just say this to him, and I'm about to give you the whole floor. Just scroll up a little bit, and this is what I'm trying to get you to see. In the data portions where they're providing the people with data points on how to break down the ancient Egyptian language, they only provided the people with Diop's work. That's what I mean by a confirmation that he did not get. No, so go scroll to the top. So I want you to see something real quick, American Dream. Damn, Jim. You can do it on the same page. Show the heading of the page. And I'm about to turn over the mic. Show the heading of the page. Look, it says ancient, real quick. I'm about to turn over the floor. It says ancient civilizations of Africa. So they're giving, look at it like an encyclopedia. And they had a symposium of a ton of scholars whose information they could place in this book to define certain questions. When they chose the question about Kemet, they used Diop's work. And that's my only thing to say. It was a confirmation that he didn't get beat up. Yes, we know that he had people against his argument. I surrender. I think Asar was about to say something, and then it's back to you, American Dream. Bobby Banger is in the building too. So we definitely got to hear from you.
Up at the symposium.
No, he definitely didn't. We read that all yesterday.
Really get beat up
Nah, we read that all. We read that all yesterday. No, you're not.
In the book.
All right, that's what I'm saying. We read that whole book. I'm gonna let you say your last thing, and then let's hear from Asar. Remember? Go ahead.
What you just read about where they said a summary of the proceedings is at the end of the chapter. Well, if you go to that summary, the summary of the symposium,
yeah, we got it. We read the whole thing. No, I won't.
If you go there,
the summary is called "The Peopling of Egypt and the Deciphering of the Merodic Script." That was the first thing we read.
Bro, no, listen to me.
No, it's not.
It's right here. It's right
here. Yeah, we read, but you didn't watch my show.
Bro.
You didn't watch my show yesterday, family. And the cold part
yesterday was Diop's work.
But you really didn't see the show.
Yes, I did.
Bro. No, there was a portion where we read everything you said we didn't read.
Oh man. You read from Diop's work.
The Peopling of Ancient Egypt is a UNESCO work, bro. It is the documentation of the symposium. We read it. I'm sorry. Well, we read it with Ankh there saying the same thing you saying. Ask them where are the parts where Diop got beat up.
Can I ask you a question, Smash?
All right.
You know where it mentioned the summary at the end of the chapter? Did you read from that summary?
Huh? We read the whole thing live.
No, you did not, Smash.
This is the summary. This is it.
Not,
hey, can somebody explain to him what the peopling of ancient Egypt is? The summary of the symposium from 1974 that happened and sponsored by UNESCO.
Exactly. So, Brother James,
that was the title. That was also the title of. That's the title of Sheikh Diop's work, bro.
No, this is not Diop's work. This dude think this book is Diop's work. Oh, no, that's the mistake you're making.
By black
all right, you did good though, Dream. Today you lasted about 7 minutes.
Now you're ducking, bro.
No, you think this book was written by Diop? You just fell off. The Peopling of Ancient Egypt and the Deciphering of the Merodic Script is a collection of works done at a collection of presentations given at the 1974 UNESCO Symposium. Why y'all letting me argue with him back and forth about that when y'all already know this?
Listen, brother.
Anybody can unmute themselves.
Refusing to read from the end of the chapter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it on
to the end of the chapter then.
Y'all can unmute yourselves now. I was wondering why nobody wasn't chiming in. Shit.
I'm just waiting till it's my time to go.
Nah, their time is over. No, Asar, you say he never gave you the floor. Let Asar say his words, and then anybody. What's up with it? What's up with it?
Hey, Smash.
What's up?
So I'm gonna do you like this, yo. You know who the hell Asar is, and you know who I am.
Man.
So when it's time to put your money, hold on. I'm gonna say this though. When it's time to lay down your bread, yo, figure out who you gonna lay your bread on in this conversation.
Man, I know you're not. I know you're not serious. Hold on.
No. I'm talking about no. I'm not talking about.
No, I got respect for Asar, but he just said that we didn't go to the moon, bro.
hold on. You know,
Nah, I
I
don't
never
believe
agree with.
that.
Hold on. You know, I never agree with American Dream, my nigga. I'm saying American Dream is right, dog.
Is
Slow
that
down
all?
a little bit.
Of course,
No,
it's
that's
Slow
kind
down.
of
right.
like
I
what
brought
I
it up
said.
Agree with
yesterday. Why
American
wouldn't you
Dream,
think
though.
that?
Slow
You
down.
trying to
Hey,
defend
Smash.
what
No,
happened
hold on.
yesterday?
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you go. Hey, Smash. At the end of the day, nigga, I'm gonna put my money on you, nigga. If
That
we got a
sound like
little small
Oh,
conversation, yo, watch this. Watch how I go. Watch how I go at the end. When we exhaust all this out, which is gonna be beautiful, watch how the chips gonna fall. This the nigga that trained goddamn Wilder, nigga. He said he trained Wilder. He said he found a star in the sky. He's a wild dude.
He said he
not
trained
gonna watch. He's a
Deontay
wild.
Wilder.
Hell
what the
yeah.
hell?
He said he found the star. He's the astronomer, found the star,
I've
did all
trained
that. It's gonna
Deontay
take
Wilder.
Yeah, who you train? Who you train, yo?
Why you lie, B?
Okay, who you train, nigga? Answer the question.
You
Who you
are
train?
I
Watch
trained
this. Watch you
Anthony
don't never
Rumble
answer. Who you
Johnson.
train?
Did you want me to pull up the UFC show
Who you
I'm at
train?
when I'm
Who you train?
I trained
Who you
Anthony
train?
Rumble Johnson. I've trained Donald Cerrone. We can call his
Hold
manager
up,
right
though.
now.
Are we
Who'd you
getting off
train?
the? Hold on, we getting
Who
off the
did you
topic.
train? Where you
But
at
What
on
star you find?
but
What star you find?
Where
What
you
star
at
you
on
find?
yeah, that's better.
TV?
The
What star
star.
you
Let's do
find?
the star.
Yeah,
Yeah,
What
that's
star
yeah.
you
you know
find?
that's
That's
What
a good
star
enough.
you
one.
find,
And
yo?
you
You
broke, so you
What star
arguing
you
over
find?
YouTube.
Nah, we're
Ask
not
you
getting
again.
personal right
What
now.
star you
We
find?
gonna end the
Yeah,
show on a
getting
better
personal.
What
note.
star
Talking
you
about
found?
training
Hold
Deontay
on,
What
Wilder.
star?
We
Smash.
never
What
gonna
star you
end the
found?
show with no beef. We gonna end it
Hold
on a
on,
better
Smash.
I'm
I
note.
not
got something
beefing.
I
Goofy.
Hey,
want to
Smash.
You a
I'm not
interject into
goofy,
beefing,
this
Unc.
Smash.
You
conversation.
goofy
I'm a
and you
mute out,
pseudo.
Smash.
No,
Hey,
don't
Smash.
mute
I'm a
out.
mute out.
Just chill. Come
Mute
on.
out
Cool.
then,
I'm
because you
cool.
Hold
be
on,
I'm
lying.
saying,
let me
hey,
ask
Smash.
y'all a
God
question
Now
damn.
I'm
real
gonna lie.
quick.
You see, Smash. I'm gonna lie. This nigga
I
said
trained
that
Deontay Wilder. Pull up the quote where I said that.
I don't know, yo. Maybe I
Yeah,
made that up like
shut
all
the
the shit
pseudo
you make
See,
up.
he
business up,
taking
man.
it back. Let
Yeah,
people
nigga.
take shit
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
That's
Hold on, hold
fun.
on,
Yeah,
Smash.
nigga.
Let me see if we
Yeah.
can do
Brother,
something
you
real quick.
pseudo.
Would it
Okay?
be?
Yeah, we're
Would
gonna
it
try.
be?
Hey, Smash. I made
You
my point. Hey,
pseudo, B.
Smash.
Nah,
Hey,
man,
Smash.
come on. I don't know why you had to make that point.
Because he's pseudo.
No,
He,
no, no.
he
Listen, no. We
telling
talking about. We
stories, B.
talking about the. No, what we talking about is making a choice on who gonna be able to really read the document. That's all we talking about. We're not talking about our friendship.
What?
We talking about this goddamn conversation.
I
If
know.
you gotta put your money on somebody, who you think stayed up a couple
Shit, you
nights
better
and
bet
read
on
the
the
shit?
Sar
Who you
Guy.
think
He ain't been
exhausted
wrong
all that
yet.
shit?
Ankh been wrong on 7. You on
But
video,
Bob,
hold on.
Bobby,
Listen. Hey,
I'm
Smash.
just looking
on
at the
video
data and the
wrong.
data points, though. Feel me, though. So
You on
American
video,
Dream came in on the same hype again. That is something that we have not viewed, where Diop is apparently getting beat up, and this is day 2. And I'm
Yeah,
saying
but you kind of cut him off though. You could have really heard what he
Nah,
was
man.
saying.
You
no, we
cut
was
him off.
listening, and
So
we
who?
went to the
Who's
point in
that
the
in the
book.
middle top? Who's that in the middle
Hey,
top with
hey,
me?
ask other people to chime
No,
in.
no, no,
We
no.
need some
Go
other
ahead,
people.
B. But you
A
gonna catch this
star.
L again.
Why
Who
don't
is
you
this in the
relax?
middle?
All right,
top
look, this is
right
what I'm
there?
gonna do. I'm gonna get old school
Why you
order.
trying to?
I'm gonna do it. No, I'm gonna bring Bobby off the mic first. Please, y'all respect the order. Anyone can unmute themselves, but show how much you can respect order. So we're gonna let Bobby go, and then we're gonna let him get the response from who he wanted from.
What I'm saying is, for this particular portion of the show, I have been an innocent bystander. I'm just listening, and I'm saying every time this man, American Dream, about to make a point, I saw start talking, we cut him off. Why don't we just hear what he's saying? Because if y'all got what y'all got, ain't nothing we can say, yo. Ain't nothing we can say, dog. I promise
Okay,
you,
well,
with
can
this
they give
moment
us the
right
page
here,
number?
yo, we should let him finish saying what he's saying to see. Because I always think American Dream is crazy as hell, yo.
But
For the life
Bob,
of me, why is this man right now?
that ain't really
Okay,
what
tell them to
happened,
give us
though.
the
That
page
ain't
number.
really what
Give us the
happened.
page number. We can
That
go
ain't
right
what
to it.
happened. He keeps saying it's something somewhere,
Okay, I
and we
said
went
it.
to go look.
Can y'all give us the
So
page
can I
number
speak
so
for
we
Man,
can
2
go
I don't.
right
seconds?
Thank
to
you,
it?
James.
We ain't
Can I
got
speak
time
for
for
2
all that.
Okay.
seconds?
What is the
Hey,
page
Smash. Hey,
number?
Smash.
You should know the page
Hold on.
number.
Hey,
Wait a
who's
minute.
saying? Hey,
Hey,
Smash,
Listen,
what's up
hey,
with
yo,
it?
listen. You got Hey, yo, hey, Smash. You got dedicated pseudos howling, screaming, yo. yo. Think about that for a minute. I am telling you,
Yeah,
I
we
got the
want the
ultimate
page
checkmate
number.
piece. And I'm letting you know, right, I don't gotta have no page. My game is Trump tight, yo. I don't
So
talk
you
to
in
niggas
24
that
hours
think-
and you can't give us a page number?
Hey, Smash. You got niggas that think white people are Neanderthal. You got niggas that claim they found the star. These niggas can't read that document, Smash. They can't read that shit and understand that, Smash.
Man, he
Yeah,
got
I
out of
understand
control.
that.
This is crazy. He don't
Hey,
even
Smash.
understand genetics.
Why are you talking
Let him
while I'm
finish.
talking?
Let him
I'm not
finish,
even
James.
talking
Let
to you,
him
though,
finish.
James. Hey,
Go
James,
ahead,
I
go
shouldn't
ahead.
have to holler over you, James.
James, let
What
him
I'm
finish.
saying is, hey, check this out. What I'm trying to tell you, Brother Smash Rockwell, that the conversation is actually an evolutionary conversation, bro. It's a biological conversation about biological organisms. And those who understand evolution the best will understand the goddamn document and the results of it.
All
and I'm
right.
gonna rest my case.
All right, now
I'ma rest my
listen.
case.
Now look, on the show, I'm listening to everybody and I'm liking the conversations. It's good content. on when I stand on my convictions, I'm standing on what the fuck I stand on and what I know. And Diop didn't get beat up no matter what Asar say and no matter what you say. I'm going off SmashRock Wellington because I view the information with my own eyes. Yeah, you feel me? Hey, I'm saying I'm not siding. And if it was about throwing money down, nigga, I lose money on you first before I win it on another nigga. You feel me? And that's just how that go, because I fucks with you like that. And so I'm saying that's not nothing I need to hear. I'm just really saying that I'm going off my own convictions that Diop ain't got beat up. And until y'all really finally show that and stop bluffing about these poker cards that y'all gonna whip out one day, I won't be convinced.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So but make sure American Dream get to saying what he's saying. Though. I'm done. Make sure he get to say what he's saying. He might be directing you somewhere. He might just be doing.
Nah, I didn't like what you did today, Asar, but I said it to you today. You put me in a precarious position, but you didn't. American Dream tried to make it look like you did, but ultimately you really didn't. What he made it look like, it was some more information in the book that was going to betray our celebration yesterday, and that's really called betrayal. That's the betrayal is bringing out information to harm somebody, but we're not talking about real life. So he basically was saying, nah, it's some more shit. Asar leading you down a fake road, and that turned out to be a ruse though.
Hey, where's the page?
They never showed it. Y'all never showed that.
Because you won't let it show you. You won't let it show you. But American Dream, we can do it on my thing. If they don't let you
Hey,
get it out,
I'm coming on live tonight. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna show you how to object on another nigga show. I'm gonna be doing it right. Look, you're gonna be like, see, this how I see how Smash doing it. Watch this.
So can I speak yet? Is
you
the mic
say
live?
Smack Rock Wellington. What you say? Smack Rock Wellington. That
Rock
was slick.
Wellington, baby.
That was slick as
Man,
a
that's
I can
the
speak,
only thing y'all
right?
need to do is just tell us what page
Hey,
it is.
They ain't gonna do that, James. Yeah, let's hear from Asar.
Can you do
Can
that?
I get the floor?
Hey, we done did a whole nother hour. Damn. Hey, come on,
Don't worry
Asar.
about it.
Asar, you got the
Because
flow.
I'm smart.
But the gloves is off. I'm not muting nobody. You just gotta fight for it. Hey, let's let Asar hear what he about to say.
Let us dig deep into the whole. Go ahead, Asar.
Okay, is my screen sharing, Smash?
Yeah. What's that you read, sir?
Oh no. This is Anthony Rumble Johnson. This is who you lying about in the middle.
Anthony who?
Right?
Oh, hold on.
Everybody
Somebody
who
else
watch
screen.
UFC know
Somebody else
Anthony
screen
Rumble
must be
Johnson.
shared. Let me
So
see.
this is Rumble right here. Oh, my
Nah, we
screen
don't
ain't
see your
sharing?
screen yet. Go ahead.
Oh man, I ain't saying about no damn Rebel Johnson. Nigga.
Oh no. You talking about Deontay Wilder? You over here telling lies. So here go Anthony Rumble. Here go hey, you yielded the mic. This is Rumble right here. UFC.
Rest in
On
peace.
a regular basis. Without question. We all know him except for you, because you be in the house. This is Drew. Drew is autistic.
Nigga, you just standing. I got homeboys that stand with me.
It's not your turn to talk, B. Sit back, homeboy. So that's
show
him.
me no photo bomb, nigga.
Sit back, B. You just sit back,
Stop
little dude.
it.
So this is me scrapping over here. This is my man Keegan Sampson, who you probably just seen on Bare Knuckle Fight Championship, stop the dude in the first round. These are my sponsors. This is little Jose Arellano, 12-1 pro boxing. It's Rad Muay Thai, and this is the national Muay Thai champion, Lil Danica, right here. 3-time champion under me. So when you talk about the fight game, you're pseudo.
Nigga, I said,
you know
who I said, nigga.
You
know
said
who I
Deontay
said,
Wilder.
Right,
I don't
that's
know
what
where the
I
hell
said.
you got that name from. I don't even know how you came to that
Rumble,
conclusion.
jumble, tumble.
Yeah,
The
because
same
you
way
don't know
you
what you're
came up with the
talking
star
about.
you found.
Now,
Same way
secondly,
came up with the star. How about that?
Let's
Did
go
you
to
not
the
say that
text.
too?
Wait, why are we
Right,
doing
go
personal?
ahead, but
That was cool.
You said you yielded the
Let's
mic.
get back
We
to the
want you
knowledge.
actually
Yeah.
stick to your
We
word
still
one
waiting
time.
on the star, nigga.
Because
Ain't
you're
nobody finna
pseudo.
know Anthony Rumble
Now,
Johnson.
so now
Anthony
we
Rumble
know.
Johnson, nigga. Get
So
out of
now
here.
you.
No,
so
nigga. Now we
know.
know. You ain't
Hey,
showing
Rumble
what
was
I
the
asked
champ.
you.
He don't watch
use the mute
UFC.
button,
He don't
I
watch
know that's your
UFC.
man. I know you.
He
You
don't watch.
button so we can have a conversation. He's
What the
pseudo.
hell he talking
We
about,
already
man? I
know
ain't
that.
say nothing about
You
none
don't
of them
know-
All
guys.
right, let me just
I didn't
ask.
say
He gonna
that.
answer yes or no.
I said Roy Jones.
Ask him about the
That's why I
stars,
pull out
man.
a picture
He
with
not gonna
them
answer
too.
the question, Smash.
Sit down.
But that's what I'm talking about. I
Now.
ain't sitting nowhere.
What you mean? What you
Rumble
talking about? You
Johnson. What the hell
pseudo.
you talking
It's
about?
only because y'all going back and forth.
Rumble Johnson.
Hey,
I'm
yeah,
pulling your
hey,
card.
hey,
Tactic right
I'm
here.
pulling your damn card right now.
You ain't pulling
So
my card, nigga. You mentioned some shit you did.
See,
Nigga,
you
I
a
ain't say
damn
nothing
space.
All
about
right,
that.
look, this ain't productive. Because I don't really care about real life. I don't want to beef off y'all about real life. I wish all y'all well in real life. Golly. Like, you think I want somebody to be on the under end of YouTube stressing? So I just muted everybody. I'm going to open somebody else up, though. Let me see. Allow participants to unmute themselves. Nah, it was hella hands up. I'm just going to open somebody. Eddie King, what's up? I don't even know.
I'm here.
What's up? I just opened up your mic real quick. I'm gonna go. You got the flow.
Peace. Definitely was just waiting for some time, brother. Just wanted to kind of bear with you back and forth, brother, because I know you know a lot about this particular subject that I'm studying right now. I'm researching the Neolithic migration from the Levant into East Africa, right? And I'm studying the Marinde culture and the Fayum. So my studies are showing this like Aryan, Indo-Aryan, European, Levant migration around 7,000, 9,000, you know what I'm saying, BC into East Africa. These Marinde cultures would you say they're African or a Mesopotamian type of mix?
Who was again? I'm sorry. So much was on my mind. I couldn't even answer the marimba. I wouldn't be qualified. But the mics, anyone can open their mic. I just had to bring some calm to the thing.
Smash, let me get in right.
Back migration, brother. It's a back migration, right? And so Africans leave out, right? They mix and they bring markers. So we've been kind of looking at it from the wrong way, right? So actually, it's an incursion of African DNA. So African DNA go out abroad, mutate, come back in Africa, and mix with indigenous people. So when they mix, when they come out of Levant and end up in Africa and run back into the indigenous people, what the literature says is that they're still indigenous because any mixing that took place in Africa. So it wasn't like a million niggas came back in, right? They come into a larger population and get absorbed, and that's why you see the markers.
So I'm familiar with the Diop out of Africa theory and migration, but that's not what I was really talking about. I'm talking about the specific Fayum culture. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, that's in the Delta.
It's in
villages there, absolutely.
Yeah. So perfect. So when we look at that, right, we see a lot of, it's like people went there to visit and left, right?
Yep.
They never really stayed there.
Now,
so
they was back
and they went back to the Levant, right? And they went back to the Delta area.
They ain't know they was in the Delta, yo, nor did they knew they was in the Levant, yo. They just was humans going back and forth, yo, trying to make their way in life, yo. They didn't know none of this stuff we saying.
They were hunter-gatherers, right? They were transitioning from that
period. Real quick, man.
Correct. We make more out of that. Why are you cutting this man just talking, yo? Wow.
We're gonna hear you right next, Apostle. Right next.
All right. Go ahead.
We having a good. The brother is absolutely right, yo. I'm saying there is no borders. There's no place even called Africa at this point. They don't know none of the stuff we saying, yo. They mixing, having sex, all the shit that humans do, bro. It's not even a big deal, yo. I promise you, that's not. That's what make you Homo sapiens sapien, that you can mix with other Homo sapiens sapiens. It's never been a time where a motherfucker look at you and say, I ain't gonna mess with you. You get a small portion of the population to do that, yo. It's not even a big deal.
To build on that point you just said, what's the male Neanderthal sterile? How does that work with that Neanderthal and that Homo sapien? How does that work?
That's why the genome of Homo sapiens sapien. That's why the fucking Neanderthals went extinct. Because their own population, they wasn't real social like that.
They died
right?
out.
And so if you get a group, right, you get it. No, they didn't actually die out. They got absorbed into Homo sapiens sapiens. And as a matter of fact, Homo Neanderthal brought back some more ancient genes back into the population. People don't want to talk about that, dog. Right? And so what the literature actually says is that Homo sapiens sapien and Neanderthal share 1 to 3% genes. I mean, they got the exact same genes. They share those exact same genes, but they don't know which ones, but they know they got the exact same genes. It's not that Homo sapiens sapiens 1 to 4% left human. That's what people are saying. That's not the truth, bro. They messing up the whole thing. And it's disgusting at the end of the day.
All right,
Yeah,
real
yeah.
quick.
Verse
If somebody want to go live, I'll shut it down. But I looked, ain't nobody live, so the YouTube streets is blank, so we could keep it
Oh, I'm
open.
about to go live.
All right, how long? How long
Let
till
me
you
ask
going live?
Check it out.
It's gonna take me
Real
20
quick,
minutes.
James. 20
Do
minutes.
you think
All right, so real
that
quick, James. I gotta get out of here. But you gonna run it for the 20 minutes to go live, and then I'll be right back. Now, what?
Okay, well, hold on.
Make sure you make sure you let Apostle say what he got to say, James. But what was you saying? What you saying?
What I'm saying
Pseudo
is that
killers
we got an actual video of Theophilo Vega in the
Yeah, I'm gonna go to
conference
pseudo
that
killers.
we should play and listen to what he said.
At the symposium?
Yes.
That's what's up.
You got it right now?
Let's look at it together.
We got it right now. The man is still living.
I
but
got
he
it.
he has a video. It's in French, but they have the English translation of what happened. And it's only 24 minutes. But
From 1974.
Yes, from the symposium.
It's on my page.
So I think that would be best that we listen to a source person that was there. He's
what you
exactly
talking about,
happened.
James?
They got video footage of the symposium.
No, not of the actual symposium.
Hell no,
they
got no video.
Not the physical video of the symposium. They talking about what happened after.
Oh, okay. But I asked, was the footage from 1974?
What
All right, I gotta go. James, you hosting right now. I'll be back.
Smash, before you go, you let Chuck Morgan come on here.
I think Smash smashed out. Hold on.
Smash, you let Chuck Morgan come on here and mess the whole thing up. Talk about the Sumerians didn't know nothing about 5 planets. And you could look at the Sumerian field and see they registered 10 planets. This nigga was a pseudo and a half.
Done came up in here, man.
Go ahead, bro.
I'll never get the scripture up.
That's right, brother.
What are you talking about?
Jeremiah 8:8.
He's talking about Chuck Morgan, I think.
What Babylon does say?
Chuck Morgan came in here and messed it up. He said that the Sumerians discovered 5 planets. We could look on the Sumerian seal and we see 10 planets. We even see them talking about a 10th planet called Nibiru. Fuck the pseudo
The Sumerians
stuff.
Okay, but slow down. Hold on, Babylon. The next time Chuck Morgan show up, then you're gonna have a chance.
I got that, bro, but I'm talking right now. I don't need no direction and advice on how to handle.
Well, I'm just saying, Chuck ain't here right now.
I did what I wanted to do. I let the brother spoke. I come in to clean up this shit. Only thing I said.
Yo, I mean, I don't, you know.
I ain't said nothing all day.
Before you go, pull up Jeremiah 8:8.
What the hell going on?
No, I got my headphones on. I'm just away from where I could talk.
No, but he made me the host. I was just saying, you know, that would probably be best because he's not here.
Well, James,
hold up. Apostle's supposed to be speaking next.
Why
so
are you interrupting me to say that?
I'm just saying, but just let Apostle speak because he's supposed to be next according to Jonathan. So we don't respect that. So go ahead. Okay, you go. Okay, and then you can go directly after Apostle. Babylon Don. So I'm gonna mute that.
James, can you pull up Jeremiah 8:8? I don't care what script or book.
Hold on, man. Pull up Jeremiah 8:8.
Yeah, Jeremiah 8:8.
Oh man, I don't know if I can do that.
I just want to respond to Kyle because Kyle was talking and he made a comment about people that don't know the Bible, implying that he know the Bible better. And then he went to Exodus and talk about the new commandments. So I just want to get Kyle straightened out and tell him where he's going wrong. Because see, number one, Kyle is probably one of these people that think Apostle is one of these people that think the Bible is 100% accurate without problems. I don't think that. Scripture is 100% accurate, not the Bible. And there's a difference between the Bible and Scripture. Bible was put together by man. Scripture is inspired by the Most High God. You will never go wrong with Scripture. So pull up Jeremiah 8:8, and let me show you what the Most High had to say about the Bible and the scribe.
Is this it right here?
Yeah,
American Dream is on here.
That's it. It says, listen to what it says. How do we say that we are wise? And the law of the Lord is with us. Lo, certainly in vain made he it. What? The pen of the scribes is in vain. What do that mean?
You said the landlord. Is that what you
that
said?
means is that when these scribes, these circumvents, these scribes so-called translating the Bible, they mistranslated the scripture.
Oh, man.
Whether they did it intentionally, whether they did it mistakenly, it don't matter. They mistranslated the book. That's why you read the book line upon line, precept upon precept. You don't take one scripture and then say what the Bible says. No, you take the book in its totality. If you want to know about the Ten Commandments, read it in Exodus 20 and then read it in the New Testament and compare scripture with scripture.
So how you know what's mistranslated though, yo? How we supposed to know what's mistranslated?
Whatever God said in the Old Testament, he'll repeat it in the New. And it'll stay consistent. In other words, if you can't find, like y'all say, a secondary source in another book confirming what's being said.
So you say use the Bible to support the Bible, basically? I'm just trying to make sure
I'm saying you use scripture to support scripture.
No. So you're saying you use the Bible
scripture.
to support the Bible.
Scripture was written by 42 different people over a 5,200 year span, over 1,500 year span, 42 different authors, 66 different books. Now, Paul is responsible.
All right, man, I'm off here, yo. I'm out, yo.
Yeah, you get the hell out, man.
I didn't cuss at you. I'm just telling everybody bye, yo.
You talking about?
You do me like that, yo.
Yeah, hold on, Apostle.
Because I don't want to hear your wild ass
force your belief in the conversation.
That wasn't even it, yo. I just was saying bye to the audience. You just want to get my ass off here. Go ahead with that, man.
Yeah.
So hold on, Apostle. You want to view this video before you break out?
No. I want to respond to Apostle.
Yo,
yeah, what is that? What is the video y'all looking at?
Okay, so this is the 1974 UNESCO conference. Theophilo Banga shares his experience. Now he's in Africa, and you see the crowd right here, and he's talking about what happened there. Now this is in French, but
who is the guy though?
It's Theophilo Banga.
Hey, send that video to my phone too.
Okay,
so
I got you. But
yeah, do that for me. So you got Theophilo Banga talking about the joint. All right.
Yeah, so check it out. Just to check out what he's saying. But he's
in
French. But you can read the.
I got you. I know.
Okay, so I just send it to you. But this is what I think will probably be best for this argument. Maybe listening to somebody that was actually there, which is a source.
I know, but that's actually like the Bible proving the Bible. That's Theophilo Banga. Of course, come on, yo.
No, he's gonna tell exactly what happened, and who was in opposition and how did they come to it. He said him and Obanga was him. He said him and Diop was finna walk out. He was like, man, if we ain't gonna get to the Bible, he said we finna break if y'all ain't really serious about getting down. If we can't settle this simple one word, which is black, then we out of here. And then then they got a grammarist or something like that to come in and go against the two that was having the arguments with Diop and somebody else. So you got to really listen to the story. It's in the back chat, as a matter of fact, so you could just grab it right there.
All right, let me see if I can grab it.
Yeah, so I think that would be best for us to have before we even have this conversation for everybody that's having this.
You throw it back in there, yo, because I don't see it. I must have came on. You must have put it in there early. I don't see it.
Okay, hold on. I'll put it in there again. But this would be best, I think, for everybody that's really having this. Just listen to what he said, slow it down or whatever, because he's saying it in French, but you can read it. And then maybe we can come back and have this conversation with everybody have an honest view. And then, as well as reading the actual text as well. Now, as far as American Dream, if he ain't gone, only thing we need is the page number that you're talking about where it's in opposition. and that would be great too. So we ain't got to be rambling around and arguing. You know what I mean? Let's just get to the
Oh,
bottom.
great. Where is the American Dream at?
I don't know. He probably broke out. Either
Broke out.
smashed.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna use it's
Yeah,
an
I'm here.
evolutionary conference. A American Dream. I'm gonna get on the House of Conscience.
Yeah, so we'll come over there.
Good. You don't got. Yeah, you don't got to open up your
Yeah, Smash finna close out, so
that's what's good. Yes, sir.
We'll just
All right,
slide
I'm
over
going to
there.
do it
and
in 5
anybody
minutes.
else got-
What document I need to pull up? The book? Which one? The
That
one
same
with
book,
all
the same book there, the same book that they were looking at. The UNESCO book that they were looking at.
It's a link.
Very same book. I have it.
Hold on, I can put
Which
the
one
link
is
out
it though?
for
Because you know you got the Cairo Symposium, and then you got the book that they put together, the 9 volume set, the one that
It's
Diak
the
wrote.
general history. It's the general history of Africa too.
The blue one. The blue one, right?
The blue one.
Hold
Yeah.
on. The link
Yeah,
is
that's
in
the one that-
Hold on. The link is in the back chat. Just the only thing you got to do, because I'm going to put it in there. It's right there.
Got you. All right, I got you. We're going to have that.
So we can just slide over there where you at, and if that's what you finna be on, we can just see how y'all finna come up out of this. Because I don't think it's going to happen.
All right, I know. All right, bye.
All right, peace.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Anybody else got closing words? I think Smash is going to close this out.
Yeah, thank you. And we're going to roll over to the House of Consciousness. If ain't nothing popping, I'm just going to shoot y'all up in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like I shot y'all up this morning in the chat when you were streaming in my... You on the block, man? What is you doing on the block? It's 7. Bow, 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 bow. I'm the only one on the block at 7, man. I'm talking to Bobby. Where he at?
I know you talking to Peace,
I'm just trying to play, but he ain't here. Where you go, bro?
It seems like he is, though. I see him right there.
Well, yeah, so if y'all got something popping, I'm oh yeah, he closed it down. He didn't know he was closing it down on everybody. But all right, yeah, we're gonna roll over to the House of Conscience. Look, thank y'all for watching the show. I ain't been doing nothing, so these 7-hour shows been helping me just chill through the day. I'm about to watch Ankh now, see if they got this magical page that they ain't had in the last 48 hours. And I'm gonna chill. So shout out to y'all. Peace, peace, peace. All right. We out. Oh, but no, hold on. I like Pseudo Fridays. I'm gonna keep it popping when we talk about UFOs, all that other shit. Shit cats scared to talk about because they halfway mature and they think about what somebody gonna think about them. We don't rock like that over here. You can express yourself. You can say what you worship. I ain't nobody about to trip. We might laugh, but ain't nobody tripping. All right, we out. Respect. Thanks for the cash apps. Matter of fact, let me put this up for those who didn't get their chance to support the show. Thanks for the cash apps. Peace.